Okay. I just clicked the start broadcast button. You're in the stream, or are you live?
Perfect.
Be in there?
Are we? Oh, wait, I see it. It's live on the studio mode, but then I don't know whether it's gone live on the actual thing.
I think it's gone live in the actual thing.
Yes, it has. Okay, hello everyone.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah, welcome to
All right.
the Gauntlet finals.
Yes, exactly. Hello and welcome everyone. I think this is still a little quiet. Could you boost my volume a little?
Can I boost you a little? It's in
Well,
the red,
and you.
man. Okay. We'll boost it. You said it was supposed to be -10. I don't know, man. It's boosted. We're live.
All right, you can see that we're off to a very smooth start here at DiploStrats HQ. This is the Gauntlet Grand Final. This has been a voice game tournament that I've been running all day. We had 42 players participate in the qualifiers here. That's 6 games. 7 of those players progressed to the finals. So those were supposed to be the 7 players who topped the board, and then 1 player who came second of Ezio's choice. It ended up being 5 players who topped the board, 1 player who came second, and 1 player who came third. Because on that final board, 2 people declined their slots to go and watch England playing football in the World Cup of Ezio's. Unbelievable, their priorities in this. But thank you to all the finalists who did participate, and massive congratulations to them for managing to come out on top of what were some very competitive games. I think we'll definitely be showcasing 1 or 2 of them on the channel in the future. Yeah, Ezio. So Ezio is running the stream.
Dear. This is. Second. I realize my Facebook is going to ping on YouTube, right?
Yes, don't have Facebook open.
No, I need to give me a bit OBS for changing audio settings. All right. Uh-oh, team.
Oh boy. All right. So yes, as you may have noticed, we are. I don't know why Ezio has gone on mute on Discord. Like, that's not going to mute you on the stream.
Oh no.
As you may have noticed, we're not quite as professional as we usually are. That is because, well, okay, we're not usually that professional anyway, but that's because I am working off a mobile hotspot in the middle of Texas. I still don't have decent internet. So Ezio is having to be in charge of the live stream here, and he has never done this before for DiploStrats.
Not on
YouTube. He streamed a lot of StarCraft over on Twitch. If you're interested in and Beat Saber over on Twitch, right? But not diplomacy. So, hey. So we're running a little less comfortably than usual, I guess.
Yeah,
but
I also
hopefully
really
it should
haven't
go okay.
Cared about like other notifications popping up like Facebook. Previously, I've just said people can deal with it, but in the years since I was streaming, I've now joined a couple of Facebook groups that are very active, and so they ping all the time.
Okie dokie.
Oh no.
All right. So a quick run through of the players here. We have Sisyphus on Austria. We have Solomon on Germany. Evolution on Britain. Harambe on Italy. Not the gorilla, the player in this case. Yosh on France. Negative Letter on Turkey, and the Hood on Russia. I can very quickly pull up, so we won't go through their entire qualifiers here, because that would be, what, a 20-hour introduction to a live stream. It's probably a little bit too long, but I can go through what powers they won on, or came second on, or came third on in one case. So in the Gauntlet qualifier game number 1, we ended up having an 11-center Turkey board top. That was Solomon, and notably, Solomon had only signed up for the tournament immediately before the tournament because I put out a general call to get 2 more players so we could get 6 boards. they have been playing an unexpected game, and then they unexpectedly qualified to be playing for another 5 hours. So best of luck to them here. Thank you very much for volunteering to step in, and congratulations for that game board 1. All right, so it looks like the echo is fixed now. Thank you.
All right, warning
Okay,
everybody, there
cool.
might be another echo in a meme. Don't say anything. Give me 10 seconds. Because then you do this.
Oh, God.
And then I do this. All right, and now start talking, meme.
Hello, this is Meme.
Is there still echo? First of all, I see one person saying it's back, but is it Meme? Keep going. You got to make noise.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
Things are going very smoothly. I also realized I never added people on the Discord that we're live, so I'm going to go ahead and do that at the same time.
There's no echo and people hearing on Meme. Perfect. Yes, absolutely. We're golden. And now, yeah. All right. Done. Deal. Perfect.
Okay. Yes. This is going incredibly well already. Game 2 of the qualifiers was won by The Hood, or Jason, on Austria, of all powers. That's not a power that did very well across the tournament as a whole, but in this game it did. 10 center board top. That was actually an early concession to the Austria there. They ended up ending the game in 1907, despite it usually ending in 1910.
Oh, you know what I should do? I should really be finding these games as you talk about them and then showing them on stream.
You could.
Wow.
I can also just post the game links in the chat.
That's not how streams work. They're here because they are lazy and they need visual stimulation, CaptainMeme. I thought you knew this.
Just please don't do anything that ruins the setup that we've got right now. We spent so long getting it working.
So let's see. Is the stream black? I don't think the stream's black. Yes, this is game 1. Ha, see? Okay, the power rankings is not going to be accurate. Wait. Uh-oh. Is it back? Wait.
This is incredible. All right.
Now it's a bunch of, wait a second. Why is the stream so black? Oh, no. All right. We're going to
okay.
That.
I hope I'm gonna trust in you to fix that and just move on to talking about qualifier number 3.
Right? Yeah, no, but the audience, they understand that they need, yeah, you see stuff, but currently you just see the main game, and it makes it really tough because I need to do this for every game that comes through. Okay, you know what, guys?
You could just add a display capture and then just show people like in a separate scene.
Oh, God,
and then just show people the screen.
But I need to have stuff that I can display and change things with. That's what the second monitor. All right, we've got a plan. Oh, but then isn't it going to change everything?
Well, make sure that you set it up on a second scene, like on a separate scene, and then.
Oh, God. Okay,
then you can switch to that scene and then switch back to this one when you need to.
Okay, I see. That's a good plan. But then, won't it, as I go to set up the other scene, won't it, like, mess with things?
Oh my God, why do people watch us?
Yeah, because we have quality content, and this is fun, CaptainMeme. The audience is enjoying this more than our normal stuff. I assure you. This is why people tune into us, is to watch the jank.
Give a quick shout out. If you want like professionally made commentaries on diplomacy that are live streamed, go to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, not to us. Here we just do technical issues for like the first 20 minutes of the stream.
It's okay. Would they rather watch this, or would they rather have us talk about 1901?
Well, I mean, we haven't even got 1901 yet, right?
Exactly. So it's like, come on. We can look at the board. Surely we've all seen the board.
Have you managed to figure out a way to get the previous games on the screen?
Oh, look, I've come up with a lot of ways to do it, but have I come up with the way that we're going to do it? I think so.
Okay. Have you got game number 3, or do you want...
Well, look. Yeah, it is. Just give it a second. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. So look, we're gonna have this display, and then we're gonna go to the games. So look, we have this is the final board here, which we're gonna stick around to for a bit. Um, and it's can you guys not hear CaptainMeme? Oh god, everything's gone. All right, all right, all right. Back to Jank. Back to Jank. Sorry, guys. Because the audio on the other screen didn't have this.
Please say I'm still here. Can you hear me?
I think he's back. I think.
Hello. Am I back? Can you guys hear me now? I really hope you can.
Please, still no. Surely Meme is back.
Did you have no audio inputs on the second scene?
The second scene did have no, but I switched back to the main scene. Yeah, he's back. Okay, there's just some delay.
Okay, so this is like one of those challenges where you can either hear or see something. I'm gonna talk about the previous game, and then Ezio is gonna switch to the other scene to show you the previous game, but you won't be able to hear me anymore.
I have a different idea. We can do this, and then the sizing it's gonna be a little weird, and then when we go back, it'll be okay. But you can see this is the qualifier game 1. Right? And Meme, are you on the channel?
Okay, yeah, that worked.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, see?
Yeah.
And Meme, you can go to the channel and you can see things. But this is qualifier 1. Okay? And this is the one where Turkey won.
That is qualifier 1. That is the one that Soliman won on. Notably, some other players who came close. Otan on Russia got very, very close with that 10 center second place. And it's a pretty fantastic England position over there as well with Jackson. This game also ended prior to 1910, which I was very surprised by. I'm surprised they decided to draw this one. It felt like there was a lot more play in it.
But, yeah, I think in this game, both Russia and England have very reasonable chances to win. And given that there's 3 years left in this game, I think any of them could go. So I was shocked that this ended early.
All right, can we get game number 2 up? Is this going to cause more technical issues, or have you got a way that will work for all of them?
I think game number 2's up. Yeah?
I don't.
What? You don't?
As far as I see.
Well, yeah, that's because there's like a little bit of a delay, but I'm pretty sure.
Okay, there we go.
Right? And again, the qualities and the power rankings are still up there, and the power rankings are not accurate, okay? This power rankings... Nope, because the power rankings are not... Can I, like... select multiple? No, I can't. Not even a little bit. I'm not even going to try. So the power rankings
if you
are
shift click it selects multiple, but it's... What are you doing?
What?
Put my power rankings back.
What? Are they not? I think give him a sec.
You just moved it off to the side.
Yeah, I was trying to move everything off to the sides because the power rankings do not apply to the game that's currently on screen. Right?
Look, I don't want you messing with the power rankings, though. Spent enough time setting this goddamn thing up.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you would just whatever. Point is, here's game 2, okay, where we had this was the Austria qualifier, right? Big Austria qualifier.
Yes. Are you able to, the way you're doing it right now, are you able to switch years, or are you just able to show the final result? Yeah. Okay, I want you to look at. Is this the right game?
Game 2.
I want you to look at Spring 1901.
Spring of... Wait, you wanted me to look at Spring of 01?
Yes.
Okay.
And look at that German opening.
Hell yeah.
This was an incredible game to watch, and hopefully we get to cover it at some point on Diplostrats. If you... I think... Yeah, Winter 02, Germany ends up taking St. Petersburg. So... just generally, we're not going to go through the whole thing. Because we don't really have time to, but this is a fun game to check out. If you're on the Discord server, you can go ahead and look through the game board channels. All of these are linked. Also, if you're on the DiploStrats Discord server, you are able to spectate the final live as it happens from the voice chats that people are negotiating in. You just need to have spec in your name. So, and you need to be on mute while you're doing that. So if you're interested in what people are negotiating for the final, then go ahead and check that out. Anyway, can we move on to the next game, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a sec. All right, game board. No, I don't. Minimize this. Game board 3 is coming up shortly.
Yes.
You guys should be hearing stuff.
Wait, that's
qualifier 3, right?
It's not come up on my end yet, but there we go. Okay, it is now. So this
Lord Beck,
is
we'll get to game 4.
3.
We're going through all the qualifiers. We're going to show you, I mean, some of the final results anyways, and yeah, people can go through games to take a look. People are recommending game 4. Let's give game 4 a little bit of a deeper dive, CaptainMeme. Once we get there.
We can have a look at game 3 first. So this was the one negative lesser one on England. It was a pretty heavily contested game. I do remember that the Germany in this game had a few technical issues through the game, and specifically had a technical issue on the turn that they were about to stab England, and just rushed into the GM chat going, please can you fix this? I need to stab him. It was the hardest I'd laughed for a while. But hey, it was a fantastic game to watch too. Oh god, I don't off the top of my head know.
I can see a lot of potential phases for Germany to stab England in this game. As I just go back in time.
I think it was this one. Oh, well, you've already gone past it.
Oh, I've gone way past. Yeah, there's been a lot. I'm just zooming.
Okay, well, it was one of the phases anyway. It was an interesting game to watch.
Sure was. Yep.
So yeah, also in second place in this game was Evolution on Italy, and that was the player that we decided to give the wild card to. The one player got through on a wild card on a decision of, we think you played the best game out of all the players who came in second place. It was a really tough decision on these ones, especially because there was a player who had 4 more centers than this, if I recall correctly.
Austria.
But it was just how hard this Italy battled for it. It was pretty incredible. So there are 2 players from this game who are in the finals. Shall we move on to game board 4 then?
Yes, well, look, I'm going to start going to game board 4, and it's going to be a minute. Because there's a significant delay. But game board 4 should be up shortly.
Okay. Right, so I can start talking about game board 4, I imagine.
Yeah. You can start talking about stuff before the audience can see. And that'll be
fine. This the Brexit board? This was the Brexit board. Okay, so first things first, you will note that this is a tie of 11 centers to 11 centers between England and France. In this tournament, if there is a tie, we do count back. So we go to the year before, see out of those players who were tied, who had the most centers the year prior. And in this case, the player who had more centers in the year prior was France. So France ends up going through. But it was a really close run thing, and specifically England thought they had it on that final turn and then realized, hang on, Germany has a retreat into my center, into Kiel. And note that Kiel could have held there and put England through into the finals. So it ended up being France who went through. I don't think England would have accepted their final slot anyway, because I believe they went off to watch the England World Cup game.
Yeah, how dare they?
People's priorities, right? But hey, it was an incredible finish to an incredible game. And notably, I call this the Brexit game because, well, the players called it the Brexit game, because if you look at spring 1901, there's something interesting happening in England.
Spring
Is there more echo at the moment?
There should be no echo, right? Unless I don't think there's an echo back. Sorry,
No worries. So spring 1901, yeah, very first phase.
Cool. Well,
yep. The England order set is an interesting one.
Yeah. I mean, it just means they didn't notice time was running out, and that's tough.
Yeah, but, I mean, honestly, we had a few technical issues through the tournament, but looking at how well they did, despite that, is absolutely incredible. I was I was really impressed by England's play in this game. Yeah. The players dubbed it the Brexit game because they had Britain not interacting with the continent, deciding to just stay on their island for the first spring.
Got it. I thought that it was going to be Brexit because they were going to have 3 armies on the Isle. I thought that was the Brexit opening, right?
Yeah, I think it's something like that. But like in this case, it was just because they held. And they held because they were pretty new. Like, there's a lot of people in this tournament who are very new to Backstabber, or to Discord tournaments. And on Backstabber, you have to click the submit button in order for your orders to submit, even though they show up as you might assume they've submitted if you're just looking at the board because you've clicked through, you clicked everything to go to where it needs to go. The arrows are all showing up. You're like, okay, yeah, we're good. And then it gets to time and you haven't actually clicked the submit button, so you submit all holds. Yeah, anyway, so that happens on time to time, especially in a tournament like this, but it was incredible to see England's recovery.
Or 03, excuse me. Look at this British stab.
Convoy into Denmark, we love that.
And just then the convoy to Denmark. Which doesn't look like it's going to be that brutal, right? Because it's just one thing. They held Sweden and they held Holland, so both these taps failed. But after the winter goes through with this Bothnia disband, also, I don't know if I like this Bothnia disband if I'm Germany. Let's just say that. But with this Bothnia disband, England gets Holland and Sweden, guaranteed, because there's nothing else around. And gets it via convoy if they want. And Sweden, like, this is just brutal. So brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, should we go to the next one?
It's just a really nice attack. Yeah. Happy to move on to the next one. Yeah, we can go look at game 5.
Is this game 5? This looks like. Wait, that looks like game 3. This looks like game 5.
Game 5 is the one with the big turkey.
The 15-center turkey? Yikes.
Very, very large turkey. Yes. I am waiting for it to appear on my screen here. There we go. Okay, so this was game number 5. Absolutely dominated by the turkey here. The turkey is Benji, who you will note is not on the board for the final because he went to watch the goddamn England game at the World Cup.
Oh, this is Benji. Mapped is Benji?
Yes.
Oh,
yep.
Okay.
That is correct.
You know, I gotta say, it's tough when, like, multiple finalists, well, like, multiple people who would have qualified are instead watching the World Cup. Darn.
Really need to get their priorities right. But most of the turkeys in this tournament did quite, I wouldn't say badly, but not incredibly off the bat, right? They were kind of small early on, and then the ones who did quite well surged forward towards the end of the game, which is what you generally expect a tournament turkey to do. This turkey wasn't that. This turkey just surged from the very start and completely dominated.
I mean, this looks like a problem, right? In 03, Russia gets the convoy into Armenia. Although, why? Okay, interesting.
That's a good question, actually. I wasn't like locked in on this game for the whole time. I just generally, when I checked in, the turkey was in a very good position pretty much all of the time. Dude, I didn't notice the Armenia convoy. That seems like it would be pretty crippling.
Yeah, but they got then Austria stabbed immediately thereafter. And then they managed to get Italy on side, and by convoying the army from Albania into Tunis, that's sick. That's so good, dude.
Yes.
Oh my god. And then like taking the Black Sea, getting the fleet popped, taking it from Khan, so there's no issues anywhere, and then just slowly grinding. Although they got the retreat instead of disbanding, that's sad. But this is, oh man, yeah, this is Jover. And then sitting nice and pretty over in Tuscany. Wow, what a nice Austria, Italy, Turkey alliance. What a classic.
Yeah. No, it was well played from the French as well. French ended up with a pretty good result. 10 supply centers to Turkey's 15. Still a ways behind, but second place. So because Turkey declined their invitation, it should have gone to France, who is Bezebeg. I hope I've said that correctly. But they also declined. So and the thing is, the players towards the end of the game knew that these two players were going to decline their invitations, which suddenly creates a super interesting dynamic because there's so many players who are not doing incredibly well, but realizing that the two massive powers on the board aren't going to accept the invite, so whoever comes in third is going to get that position. Suddenly it becomes a giant fight between the tiny powers for that third place. It's quite hilarious to watch. And
It's actually, I think,
quite
good incentive, right, for the small players to
Yeah.
fight. Like, that's good for the game.
For sure. It's weirdly like balance of power, but you're not balancing the big powers. You're just trying to balance,
You balance the small
ones.
powers? Dude, that's so good. Oh, man. Dude, Twitch chat is going crazy. Why are people so active? What? Anyway. But yeah.
Well, welcome Twitch chat.
YouTube chat. Sorry.
Ezio's
Oh god.
just noticed you.
Yeah. Hello. No. I've responded. I just
chat.
haven't been paying that much attention because I was looking at the game because this game was awesome. Man.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So we go into the final year with Russia, Austria, and Italy competing for that final spot.
Yeah.
And it ends up being Russia who manages to hang on, mostly because they've got that Scandinavian North. There isn't really that much pressure on it, right?
This Russia
and
qualifies?
the rest of the powers just
This is who we put in the finals?
Yep.
We should have put a second place from a different board, man. Not this. Come on. Yeah, come on. No.
You can't say that.
No.
They're in the finals.
Yeah, but like we made a mistake. we oh no.
It's a 6 center power.
Yeah,
that's not terrible, and especially like managing to keep control of Scandinavia and all that pretty solid. But yes, it ended up being a fight between them, Italy, and Austria. And as you can note, Austria actually has 0 units by the end of the game. They just decide to disband everything that gets pushed out, and they just end up with Berlin, with the unitless Berlin. And Italy ends up being the like second placer consideration for this board. Unfortunately, like a 2 center Italy isn't going to cut it over some of the other powers, but it was a pretty hilarious concept that they were technically on the table for the wild card, and I think the like ferocity that they fought with would deserve it. It's just the result wasn't quite good enough.
Yeah. All right, let's go to game 6.
All right, over to game 6.
Yeah, this is one of the second places. This is Soap's game that we were strongly considering. And like, come on, are you telling me that this 13 center Austria? I mean, actually, I will say this 13 center Austria, like, it is a 13 center Austria and respect. But the reason why we went with we've shown the Italy, right? Yeah, Italy was on game 3, right? And the reason why we went with that one over this one is that Russia has the potential to completely crush Austria from here, right? Like, this is in 08, and then if you go to 09, right, like, it's just clear that Russia and Austria are going to be tight together. And I think that Soap expected a solid second place, like being biggest second place was going to get him into the finals. And so I don't think he was playing for the win from this position. I think he was just saying, hey, I'm going to be big, and I'm going to try to be as big as possible, rather than trying to say, oh, I actually need to beat Russia. And I didn't want to reward that. I don't know.
It's tough because there is a huge amount of skill that goes into playing a game like this as well. Being able to stick with your ally and know that ally isn't going to screw you over at the end, because this Russia doesn't end up screwing the Austria over. They win 14-13.
Yeah,
and I should note, Sisyphus is this Russia. I should have said that.
And then
before.
the Russia gives extra dots, right? If you look at Smyrna at the end, right, Russia just lets Austria take Smyrna. And it's just like saying, hey, I'm happy with you being on 13, because Russia can see that they're actually guaranteed all of their dots. But Russia could have been on more if Russia wanted them. Russia just chose not to. And so it was... this is a great performance, right? If we're doing most tournament scoring, I think this would have been the most points from any second place. By like almost every tournament. Actually, no, there was the one where they tied, but then they didn't want to go on to the final. Right, there was that England who would have done well. But like,
Yeah.
this one was a great, like, if we're in a multi-round tournament, this Austria would have had the best round one of, I think, any of the second places. But this isn't a tournament like that. Let's go with the person who's going for the board top on this board, right? So
Yep. All right. So yeah. So effectively, it was an incredible diplomatic performance. It's just we ended up going with evolution instead. So very well played to One Bar of Soap, who was
absolutely,
the Austria on this board.
yeah, this was definitely the one that was the other choice that I was looking at. Was there someone on game board 8? There wasn't, right? Just for whatever reason, they were playing in game board 8, right? We only had 6 boards.
No, so yeah, we had 6 boards. When I went to start board 6, which was supposed to be on board 6 in the Discord server, all the players ran off to board 7, so I had to chase them there, and then they jumped into board 8, and I managed to catch them there. I have no idea why they decided to do that, but they just decided to play on board 8 regardless. So
I'm glad
they're honorary board 8s, I guess.
Got it.
We can pretend we had 8 boards for this tournament.
Yeah, I'm sure that the like people who are scoring the DBNI tournaments will care about that.
Yes,
okay.
Actually they do. Like the DBNI is so heavily weighted around how many boards you have in a tournament. If you have a multi-round tournament, it's going to be like weighted a lot heavier than something like this, where it's one qualifier round and then straight into the final. Which makes sense to some extent, but feels like it undervalues the number of players that we got.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No,
Are you having trouble putting the thing back in the right place?
No, I don't know what would make you think that, CaptainMeme.
Hold control as you move it.
Yeah, but as I move to the left, then the white stupid thing appears again. So now I need to move.
Yeah, but if you hold control, then then it doesn't lock to the side, so you'll be able to get rid of the white section, I think. Talk about Turkey streaming Tetris while in game. I had no idea that was going on. Congratulations to Turkey for managing to do Tetris and diplomacy at the same time. Which game was that?
Dude, I had a game where I was playing League of Legends while playing diplomacy. This was the epic drunk game of diplomacy that was posted to King of Fresh's channel.
Oh god,
that was the highlight. I think the moves have gone through for what it's worth, meme. So I think we can take a look at what's happening in 01 on the final.
Okay, right.
Final. Are you ready?
Welcome to Spring 1901. Let's see what the moves were.
Whoa, we can look at Winter. Hold up. They're not doing that. I didn't see Winter. Nobody else saw Winter. Nope. All right, here we go.
Are they through to Winter already? Why?
Yeah, we took forever, dude. We can't look at games quickly. That's not how we work. But
okay, Spring 1901. It's all right. These are all pretty boring moves. They're not exactly. There's a few quite interesting ones.
Heal the Holland is a bit weird. Other than that, everything's boring.
There's a demilitarized Burgundy, notably, so some friendliness between Germany and France there, which is interesting with the Holland move, because you would think they wouldn't need the Holland move if they're very friendly with France. Like, they could go up to Denmark instead.
I think this is even more anti-England, right? This is like the most anti-England thing. I expected.
I feel like Denmark is well, okay. So if you go to Holland, you are guaranteeing that Russia gets into Sweden, so that's a thing. But like, if you really want to be anti-England, you want to take Denmark instantly, because that's the one that England can block you out of.
They can also block you out of Holland.
Yeah, but you can get a you can get a support. Yeah, it might be an anti-England opening. We'll see, I guess. See whether they're about to get sea-lined or whatever.
Okay, great. Other than that, we don't have to talk about the East. Boring. Nothing. I mean, Tyrolia.
Well, Tyrolia is an interesting move. It's not a boring move. It's an interesting move.
If Germany was in Tyrolia, then we could call it interesting.
Yeah, so, I mean, yes, Italy, okay. All right, fine, we're in fall. See, this is what happens when Ezio is in charge of the stream. We actually move along at a decent pace, I say, after we spent like half an hour watching.
Yeah, because we went through like what, 6 games in 20 minutes. Like, dude, if you put me in charge of DiploStrats, our video length plummets. I know that our audience does not have the attention span for our videos. They watch in spite of our attention span. Whoa.
Oh god. All right.
This is an interesting fall.
Okay, which bit do you want to talk about first?
Let's look at the East, right? With Russia, just full on. This is Turkey, Russia are not happy with each other, and this looks like it might be another vaunted Turkey, Austria, Italy alliance against Russia. But I expect that's more like it's going to be an Austria, Italy crushing Turkey while Turkey and Russia fight, and then Turkey dies.
Yeah. I would not be surprised if that's the case. It certainly looks set up to like take Turkey apart very, very
I realize
quickly here.
There's a problem with us providing analysis of this game. Any of the players could be tuned into the game, right?
Well, that's true, yes. But that's always the case with like live streams.
Aren't they normally like delayed by a little bit?
Sometimes to some extent, but not always.
Well, look, if the players want our advice, then they just don't watch the stream.
You know what? I can just tell them, hey, please don't watch the stream yet.
Is this a can I get the names of all of the viewers? Because on Twitch I could see
of
the
all
names
of the viewers,
logged in.
Like 90 viewers.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Like on Twitch, I could do that when I could just see everyone who was actually watching, and then I could see people who were stream sniping me, and I would give them lip.
I had no idea that was a thing on Twitch. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, this is a... Okay, I know that they're 2 phases ahead right now,
no,
but
not.
Going at Ezio pace, we're gonna be at the same phase very, very
But
soon.
they're also not 2 phases ahead. They've just finished builds. Right? They're in spring. They're currently negotiating spring of 02. Spring of 02 hasn't resolved.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and ask the players, please don't tune into the stream.
Now that's gonna get them to tune into the stream. We're eliminated. There's nothing for it. We're doomed.
All the game.
We're gonna affect the game, and we're gonna change.
Doesn't want his incredible advice to impact anything.
Oh man.
All right. But yeah, so what part of this do you want to look out for? Because
yeah, I mean, we looked at the East, right? Yes. We looked at this massive bounce where with the bounce in the Black Sea, Russia doing this, and then Turkey bouncing in Romania. These are very hostile to Russia. Russia did get a build still, so it's not the end of the world instantly, but it's all yikes. This combined with the convoy to Norway, and then Tyrolia getting up to Bohemia, right? This is a like very Austria and Italy are super tight. And so by going in Bohemia, you maximize pressure on Galicia. If Austria builds Budapest and Trieste, like, it's practically guaranteed. Obviously, Italy's going to build Fleet Naples, right? And Austria's going to build 2 armies, right? And Italy's up in Bohemia and convoyed the army out to Tunis? Interesting. You think of what I'm thinking?
Probably. What are you thinking?
I mean, what do you think I'm thinking?
I assume you're thinking that we're just Lepantoing Turkey, right?
No, I'm thinking that if this was a press game and I'm Italy here, I would make this move to Bohemia conditional on Austria waiving their build in Trieste. Because if Austria
I could see
doesn't waive the build in Trieste, yeah. Okay, great. So that's one thing to think about. Then if we look at the West, right, we just see Germany doubling up. Not even a little bit of a problem. But
yes, Denmark, Holland, Belgium, all fine. I was a naysayer, I guess, about the potential of being bounced in Denmark. It's not happening.
I thought I'd get bounced out of Denmark too. That's why I usually don't go to Holland like this. Because normally I assume England, like, if I'm England, I really don't want this German fleet in Holland. Like, that's just yuck, right? This fleet is only going to the North Sea, basically, and even if it gets to Belgium, I'd much rather there be an army in Belgium, usually. Like, I guess technically there could be a world where where Germany gets into the English Channel, but if I'm England, I just would want to be the one in the Channel, not Germany. I basically don't like this army, this fleet in Holland. I would much rather that fleet goes up to Denmark, where it can then help with Baltic Sea and influence Sweden.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Then Spain. What was the actual order for Spain? It supported Vienna to Rome. Sure, whatever. They just
they can
wanted
do what they like to, I guess.
Sorry.
They can do what they like to, I guess. They made the finals. They can pull off some fancy moves on camera.
Yeah, good for them. I'm glad. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Okay, man, that's exciting. You know what we can do to slow things down? We can do power rankings after every phase.
Yes, we can. That is
won't,
true.
But we could. Let's go look at winter.
You don't want to do them now? Yeah, well, we'll do them after winter. This year it makes sense, I think. All right, yeah, let's go ahead to winter. There we go.
Army
okay, no wave in
St.
Trieste.
Petersburg from Russia. Fleet Marseille. Interesting. And then Fleet Naples. All right, Austria. You're Austria right now. You're telling me, are you stabbing for Venice?
It's
guaranteed.
I'd be so tempted, man. I'd be so tempted.
It's a guaranteed move into Venice.
It is. And there's
I
not
think
really
there's
much
a good
that
chance
Italy
you get
can
to
do
walk into Rome
punish it
right after, right?
Yeah, and also we know that Turkey and Russia are pitched against each other, so like you can probably pick one of them up as an ally. They're not going to stick together and jump in on you. I mean, they might, but you can probably get them not to do that, which is the usual threat if you go for something like an Italy,
right?
An Italy attack.
And then you could offer to put Turkey into Romania, right? And then Turkey says deal. And then Turkey does that, goes for Black Sea. I think I would have tried to... Yeah, that's rough. Because, like, I want Turkey to build an army from Smyrna, right? And put that into Armenia to then go hit Sev. But I don't want Turkey to build that army. I want Turkey to build fleets. I think they have to build fleets, and then you can maybe crack Ionian. Dude, this is maybe the best AT ever.
It's very possible. I also wonder, though, the fact that Italy is leaving themselves this open to you is maybe a sign that this Italy is going to leave themselves open to you later. So maybe it's worth sticking with them as an ally, especially if they're going for a very slow attack like the Lepanto, where they don't get those builds off the bat. If they go into Eastern Mediterranean and Ionian here and then convoy over to Syria, they're not getting any builds out of that. Venice is still going to be completely open for you on the next year, and you probably get Bulgaria or Romania in the meantime. I could see them not... I could see either path being correct, right?
Yeah, if you can get a build and find a way to keep Vienna and Budapest occupied so you can build in Trieste again in the winter next time, then we're in business. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And, like, maybe actually it's tough because maybe we'll need to put Italy into Galicia and put them into Romania. Something like that would be my demand as Italy.
Yeah. I don't think I would be in this position in the first place as Italy.
I've done this in
theorizing things that I would do. You've what?
I've done this in Gunboat.
Gone to Bohemia and convoyed out of Apulia and just hope that...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
I didn't build a fleet Naples.
Yeah, okay.
I built fleet Venice.
Okay.
This was early on in my web dip career.
Defensive.
It is more defensive. And then it made the convoy to Tunis look terrible. Because then I got blocked, right? Because I wanted to send my fleet Venice to Apulia. And I also wanted the convoy back to Apulia. And I was unhappy with my
Oh,
position.
no.
This was my learning game.
Okay. So for the record, the like gunboat diplomacy that Ezio is talking about is a form of diplomacy where you can't talk to anyone. So you're just playing based on what the other people do and trying to align with people by showing that you're very aligned with them. Moving up to Bohemia and then building Fleet Venice is probably a good signal to Austria that you're on their side, although it is also a very confusing one because it's bad.
No, it's not confusing because it's bad. It's obvious. It is just also bad. It was not very good. I think that game went totally fine for me because I just convoyed back to Apulia, sent the fleet to Adriatic. It was just a little bit slower.
Well, I mean, hey, if it worked out, it worked out, right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done it again.
Replying to some of the chat messages, yes, this game, it ends in 1910. It is determined based on countback if there is a tie. So if there's multiple players in the final year who have the same SC count, then we'll go to the year before between those players and see who had the highest SC count there. If they still had the same SC count, we're going to the year before that, and the year before that, and the year before that, so on and so forth. If it goes back to the first year, then I am going to flip a coin. I've told the players, do not make me flip a coin. That would be a pretty miserable ending to the stream, I think. But yeah, we won't get countback back to 1901. That never happens.
Sure, that's never happened before. And it wouldn't happen to us because we don't deserve that to happen to us.
Exactly. Right, and yes, power rankings are not in any particular order. They are just in the order that Ezio put them on his screen. And we should probably modify that order now because we've got the time to do some power ranking, right?
Okay, fine. All right. Power rankings.
All right. Do you want to do the power rankings or should I hear?
Well, all right. So France is France. So France goes nice and up. That's easy. Then Harambe is gonna be the sacrifice that everyone needs. Whoa. Oh, jeez. Oh, dear. Oh, Lord. There we go.
How much have you messed things up right now?
Oh, everything's
I'm watching
fine.
On a delay. Okay.
Oh
no,
everything's fine.
I think there's an option to lock the position of a thing. You should probably do that on that one.
God. Oh man. Enable preview, lock preview, scaling.
So it's just down at the bottom in the
I see. Lock.
Yeah.
Oh
yes.
yeah. Oh baby, we're in business. Look at that. Okay. Cool. So other than France being France, I'm gonna move everyone down a little bit.
I feel like I'd consider Austria in contention with France in this position. Right?
Well, yeah, currently Austria is in second. Hold on to your hats. Great. But yeah, so currently Austria is in second, but I kind of want to put Germany in second.
Yeah, it was a really good start for them, to be honest.
They're on 6
Free builds, like no issue
it's
there.
Just
they
because
got
France
the second
is France.
fleet down.
That's the only reason I put France first, to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
I think Germany's position is better than France, but
should we put Germany ahead of France then? Should we dare putting someone ahead of France in 1901?
No, I know they got 6, but they got Fleet Holland, man. Honestly, that's corrupt. But then there's no Fleet Brest, right? There's not gonna. I don't know. We could do it. All right, fine. All right, but it's gonna be close. All right, we're gonna do it like that because France is still France. All right, and then Austria. Okay. Then what? The people in the East have a much more confusing thing because like England is doing okay. I think England is gonna be down, but like if Austria does stab Italy, which is why we've given Austria this good ranking, Italy is gonna be really low. And then both Russia and Turkey are going to be fighting, right? And so it's going to look something like this. But then if Austria and Italy are not doing that, then Italy is going to be like here, and then Russia and Turkey are going to be like here. Something like this. I would actually rather be Italy than Austria here. And then Russia is, I would put Russia like this. This is my ranking if Austria and Italy are allied. Is that, how's that look, Meme? Also, I haven't heard Meme in a minute, so.
Sorry, yeah, that's me. I am resolving a grace period right now. So.
Oh, all right. Well, fine. Go be a GM, I guess.
Yeah, if it isn't obvious, I am GMing this game at the same time as we're commentating it. It was probably not smart. I should have got someone else to GM for me, but I've been GMing the whole tournament, so I may as well continue GMing. Alright, hang on. I have added the person in question. Let me just say the orders are in.
Looks like the game's still in grace. Oh, adjudicated. Do 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 do.
Okay, the orders are in. Good.
This
right.
is why.
So you wanted me to take a look at your power rankings.
Yeah. And actually, I think that I'm pretty okay with them.
Yeah, I don't know that I put Italy that high myself, but I think it's fine assuming that Austria is going to stick with them.
And look at the moves. Oh, we should look at the moves. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and have a look at the moves, because they have just come through.
I got sidetracked. Right? Like, look, the big one, this, by the way, is the argument for C. Take. This right here. Italy gave you an opening, and by refusing to take the opening, you're never going to get another chance. This was it. Italy's convoyed back. They're in Tyrrhenian Sea. France is not attacking Italy, like not YOLOing into Italy anyways. And yeah, you got Bulgaria, but Italy could be off the board right now.
It's tough because, as I mentioned last phase, right, if you had assumed that Italy was going to Eastern Mediterranean and Ionian, you definitely think you still have the opportunity next year. But this Italy is not leaving themselves open. They're like, oh, hang on, I think I made a mistake here taking this away. I'm going to go back and defend myself. And knowing that the Italy is that, you should have stabbed this year. Right? But it's hard to know that that's the case in advance.
Yeah, and look, it's not that bad for Austria. They got Bulgaria, right, which is good. That's a nice place to be. It just... What's Austria going to do now, right? Surely Austria's going to go for Romania, right? Surely.
You'd assume so. There's like very little else they can do. They can get pushed into Aegean, to be fair.
Oh yeah, but
I don't know that Italy would... Yeah, I don't know that Italy would want them to just be getting everything while Italy is sitting back there getting nothing themselves, right? Well, they're going to ask for something eventually. Vienna is an interesting idea, and like, I wonder if they're just going to go to Silesia and say, "Give me Warsaw."
Yeah, no, definitely up to Silesia happens a lot.
Yes, that's clearly the pitch to Austria.
I think Austria is going to go to Ukraine and Galicia, and then put 3 on Romania from Bulgaria.
That would be pretty devastating for the Russian.
Right? And that's the upside with this Italian. And then it's in Galicia. Austria can't possibly stab while Italy's in Galicia. No way.
That's true.
And then you let Turkey retake Bulgaria from the back, right? And then tell Turkey, hey, build a fleet. And then I'll flip with you onto Italy. Once you have your fleets in Aegean and Eastern Med, I'll put you into Ionian. And that's when you flip. Oh, yeah. All right,
interesting. I like this idea from chat. The Italy convoys into Greece with support and walks into Vienna. I hadn't considered the Turk giving them support here, but it is a very worrying possibility for the Austrian, right?
Yeah, if Italy accepts that, that'd be pretty good for Italy. That looks better than the Italian position if they stick around.
Hmm. Depends whether Turkey actually offers them that or not, though, because Turkey might think I can do better just huddling here and letting Austria stab other people, because Austria's not going to come in and kill me. They don't have that much to gain from that, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
as Turkey, I don't. I think as Turkey, I want that to happen though, right? I want to see Austria and Italy start fighting ASAP.
mhm.
I just don't want Austria to
Yeah,
collapse like that, right? Because I want
yeah,
if Austria
it's
dies, I need to get some stuff, right? And if I make Italy be this massive monster, then Italy's gonna get everything and I'm gonna get nothing.
Can you show the results map too? We actually can because of the way this is going, although we probably want to look at the other moves on the board first, right?
Yeah,
But the nice thing about the live stream is the backstabber map for the next phase is blank at the moment, so
yeah, but
that's
also, you know what? I want to see web dip where we can both see the results and the moves at the same time. Wouldn't that be great?
Okay, if you want to hear Ezio evangelize for WebDip, you can go and watch the Lord of the Rings commentary that we did.
Yeah,
This is not the one for it.
I should just go
Actually, this
back and start.
probably is the one for it because we got 15 minutes to
We've
fill
got
right before the next.
so much time, dude. What else is there to do? We can play Wordle. We can
I I do not trust you to get Wordle up on the stream without breaking something. Uh, Anyway, so Western moves here. Anything specific? It looks like a really bad time for England right now. That's looking at this. Although the fact, I was gonna say, although the fact there's a bounce in Burgundy maybe is their saving grace, but that's definitely arranged. Right? No, no, take Wordle off the screen. You can't do Wordle. You're gonna spoil all our viewers on the Wordle answer. This is not what
yeah,
they
we
came
can.
here for.
They're not. Look, if they were gonna play Wordle, they would have already done it. Anyways, we'll come back to
Oh,
that. I suspect. And you
God.
see, look, it went up on the screen, and then I just have to do this, and now the map is back. Look at that. See?
Yeah, the map's in the wrong place.
Yeah, it is coming back. It is coming back. Look, this isn't the
Oh my
peak
God.
of quality content, but if people are willing to watch people code on stream, they're willing to they're willing to watch this.
Why did I agree to do this?
All right. Okay, you want to talk about the West? Sure, let's talk about the West. Nothing moved except
Yes.
Kyoto, Helgo, and Bite. It's all boring. Next.
I mean, look, Mid-Atlantic Ocean is occupied again. We've got Marseille to Spain. Spain moves back out to Gascony. Just generally really good position for France, right? And England not liking their position very much.
I mean, look,
no,
there's a
please
reason.
don't suggest things for Ezio to do. This is not.
Play a game of
not
WebDip
what we're
versus
here
the AI.
for.
Wow. What? Actually,
No.
that's a great idea. Wow. That's
No.
a good call. I'll do that. But just so we're clear, this is why we were talking about the power rankings, right? Where I put Germany and France so high up. Because this just looks like it's going to be an FG. They're going to crush England. It's going to be really bad.
Mhm.
And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
And this is a guaranteed move to Irish Sea. Probably just going to be the move to Irish Sea. Then take Mid-Atlantic Ocean. This bounce in Burgundy, to me, looks pretty clearly arranged. I think France is going to get into Burgundy in the fall anyways. From Paris. But that's still... This is relatively common. It's not a problem. And then for England, this extra pressure from Russia hitting Norway like this means that England doesn't have the ability to pivot. So England's going to have a bad time. If FGR stick together, they're just going to go crush the West. And I mean, yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah, it's also just like I think a lot of like starter guides and stuff lump England and Turkey in as these two corner powers and talk about them together, but they're really very, very different powers, right? If Turkey gets ganged up on, they have a pretty decent chance of surviving if they can flip anyone. England, that is not true. England is so open to potential attacks from everyone. Even if they manage to flip Russia in this position, they need to get another ally on top of that in order to survive. You can't hold out against Germany and France coming in like this. So it's going to be rough for England here. That's my read of the situation. My way of making this West interesting, anyway.
Yep. I think that England is going to have a bad time. I agree.
Yeah. Well, we can hope Evolution manages to hold out against the oncoming storm. I'm always rooting for the underdogs here.
All right.
Okay.
So, I rolled Austria.
So, you using the old interface? Why are you using the old interface?
Because
I can do what our viewers are here for.
Sorry, not Ezio.
I mean, okay. Look, if you're going to do a game against WebDip AI, you've got to use the new interface. You can't do drop-down boxes. Our viewers aren't from, like, 1990.
Okay, literally, how? Honestly, like, how do I do that?
Just click on the little... I think you should just be able to click on the board itself, and it should take you to it.
Is it this?
Did that work? I haven't... No, the board itself, like the board.
Oh,
the actual game board.
I can't... Dude, I don't wanna.
But, like, you...
What? All right, viewers.
Old WebDip interface. It's not friendly to YouTube.
Look,
don't know what's going on. It's like minuscule on the screen, and people can't make out what the units are.
Man. All right, whatever. We'll click ready, and then we can see some moves.
Oh my god.
Venice to Piedmont, Naples to Renian. It's been a minute. We had a bounce in Galicia. I want to see the moves. All right. Interesting. Okay. Oh, wow. This is a fan. I'm Austria in this game? That's crazy.
I am worried you're going to get so invested in this game, we're not going to be able to go back to the final that we're supposed to be commentating.
Okay, look.
Right now.
The final moves, we've got 3 minutes till the next phase adjudicates, all right? Look. All right, here's the final. Look.
These poor players just fought through 5 hours of qualifiers, right? Only 1 in 7 people there qualified to the final. They worked so hard to get here, and they're watching us reward their efforts by alt-tabbing out and doing something else. What are you doing?
Look, man, we talked about it. We did power rankings. We've analyzed it again. Like, what do you want from me? Old. Anyone who doesn't understand that, Ezio is the devil. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him, Ezio. CaptainMeme, chat's on my side. We're going back to old interface. Now, let me see if I can figure out how. All right. So we're gonna build.
I have the graph of our viewers, and our viewers have gone down since you started the WebDip game.
Yeah, haven't the graphs of our viewers always gone down after the stream starts?
Okay, yeah.
That's how it goes. This will be a stream to remember. I hope so. Okay, what if I delete the beta from the URL? Does that fix it?
Are you going back to the old mode right now?
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yes. Look at that. Fleet Trieste. Oh, sorry. I should have taken requests. Oh, my God, we could do Twitch chat place diplomacy. What the heck? Oh, God. Clicking on the map makes it go to this. WebDip game is the only reason you're here? Yeah, if everyone in chat who's here for the WebDip game, then you should post that in chat so that meme knows. Because this is important, guys. And to be clear, on my other monitor, I have the other game up, and I'm ready for that game to adjudicate. And once that game happens, we're going to look at it and we're going to talk about it in depth. Okay. But here we are. So Italy is leaving us completely alone And Turkey built this army con, which means I'm supposed to just walk to Aegean. Right? Just like every time. And then I'm also going to support myself up to Galicia. And then I'm going to go to Serbia. All right, here for WebDip. Old WebDip map is what I'm here for. WebDip meme. This AI game is so much more interesting than the tournament. Me? What tournament? Okay, guys. That's a bit mean. The point is, they will close the stream with new interface. There's nothing for it, meme.
You know, I have like 7 people atting me for the stupid genius game that's going on right now, asking me where I am and trying to get me to type numbers in. I am ignoring them so that we can commentate this tournament final, and you are ignoring the tournament final at the same time.
Okay.
And you have controlled the goddamn stream. I'm never giving you control of the stream again. This is
look, we'll go back to this. Okay. And we'll wait for 30 seconds.
Oh my god. I can see what the moves they've got entered are. I get that as the GM. So I could commentate on them in advance, but I'm not going to.
We really can't do that.
Know what's going
on. No, we really can't. No, even though the players have said they're not watching, we absolutely can't commentate in advance. No.
That's true. There's some really interesting moves here, though. I'm like, no, I'm not.
Guys, again, we are here. This is a stream where we're gonna commentate the finals of the tournament. It's just while we're waiting for the finals in between moves and stuff, after we finished our analysis, then we can go back to the other one, right? That's how this is gonna go. Our priority is doing tournament analysis. That is what this stream is for. Okay, and so we have moves for fall of 1902.
We do. And you said earlier it would be very interesting if Germany had gone to Tyrolia instead of Italy.
Oh, yeah. That's what we're here for. And then there's France and the Irish Sea. Germany knows that everything is safe. They just bounced in Burgundy, nothing crazy. France, man... Stop making ugly arrows over the map. I saw Picardy and Gascony and thought there was a lot more chaos in Scandinavia than there actually is. Interesting for Germany to take
Where are those
from Holland instead of Helgoland.
Yeah, they've got no support hold on Belgium now. That's interesting.
But there's no right France didn't take, so it's fine.
The whole moveset is showing a lot of trust to France and Russia both, right? Going down into Tyrolia is saying, I want to stick with this triple that we've got going on.
Yeah.
And that's a very legitimate strategy in a top board. You can just go ahead and if you can get these people to stick together and demolish the other side of the board first so that they can't come in and take first, then you're only competing with 2 other people in the end game, right? But you gotta make sure that you stay ahead of them. That's the important part.
Wow. What is Germany gonna do with Tyrolia?
Super interesting question. I don't think it actually needs to do anything. It's gonna pull every unit like north that the Italians and Austrians need in the south, right?
I don't think it does that. I think as Italy,
like
right?
It pulls Budapest, Serbia, like Apulia back.
I mean, Austria has a build, and I think Austria says, "Yeah, you should take Vienna. Go for it."
I forgot that. Okay,
and then if the question is, does it stop Italy from convoying out? And I think the answer is yeah. I think Italy will probably cover Venice here. The risk being if Italy goes for a convoy and Germany goes for Venice and then backfills into Tyrolia, then Italy's lost Rome and Venice. And there's no coming back from that. Okay, as Austria, I build in Trieste.
Yes. Oh, are you trying to look for an excuse to slip into Venice again?
No. I just, I don't want Germany to get into Venice, you see. That'd be really bad if Germany took Venice. We can't afford to let that happen.
I see.
Then I think we can see the build.
Like Tyrolia is a really interesting move in general. We
No,
haven't
this was
talked about any other moves on the map, I should say.
Yeah, but this is
so when you say
retreats.
we should,
No, it's like builds. I thought builds were going to
yes,
be in, but no, it's retreats were the phase that we were at previously. Oh, North Sea had to
yeah.
evaluate. Yeah, okay. North Sea is in Yorkshire. Interesting.
That's an interesting retreat. I guess Yorkshire can cover Edinburgh and London is the idea, so it's protecting as much as possible. But it's also not a nice place for a fleet to be. It's kind of restricted in where it can go. And if you're trying to push back out into North Sea, you've got Edinburgh and London as potential retreat options, which is going to be a problem.
Do you know if there's a way to
Yeah.
like push to talk on Twitch chat for OBS so that I can like go and have a snack and then I can push something to, because if I want to eat crunchy food, then it's going to be obnoxious, right?
Just don't eat crunchy food.
When I'm hungry.
I don't know if there's an option. I mean, there's the literal volume bar on the interface that you were messing around with before the stream. You could just turn your volume down to 0 every time you want to crunch.
Yeah, but that's a lot of work. I'm sure there's a push to talk setting. I'll look into this while we talk about the game.
All right. Well, I guess I'll be talking about the game, and Ezio will be finding a way to consume his snacks.
No, we're looking at the West,
well.
right? So, okay, you're at France. Where are you convoying? I'm assuming you're convoying,
all right.
first of all. But where are you convoying?
I don't know that I'd want a convoy because it's 50-50, right? Liverpool, Wales, you just push into English Channel instead, and you don't have that 50-50 to worry about.
You're just gonna force English Channel here?
Yeah, because then you can successfully like force Wales after that. I don't know that I want to spend a turn dedicating 3 units to something that might not work.
Just hit.
Right?
Just don't miss your guess.
If I had to take a guess here, I would probably go Wales. Purely because I think England is more likely to cover Liverpool. But that really depends on the player, because there are some players who will just think, yeah, they're going to think that, so I'm going to do the opposite of what they're thinking.
All right, I'm England. Are you convoying to Wales or convoying to Liverpool? Go.
If you're England, I'm convoying to Wales. Because you like dots. That's like a thing. I think with most high-level players, I would convoy straight into Liverpool. But with you, I think you defend the dot regardless.
It's a spring phase.
Is it a spring phase? Yeah, it is. Okay. I still think you'd defend the dot.
But against high-level players, they would against them you convoy straight.
Exactly. I think against good players, I would convoy to Liverpool. Against Ezio, I would convoy to Wales. That is my takeaway from this.
Got it. Confirming I'm not actually a good player. So every time we have these intros where you say top player Ezio,
you'll note that I haven't said that in the last like 3 years. I think you've gone downhill.
I absolutely agree. I think I was never a top player.
You're a good player. You just, I think you were, and I think you still are a top player. You just value your dots more than other top players do. That is my opinion. I mean, other top players value dots pretty.
I think other top players value dots more than me. That's my
I don't think they value dots more than you. I think you value dots more than you value people. Which is not generally true of the highest echelons of diplomacy.
Interesting. Top player covering Liverpool. Top snapper. God. This Twitch chat. Okay.
Okay, would you have covered Liverpool?
Oh, against you? Not in a million years.
Really?
Yeah. I would assume you weren't going for the convoy.
Well,
You like your guarantees, man. You haven't taken a 50-50 guess against me ever, right? I have played 1v1s against you where I just know that you don't take the 50-50, and I just say, oh, okay, the 50-50 is free because meme's not going for it.
That is probably true. I take the guaranteed option way
Every
too
time,
often.
right? Like,
It just feels better, right? If I can kill you slowly but guaranteed, I'll do that over guessing anytime.
yeah. The argument, though, and the reason why to the viewers, even if your position guarantees improve, time passes, and if too much time passes, you'll miss the window to kill, and people change. Right?
Yeah, that's true. Slow and steady doesn't always win the race in diplomacy, because of things happening elsewhere on the board. If the other side of the board resolves too quickly, then you can be in a very bad situation very, very fast.
Also, by going for like straightforward predictable, then often what happens is then other players will take advantage. And if I see someone taking advantage where like, hey, this person is countering the guaranteed movesets, and if they do that multiple times, then it's sometimes really potent because I can know exactly what they're doing. I can just like outplay it by just one level and then completely crush. And there have been lots of games where I've actually alienated allies with this quite a lot, where my ally is saying, "Hey, Marcus, Ezio, let's take the guarantee," and I say, "I know what they're doing. just do what I say, and we're gonna they're off the board in 2 years." And I'm not good enough at convincing my ally to trust me on this. and then things break down. um, and the frustrating part is whenever I have these arguments, I'm always actually right. Like, I haven't had this feeling of like, okay, I know exactly what they're doing in these like guesses and been wrong. And yet I just can't convince people to trust me. So tilting.
I see.
Yeah.
Fair enough. You know what? I'll just leave it at that.
All right. Anything else you want to talk about me?
Right. We've got the builds, and yeah, we should do the builds, right?
Yep.
There's
Trieste,
another
Moscow.
army Trieste, as you predicted, and army Moscow going down there. Army Moscow is interesting. Is it interesting?
I mean, it's impressive that Russia
It's
got a
defending
build,
Warsaw, right?
right?
Yeah. Where did they get the build from?
Romania?
Oh, that wasn't Russian last year. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Austria misguessed here. Could have taken Romania if Serbia had supported, but they put the support on Bulgaria to keep it safe for sure.
Yes, makes sense. They had to guess what Black Sea would be doing there. They've still got, with Italy, they've got 2 pressure on Warsaw, which is why the army goes down in Moscow, right? Make sure that you can defend that province. But the German army is going to cause this Italy-Austria some issues.
What if it becomes Germany-Austria?
I mean, there's a possibility. I don't think it will. My instinct is that Austria wants to stick with Italy because Italy is working with Austria quite happily, without actually getting as much as Austria is getting, right? And that's quite often a winning formula for the game if you can manage to find someone who will accept that for a while and then stab them right before they're trying to get their reward for it, right? And that's very often the case with Italy in particular, because Italy is a naturally very slow power. If you don't go for Austria, it's very difficult to advance as quickly as your allies do. So yeah, I would say that Austria is likely to stick with Italy here.
I agree after this. I think if Austria was going to stab, was going to take an early stab, I would have expected to be last spring, when they had the ability to just walk in and take everything.
Yes.
Everything being just Venice, but the guaranteed shot on Venice is huge.
And I mean, they could have the guaranteed shot on Venice here if they do get the support from Germany, but it's not really guaranteed if you have to have someone else's support, and it's
and then get it leaked to you, and then they can easily just let Italy bounce while they go take Vienna or something. and like could be really bad.
Yes. All right. I'm trying to think what else we should cover here. I guess that was a 1902 turn, right? So we're supposed to do the power rankings.
Yeah, we just did a power rankings.
We did just do a power rankings, but we got another power rankings to do. Has Austria overtaken the two people above him or not?
No. Germany's in Tyrolia.
Yeah, that's fair. The fact that Germany has the spare units to go to Tyrolia in the first place is really speaking to Germany's position right now. And Germany and France's trust right now as well. Like, they're clearly getting on very, very well. I do think Germany is a lot more reliant on France not stabbing them than France is reliant on Germany not stabbing them, but that's just generally a France thing. So...
Testing? That didn't work. Unlucky. Okay.
You tried to snack.
No, I tried to see if the mute worked, and the mute did not work. And I didn't snack.
Okay.
Yeah, I think of the power rankings that have changed, I think that Russia's power ranking is, I mean, actually, I think we just nailed it, because we already had Russia pretty high, right? And Russia was above these two. I think Russia's above Italy.
Yeah, I definitely say that's true. The fact that Russia is on the wrong side of the Southern Alliance is a problem, but they clearly have allies in Germany and France, right, at the moment.
Well,
France
certainly
isn't gonna be
Germany.
that
France
useful that
is,
soon.
yeah. France, I think, will attack Italy at some point if they're actually allied, and we haven't confirmed that yet. But I expect Russia is going to get Norway at some point pretty soon.
Yes.
Snack.
Yeah.
Solve it. No need for a push to talk if I'm eating pudding. Yeah, that's wise.
I did also realize, like, you have the same microphone as me, right? There's a big button on the front that says mute. You can press that button and that will mute you.
Wow, ain't that something?
How did we not consider that an option?
Well, because surely I can do something else that doesn't, like, if I can envision games where I want to keep both hands on the keyboard and stuff and don't have to worry about it. But, anyways, this is... England is maybe... Do you think England's below Turkey?
Yes, because England has no allies, right? And Turkey at least has Russia potentially propping them up here. Yeah. I think Turkey can hold out a lot better than England can.
Yeah, Russia had the fleet in the Black Sea, and the fleet in the Black Sea was helping out Bulgaria, right? Or no, it helped out Romania, but it wasn't attacking. So I think Russia's likely on side. I think England has nobody on side. So, yes. Yeah, England's below Turkey, but there is this pretty significant gap between them and these two. It's like, I think, yeah, we have these three tiers. You've got tier 1, these three, who are all quite strong, and yeah, maybe even France has overtaken Germany because of whatever, but Germany's got more dots, it's whatever. And then Russia is a 6-center power, but Russia is still Russia, which we're going to leave at tier 2, because this pressure on Warsaw is really annoying. And then, yeah. Power rankings, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty good as far as the power rankings go. How much time do we have to kill still?
We got 3 minutes.
So, okay, right. Do you want to do 3 minutes of your web dip game?
Boy, do I have 3 minutes of time to spend. All right. Okay. So, meme. Oh wait, did I not put moves? I thought I had moves in here. Yeah, this is the current turn. Okay.
I can't believe you're using the drop-down interface. Like, people are... This is just showing people how backwards we are. We played diplomacy too much in, like, 2012.
Oh, yeah. Dude, this is how I grew up on diplomacy. Whenever I'm playing against first the AIs, this is how I play. And as you see, I've played 218 games against the AIs. So this is how we do things here. All right. So, meme, what do you think we should do here? You think we should convoy to Constantinople?
I genuinely can't make out where the units are because my screen is too small on that front. Convoy to Constantinople.
All right. Can you see the units now, meme? And we don't need to see the West. We're Austria.
I'm waiting to see what you did. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, we're on the proper map.
Guys, you can blame Meme for this.
You know what? This is going to be a really funny bit for the people who have stuck around for the entire stream, and for anyone coming in hoping to see Gauntlet stuff, they're going to log in, see us randomly playing a bot game, go, what the hell is this, and log back out again. Right?
What can you guys not see? We can't see that, period. Are you guys not seeing?
Know what that is.
Right? I'm showing the new moves, right?
Yeah, your moves right now are a good idea. Like, it's nearly guaranteed. If they tap Serbia, it's not guaranteed. But
it's not even close to guaranteed. What? Black Sea can support Bulgaria.
Yeah, no, you get one of Bulgaria or Constantinople, though.
Black Sea supports Romania to Bulgaria, Bulgaria to Con.
Okay, it's not guaranteed. Never mind.
No, it's not even close to guaranteed. But I think that I hope the bots go for Sevastopol or something.
Hmm. Yeah, the general Turkey position feels like a bot position where they would just keep YOLOing into Russia, because the bots are like that.
Yeah, that's why I kind of want a convoy to Smyrna. I think the upside of just taking two
it's a bot game. What's the downside of?
Because if I lose, it's real embarrassing.
That is true. You're streaming to 100 people.
Right. If I lose a bot game, that would suck. I mean, I am Austria, to be fair. And like, if you're gonna lose a faction in a bot game, Austria is an okay one to lose as. You think I need to cover Trieste? Or think I can like risk it and go to Bohemia?
Generally, if Italy's open like this in a bot game, they're not going to attack you. So you could go to Bohemia.
All right. Ready up. Hey, look at that. I got everything. And because we moved to Bohemia, we get the 2 spots open for the build. Oh, yeah.
When did the game start, says Twitch chat? The game started at 1:30 my time. It is currently 3 o'clock my time, so an hour and a half ago.
All right,
this is not Ezio's. When did Ezio's game start? This is when the actual game that we're supposed to be commentating started.
Hold up, we're supposed to be entertaining Twitch chat, YouTube chat, not necessarily doing anything else. They have the same attention span, okay? Anyways, this is done. The phase has adjudicated, so we shall go back to the actual game, and then we'll. Okay,
I don't think you should be making you should be making assumptions about the attention span of people who watch DiploStrats videos. If anything, they're much more attentive than the average audience.
So here we are.
All right, do we get to see the moves?
Yeah.
They should be up. I see. It hasn't.
Oof! Unlucky.
There we go.
Unlucky.
Darn.
Man, maybe they should have gone for English channel. God, these people, these fools, they take such risks. You know, the convoy back to Eddie, I kind of like. It means if the convoy went... Why is there an Hi, King of Prussia. Why is there an Italian army in Silesia? 5 words or less. Italy, allied Austria, wants dots.
It clearly doesn't want dots that much, right?
They went for Warsaw. They would have taken Warsaw, but they didn't take Warsaw. And also they were trying to get Khan, but didn't get it. What? Wait, what did Turkey do? Khan to Ankh,
Turkey
Smyrna supports Ankh to Khan.
Ankara to Khan, and then just entered.
And then did Black Sea Convoy? Black Sea convoyed Khan to Ankh. They went for a convoy shuffle and they got screwed by them. All right, we're rooting for Turkey and Russia. They're our friends.
That would have been such a good convoy swap. So just to explain to the viewers why you would want to do this, a fleet in Ankara is infinitely worse than an army in Ankara when you're defending from an Italy-Austria attack. Because the army in Ankara can support Smyrna, right, to hold. And that is so important. It can support moves into Smyrna as well, like all kinds of things to defend Smyrna. Ankara is not useful in the same way. It's just the fleet in Ankara. It can only really cover Constantinople, and so quite often you're going to get cracked in Smyrna, and then they're going to come in and kill you. So getting that army out of there into Ankara and the fleet forward would have been amazing. Unfortunately for them, gets blocked by Bulgaria supporting Aegean. The way that this would work, because usually in diplomacy, 2 units can't swap places, but if one of them takes a convoy, it can. So that is why one of them is going via the Black Sea Fleet. Here, it would have been slightly better to convoy it to Armenia, I guess, knowing what we know about the moves, but it was still a good thing to go for, I think. Ion to Apu. Yeah, that is an interesting order. It's a very interesting order. I assume Ezio is still eating snacks because I cannot hear him. So
exactly.
So I will.
I think that Austria and Italy got completely crushed by this army in Tyrolia. I think they did what you expected, right? And they just fully covered everything. Whereas if they had just ignored it, even if they misguess, like, okay, maybe Apulia to Venice can still cover, that's fine. But if Galicia and Silesia had worked on Warsaw, they would have taken Warsaw. If they had made any pressure on Romania, they would have taken Romania. So here, if Austria and Italy had just stayed the course, Russia could have lost Warsaw and Romania. That said, CaptainMeme, do you want to, if you had to pick between Russia and Turkey, which one are you rooting for? Because I'll root for the other one.
I root for the underdogs. I'm going Turkey, right? Russia's doing too well in the north for me to root for them. This Turkey is in a really tough spot, and I like the forethought of trying to do that convoy swap right there.
That was such,
although it might not have been their idea,
right? And again, it doesn't actually risk anything this phase, right? As you see, they were. Like, Constantinople is the only place that Turkey could theoretically lose, but with this support in, that was safe. Unless Black Sea, but whatever. So I think this was a great opportunity to go for the swap. If it worked, it would have made their position significantly better. This was huge. And then because Ionian's going into Apulia now, Turkey's not actually under that much pressure.
Yeah. I mean, just in general, the Ion to Apulia move confuses me so much.
What if they're
you got to assume it's because they thought Tyrolia to Piedmont, Munich to Tyrolia, right?
Could have been that. They also could send Venice to Piedmont, Apulia to Venice to get that fleet Venice you were talking about earlier. And then Austria forces Tyrolia and there's no retreats.
Ooh, that's an interesting idea. I don't think it's worth the fleet. Like, the problem here right now is Italy has no expansion prospects anywhere. They have no way of getting dots. Their units are all split up and they don't have enough units to put on the same place. If they super trust Austria, so to the extent that they would go like Aegean to Eastern Med, let the Austrian fleet out into Aegean, and then let them support them in, then maybe they get something. But right now, everything is based on Austria working with them. I would have really wanted to get that Ionian fleet into Eastern Mediterranean just to try and get something. Even then, I'm so worried because Austria could just slip into Ionian and then you're so screwed. It's the curse of Italy being on 4 centers. You never have enough units to do everything that you want to do.
Yeah, and this is what Austria-Italy alliances are supposed to look like. But ever since people are doing these Trieste loans, quote-unquote, Austria is the one in this terrible position and, like, was smaller and weaker and is in bad shape. So, this is old school, but also very aggressive. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just
it's interesting. Sorry, go on.
I mean, look, I'm rooting for Russia, and so I shouldn't be wishing that Austria just completely collapsed on Russia this last phase, but I still can't help myself but root for, I just wish Austria just completely capitalized, ignored the one unit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would have been so good, I think. Like, the thing about the German units as well is if it gets into Vienna, who cares? It's one German unit. Germany is not going to dedicate a huge amount to keeping Vienna. You can probably push them out, and like if you get the builds this turn, then you don't need to worry about it. But I can see why they pushed it back and why they're going like this, especially with like keeping in mind that Germany is allied hard with Russia and France. If all three of them come in, you are in trouble. And getting that out of there is nice, but getting the builds would be better.
Want to look at the West now?
Yeah, sure. So there's that convoy to Wales, right, that you mentioned.
And the convoy to Yorkshire.
Mm-hmm. Both of them got oh my god, alright. And yeah, England, I really like the English convoy back from Norway. This is what I do when I get like hyper attacked as England. I put my army back in the mainland so that it can defend things, right? And now France suddenly doesn't have a good way to attack, like to convoy in anymore, because you've got that unit that can go back to Liverpool as well. I really love these English moves all around. So good on the prediction front. Just defending everything that's not a supply center and paying off massively.
I will say, I assume that France and Germany were coordinating on this. And when doing guesses like this, generally I recommend flipping it. So one person goes for dots and one person goes for the not dots. Because people will often defend like this, where they will cover both dots or they'll cover neither. It's rare for people to cover just one dot. And so, yeah, in this case, if one of these convoys succeeds, right, if there's like an army in London, it's actually not that bad for England. It's pretty bad still, but it's not the end of the world. Anyways, I think this attack, I appreciate the optimism, and if it had worked, it would have been sick. But instead, France and Germany did not make much progress. Again, in their favor, England's disbanding, right? England's losing Norway, and there's nothing for it. So, England's not going to hold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is like desperately hanging on for England, but it's very good desperately hanging on. I'm I very much approve. I do want to like double down on your point there, because I think it was a really good one of splitting up whether you're going for dots or not dots. Because even if the person predicts that one of you is going to go for dots and one of you is not going to go for dots, they still have to guess which, right? So it's still a 50-50, even if they guess correctly. Which, yeah, it's just a lot easier to win that kind of guess as the aggressor than it is to win a guess where you're going all in on a specific strategy.
Yeah, but again, like talking about how to win guesses, that's the type of quality content you can get on DiploStrats. Here, I can tell you how to flip a coin and if it's coming up heads or tails. And I'm going to tell you it's real good. And you can look at the past results to determine if the next one's going to be heads. Yep.
I think in diplomacy games you genuinely can get very good at guessing, though.
Yeah.
Right? Because it is all a game of psychology, right?
Legitimately, I think I'm pretty good at guessing.
Yes, but it's also always going to be really hard to explain how you're good at guessing to the other person. I'm not good at guessing, for what it's worth. I tend to, especially I've noticed that from Genius games in the past, because guessing is what tends to kill me in those games, right? But any kind of psychological game against the other player, I will do really bad at, I've found. So I really need Ezio to sub in whenever I go to one of those. But if you need guesswork advice, go to Ezio, not to me. We just get the no from Ezio, no explanation there.
I give really bad advice when I'm giving other people advice on guessing.
Okay, I see.
I can when I play games with people and I feel like I just press affects the guesses. It does. I can't tell you exactly how, and I'm not going to read all the press. And when I message people, I get a sense of how they're feeling, and I put my fingers on the pulse and stuff. But
yeah. I mean that's also not. At that point, it's less about the guessing as well, right? Because if you want to, a lot of the time when I'm trying to win these kind of guesses, I will try and seed an idea in the other person's head, right? Just don't outright tell them, oh, I'm going to Wales, because at that point it's just a 50-50 on whether they believe you or not, right? But if you offhandedly mention something that sort of indicates that you were thinking of going to Wales, but also doesn't look like you purposefully indicated that, that's something you can put into your press, right? I'm like trying to think of how to explain that.
By the way, to
better.
beginners, don't do that, because it's so obvious when you like. CaptainMeme is good at it, and he's pulled it off successfully a couple times. But to beginners, I really recommend against it, because against anyone who's played this game before, what they're going to see is they're going to see, oh, they really want me to think they're going for Belgium. I'm not going to cover Belgium. Like,
yes, okay, that's
so,
kind of true. What I'm more thinking is like, where you discuss a long-term strategy or something like that, and you inadvertently mention something that makes them think, oh, he must be thinking of going for Belgium if he's planning that thing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how
CaptainMeme
to
is good at
explain
this,
it.
right? So he's describing stuff at a level that I recommend all the viewers don't attempt to emulate.
Okay, fine.
He's right. It does work, and you can do it. But that's the thing that, like, I don't know.
I do get what you're saying about, like, it's bad to give advice on that kind of thing, because it's so hard to put it in a way where you can actually explain what you were trying to do. Right?
And again, I think you have. To be clear, it's just really difficult to execute, and the people who I think have the ability to execute it have like already thought about it, right? So they don't need to hear it, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably true.
It's like there's advice that I would give to beginners in chess, and advice that you don't need to give to beginners in chess. And then if you're giving advice to like experienced players in chess, then like it's tough because they often know what advice they're gonna get, right? Yeah. Like, anyways, we got very sidetracked. We got time for...
So we got a chat message here.
Yeah.
Love the World of Chaos series. Will you be playing any larger variants, if any will be made? When you say larger, do you mean larger than World of Chaos? Because I don't think that's ever going to happen, unfortunately.
No, ever is. It's going to happen eventually. Just not anytime soon.
Maybe. Like, it's tough to say just how hard... Like, it's tough to put into words just how hard it was for the moderators to run World of Chaos. They had to build a bot specifically for it. The number of players in the game was more than the number of roles that you can put on a Discord server. So they couldn't really use Discord's inbuilt mechanisms for it at all until a lot of the players got eliminated, right? It's just at a scale where it was so much work that I don't think it's going to happen again. But the kind of... I'm sure it will eventually happen again. Someone will do it. You know, the things like 7 Days of Chaos, for example, massive games, not quite on the scale of World of Chaos, but they were hand adjudicated. People like did that without a bot, which is absolutely insane. Some people are just dedicated enough to do that kind of thing, but it doesn't happen very often. So I really doubt it'll happen again anytime soon. If it does happen, I would absolutely jump into another game. It was an absolute blast to play. And Ezio, I'm sure, would love to get an experience of actually playing, because the World of Chaos one didn't go so well for him.
I played. I just lost. That's how it goes. Right? A lot of Chaos games, if you only have one center, you're just going to lose. And I lost because I did a terrible misorder. Like, yeah.
That is something you always have to keep in mind going into a Chaos game in particular, right? Diplomacy is always a bit of a gamble in that if you go into it, there are just going to be some games where you get eliminated and you're like, I can't really make this into a video because it just didn't last long enough. Credit for it to Ezio for allowing me to make some of his doomed runs into videos anyway, right? With the Olympus games that didn't go very well. But with a Chaos game, it's like, okay, sometimes I am just going to get eliminated in 1901 and then we can't make a video at all. And that just happens in Diplomacy, and it happens a lot more in Chaos.
Happens a lot more to some of us not high-quality players.
I don't know. You've won more of these Chaos games than I have, so...
I mean, I've done better in more of the Chaos games than you.
Yeah, much better.
I didn't win.
I'm a survivalist. That's all I do. I survive those games, and
Yeah, you've
that's
survived
as
all of
far
them,
as I
right?
get. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm good at that. I'm not great at getting more dots than that. Anyway, World of Chaos had more than 250 players. Yes, it had about 360, something like that, I think.
Yeah, however many dots in the Imtip map, which I thought it was like 330. I don't remember. It was a lot.
It was more than 330. I think it was towards 350. But yeah, it was more than 250.
All right, so before Meme gets mad at me for stuff, the game has judicated, by the way. And Meme just sitting here talking about World of Imtip. I've put it up on the map, which shows that Meme is clearly not looking at the map, and he's actually.
Look, I was looking at chat. That's still relevant.
Yep, I'm just saying, Meme no longer has any moral high ground to give me lip for wanting to play any WebTip games. We look at the board. We see this turn was in fact very interesting. So first thing, what is the first thing that you noticed, Captain Meme?
I noticed France stabbing Germany. That was my first thing. I guess also the convoy into Armenia is pretty, it's pretty big. And all the Austrian units moving towards the border. Okay, there's quite a few things going on here. Which one do you want to cover first?
I mean, I guess we can look at the West first. But
okay, sorry, you were expecting me to talk more.
Yeah, I was.
More talking. Okay. Right, so the first thing I notice is that France stabs Germany for Belgium. Notably, Germany appears to be expecting it. They go into Holland, which is specifically to defend Belgium, right? They put a support hold on Belgium as well. They pull Tyrolia back into Munich. They're doing all the kind of things that you do when you think, oh god, I'm getting stabbed by my ally. Unfortunately, they moved into a position where they couldn't actually stop the attack on Belgium. So I am wondering if either something that France did on the previous turn was not actually arranged with them. Did they go into Burgundy on the previous turn? I don't recall, but that could be it. Yeah. So maybe they broke a demilitarized zone there and Germany got a heads up because of that. The other thing that it could potentially be if France went to England and went, hey, can you cut North Sea for me, or can you work with me, right, to go after Belgium, then England is just going to go to Germany and say, hey, Germany, France approached me, we should work together, right? And Germany maybe got the heads up because of that. So one thing or the other there. The other thing I'm noticing, Germany just walks into Sweden. Like, so they know they're getting stabbed by France, which is like doing, you know you're getting stabbed by one ally, you walk in on the other ally at the same time, you've now got no allies left. That doesn't seem smart to me. But maybe it was with agreement from Russia if they knew that France was going to be coming this hard. That would make more sense.
I would be incredibly surprised. I just think that the alliance structure on the board completely shifted this turn. Basically, everyone who was hostile last turn looks like they're friendly now. Basically, and everyone who was friendly looks like they're hostile, except for Italy, Austria. I think Russia and Austria looked kind of hostile. A little bit not. Wait, with Austria backing out of Galicia, then you can say that that wasn't hostile, but there was still pressure, right? And like there was hand fighting over Bulgaria, right? And like Russia was working with Turkey, but now that's clearly not the case with this convoy to Armenia. And this looks like an AIR where Austria has moved in on Munich, and I'm sure Russia's going to be incredibly happy about this, given that Germany just stabbed Russia, and so now that's a great excuse for Austria and Russia to work together now. Like, this just... I feel bad for Turkey, because Turkey's done such great defensive moves for a couple of phases, but at some point, it doesn't matter because nobody's on their side.
Yeah, that's the convoy into Armenia is just so devastating here for Turkey. What can I say except ouch? I don't think that Turkey survives very long. Yeah, I mean, I agree with basically everything you say. I wonder if Germany is planning, if they didn't arrange this with Russia taking Sweden, I wonder if they're planning to, if they were thinking maybe I can get away with it and say to them, look, I really needed this. I'm so sorry. I couldn't tell you because you would block me out of it 100%. Right. So I'm, I just decided to go for it, but please forgive me. But I don't think that's going to work for them, especially with Austria and Italy on their border. um,
Yeah,
am I currently solo commentating?
I don't think you can normally convince people, hey, I just took Sweden from you and didn't tell you about it. Please don't hurt me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very difficult in diplomacy to manage something like that. You can do it with going into a DMZ or something. You can't. So sometimes you can get away with going into a DMZ and doing something like that, but taking an actual dot is much more difficult.
And especially, and you can often get away with it if the person you're doing it to has other bigger problems. Right.
Yes.
But if it's a position like this where Russia's done a good job demilitarizing with Austria, they've got the crippling position against Turkey, England is backed off, there's no one else for Russia to fight right now. So I think that Russia is very likely to just say, hey, you're forgiven. Just walk back to Denmark, everything will be fine. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then just walk back in behind. And then look to get in the Baltic Sea and just crush. So I think this is really good news for England.
Oh, completely agree. I mean, this has turned things around completely for England, right? They've even got 3 fleets on the North Sea and nothing through. Well, okay, there are some things.
They're gonna have a disband, right?
But like, yeah. Do you think they take off one of the fleets? Probably, because otherwise they lose Liverpool to the French. So Fleet Yorkshire comes off. They've still got the pressure on the North Sea, but more importantly, Germany's got the pressure on them to the point that they're probably going to go, hey, England, please, 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 please work with me. I need you to work with me right now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Let's see the builds.
Yeah, I'd be happy to go ahead to the builds here.
Okay. Army Marseille, and then disband Fleet Eddie.
Okay. Fleet Eddie. Interesting. That means they can't force North Sea without a potential damaging retreat, right? Which is interesting.
I don't think Germany's going to fight England, right?
I mean, I doubt it. Yeah, they're probably on the same side, and the fact that they've well, the thing is, I think Germany would have wanted England to go up into Norwegian and help them with Scandinavia, right?
Yeah, to be clear, I don't think that Germany is going to fight England. That doesn't mean that I think England won't fight Germany. I think England is going to put English Channel in the North Sea and cover Eddie.
Yes, that seems likely. I just don't understand why they wouldn't keep Edinburgh in that case.
You don't want London to be at risk? You want to give them excuses to not work together or something?
Yeah, fair. I mean, do you think they're covering Edinburgh from Liverpool, right? In order to do that, because they would need the other fleet to support.
You think they need to put 2 supports on it? No way.
Well, they only get. Do you think they're getting supported by France? Or
if I am England, I am putting France in the North Sea.
Oh, you're putting France in the North Sea. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I thought you said you were forcing it yourself.
No. I'm putting France in the North Sea. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I would absolutely do that if France agrees to it. I feel like France is gonna just say no. You should go into the North Sea instead, though. Right?
I'm gonna say no.
Does France really
I'm not
want
moving
to give
out
up
of my
this
units
position?
while you're in Irish Sea and English Channel. I'm gonna put English Channel in the North Sea, and I expect Irish Sea to go to Mid-Atlantic Ocean or English Channel. And then I'm going to stick around in Yorkshire, and then I can hold London so you can't take it from me. And then once you're out of Irish Sea, we can start talking. And if not, I'll be poking you and you can't get any support on anything. Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pitch because, at this point, England actually is strong enough to negotiate with France. France only has the 2 fleets, and they've not got any support coming in now that they've stabbed Germany. So
yeah, now that Germany and Russia
they're
are
not going to be able to break England by themselves.
The Russian fleet's not going to help out.
Yep. So England's got the leverage right now if they want it.
And so normally, right, it's weird. Normally, England wants the leverage to have the North Sea themselves, but in this context, you want France to be a complete shield between you and the enemies, so that way you get to be safe, and then you can force the North Sea, and then put the French fleet from the North Sea into like Helgoland Bight or something. But this gives you much more safety than if you're the one in the North Sea, while France's units are still behind you. It's a difficult balancing act. Here, yeah.
Generally speaking, as England, you're doing well. You're doing better the fewer enemy fleets are in existence in the north, right, or in play in the north, and that's the definition of it. In play is interesting. Because if you can force the French units over to where the German fleets are, without France building more fleets in the process, that effectively takes the German fleets completely out of play in North because they are pinned behind those French fleets, and it's moved the French fleets like into the old German fleet position. So you're essentially playing against two fewer fleets there. That is what you want to be doing as England. So it's a good way of effectively disbanding enemy fleets without actually disbanding them, right? Taking them out of play. If they manage to get the French to actually thread all their fleets through, that would be fantastic. But I doubt France is going to actually agree to that.
Yeah, you can look at the one, right? The first fleet's all you can go for.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But that's enough. A lone fleet in the English Channel is not really going to be a threat.
There is a possibility. Okay, so from Twitch chat, there is a possibility that this was planned by France and Germany to make Germany gain their trust. It's I'm saying Twitch chat now. Oh my god.
Gotcha.
I'm doing everything I've accused you of. This is bad. Anyway, in YouTube chat, there is Da Cosma says there is a possibility that this is planned by France and Germany to make Germany gain their trust. To make England gain their trust, I assume you mean by that. It's feasible, but they had England on the ropes, right? It's a plan that diplomacy players would absolutely come up with, but I think it was completely unnecessary here if it actually happened. They've lost so much momentum with this attack right here that if it was like, they don't really gain all that much, right?
And then
yeah,
the
powers were
Marseille
assigned at random.
Is, I think, the nail in the coffin. If this had been, if France had built fleet pressed, I could see the argument that they're gonna work together, that this is a ruse or something. But Army Marseille doesn't give me those vibes at all.
Yeah, Army Marseille is much more a pro-England build. You're not
By the
putting
way,
an
I've
extra
updated
fleet.
power rankings, meme. Take a look.
Okay. Austria first. Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. I know that Germany has fallen a lot. England is over Turkey. Yeah. Yeah, England can't reasonably be any higher than that on 3 dots, right? Regardless of their diplomatic position. I'm interested in the Italy ranking. Yeah, no, yeah, I agree with you on that. I can't find any fault with it. Italy so badly needs that 5th dot, right? It's like they can't really do. Yeah, if they don't get anything, they're in a lot of trouble because they're constantly at Austria's mercy.
Right?
Yes.
I would rather play Italy than Austria, by the way. But I just am not allowed to put Italy above Austria here.
Why would you rather play Italy than Austria?
Because I love Wintergreen.
In this situation.
And I think that Austria is about to get Wintergreens into oblivion. But that doesn't always happen, right? It's not every game, which is why I can't afford to put Austria lower. But I'm petrified as Austria. Oh, yeah, sorry. I leaned back in my seat. Sorry, guys. Now I'm closer to the mic again.
Sorry, everyone. You can turn me down if you want to. If you want to lean back a little bit.
Absolutely not, because I'm supposed to be crisp and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the heads up on that. By the way, Pimar, that's really appreciated because we're not listening to ourselves as we're doing this, so we don't.
I mean, we're only listening to ourselves, but listening to ourselves the way that normal humans listen to themselves, not the way that people do through the video, where it's quite distorted.
Yes.
All right, great. Power rankings done. Web dip time.
All right. That's I guess how long have we got until the next
Like
move?
3 minutes. We got ages. We can get a couple years.
Yeah,
at least.
3 minutes. I'll accept 3 minutes of your web dipping.
Okay.
That's reasonable.
Man, I hate this. Okay, so this is what the current position looks like. So Italy is hard committed against France. France is defending just fine. England is in English Channel. I need to read the older map, sorry. What?
Still, so for people who have tuned into the stream since we started this bit, Ezio is playing against AIs in the meantime. Why have you got 404?
Because I deleted the thing. I
you
deleted a question mark. It's
the-
fine.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so maybe I should have actually built Fleet Trieste. I didn't really think about it, but I'm Austria. I'm gonna keep building armies. It's fine.
I still think like there's one person in chat who knows how to read this map. Not working. But hey, if you prefer it on this, I'm sure it's just downtime anyway. Go ahead and do it.
I just like not having to type, right? I can literally just
You don't have to type on the
or
new
I don't have to
interface
click.
either.
Excuse
You
me. I just
click.
have to type. No, I like typing. I hate clicking.
Wait, you enter these with your keyboard only? That's insane.
Yeah, you see,
Okay,
I like as I'm going through, right? So like I'm in. I'll do it for the next orders. That'll be more clean. But like I just click 2 tabs and then support move to Galicia from Vienna, and then I tab all the way down, and then Vienna moves to Galicia, and then tab to save, and then tab to ready up when I'm ready to go. And if I want to look at on the map to make sure everything's looking good, I do this. And I mean, I'm just solo Austria against the Juggernaut, but Russia's in such bad shape, I think this will be fine.
Look, I'm not insulting people's intelligence. I'm saying that people are younger than us.
You really think this is easier to read?
Like it hasn't updated yet, but yes, I think that the proper WebDip map is much easier to read because it's not like 2 pixels wide.
Okay, why do we say proper instead of beta, which is what this WebDip map currently is, versus the OG?
Okay, fine, because this is the one that people use.
Is it?
Okay, so here's the thing: more people who are on WebDip probably use the older map purely because they're on WebDip because they were there in 2008, right? It's like most of our viewers are not going to be people who were playing Diplomacy in 2008. This is not gonna. There was a reason why we didn't make any commentary videos before Backstab became an option.
I don't think so. Whoa, what happened? Wait, what were the moves? Oh, darn it. Russia put 3 on Romania, and I didn't. It's hard to read because it's got 8 total pixels. That's so much easier. Okay, yeah, people like this know when we can do this. I do use old maps, and you started playing recently. The newer map is clearly better. Okay. Well, the viewers have spoken.
It seems like a very divisive topic. I should clearly make some kind of drama video on it.
Oh, dude, that would be so good for the content. I just wish I could input
make
orders
2
the old
videos.
way.
One is how dare they change the old map. The other is it's amazing that the old map is going away, and see which one gets more likes.
That's how we should do it. Okay, I think these moves are like guaranteed to be very, very incredible. So this is great. Okay. Ready up. Nice.
Yeah,
and
I was
easy,
gonna say, like, even when I made the first YouTube videos on this channel, which were like, I think it's pretty much exactly 10 years ago now, I would use JDip because WebDip just it's not friendly enough to the camera. Right? People can't see what's going on.
Okay, maybe should I build Fleet Trieste or Army Trieste?
Will Italy be annoyed with Fleet? I don't think Boss Italy would actually be annoyed with Fleet Trieste. I think you could get away with it.
Also, just like I'm gonna need another fleet to crack, right?
Yeah, and
So
Italy is not going to help you because
they're on the
they're a bot.
west.
They've committed in a direction.
Yep, sounds good.
Um,
It'll take a little bit to get down there, but even still, it'll be good against Italy once the time comes. And I've got
my
enough
God.
armies I've already crushed. Yeah, fleet's good.
There's people in the chat saying they weren't born in 2008.
No,
This is making me feel old.
no. 2008. Oh, good God. All right, we're not gonna think about that. We are not thinking about that at all. Not even a little bit.
All right. Apparently, the Spring 1904 is done. We can go over to the.
Okay, yeah, we should do that. We should do that. I'm not gonna think about these moves too much.
What was the popular website before WebDip? That's an interesting one because WebDip's like PHP diplomacy was the first open source like mass adopted one. It got copied and put in a bunch of places. So the one before it was technically PHP diplomacy, but that was just WebDip. It was the same guy who made WebDip, and it was the predecessor to it. Before that, it was the judges. Like if you go to it's not diplom.org anymore. Diplom.org got sniped by a scam company, sadly. But the Diplomatic Pouch website has a judge on it that adjudicates the games in the way that the old adjudication systems work. There was one called the Load Judge, I think. Play Diplomacy was not before WebDip. Play Diplomacy actually used the WebDip code as its base, so it came a little bit later. But yeah, it would be like these judge sites. And then before that, it would be play by email. Wild Juniper Bush is completely correct. And then before play by email, it was play by mail. You would send each other real letters. Anyway, so we should get back to the game again, as Ezio already has.
I think the time has come to stab Italy.
You think Austria's going in? I mean, they put a unit in Trieste. Why do they want the unit in Trieste? And Italy is about to get that build if they don't stab them now, so this would be the ideal time, right?
I think you take Venice, go to Ionian. You work with Russia to. I think you let Italy take Smyrna. I don't think you try to deny that. But by getting into Constantinople, then you hope that Russia is going to be on your side versus Italy. That said, if Russia doesn't do that, and if Russia sides with Italy, then as Austria, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I'm interested to see if Austria do go for it. Because I think also in these games, there's kind of an inertia that, like, as commentators, we're not feeling it because we're not having to do the negotiation, right? Of like, this person has been working with me all game. I can trust them to keep working with me. Should I really change things up in order to get this advantage? It's harder to make that decision than it sounds when you're just talking about the map, right? Because you also have to make that decision based on the players that
other
you've
people
been
have
talking to.
Right? Just keep flipping. Right? It'll always work out eventually.
Yep. Is the map gonna stop moving at some point?
I don't. I just wish my screen. I wish I could have an extra like half a bit, so I could both have the spring 1904 and the unit count at the bottom.
Oh right, yes.
But I don't think that's possible.
I mean, I generally fixed that by scrolling down on Backstabber whenever I wanted to see the unit count because my screen was the right size to do that. But I don't know whether that works on yours. The scroll bar might not be there.
I can scroll, but it just doesn't. It means I can scroll down to see the units, but I don't want that. I want the units to always be on screen. I want someone to look at this and have all of the information the way that I do when I look at my screen, but they don't, and it frustrates me. And I hate OBS. Anyways, I don't hate OBS. I love the fact that OBS lets me stream like this to all of our amazing viewers that we love so very much. Something content.
We could resize the capture in OBS. Unfortunately, we can't resize the power rankings board on the side because that's an asset that I made in a way that doesn't really work with OBS, but it kind of does. So you'd have a bunch of white space if we made it smaller. Anyway, so just generally about the state, we haven't talked about what happened in the West, right?
No, we haven't.
Because I see an England rotating, and I see a France attempting to make the moves that you said that England should pitch.
Yep. They would have been countered by Russia in this case. Russia's support held North Sea to hold. So.
Yeah, England could have forced them through with both supports and then moving Liverpool up to Edinburgh to cover, but you kind of have to predict that this is going to happen in order to.
Yeah,
to
and
do
I
that,
can't.
so.
I don't think you can back out of Liverpool here. Like, if England,
Yes.
if France is even a little bit of a sense that that's going to happen, then they might just take Liverpool and lock you out of the game. And then France can 1v1 Germany, which is really good for France. So.
Yeah, I completely agree. So, yes. What do you think about the England pivot then? Do you think that's a good play?
As England, I think it's fine. Yeah, like, that's not a problem. It's just, I don't know. My instinct was rather, like, I think that both this current England and I are uncomfortable with France being where they are. My feelings were that the easiest way to get France out of there would be to help put them into a position where they will get out of your hair, even though that gives them strength against Germany. I think that will still force Germany to fight them, and then I will be in position to capitalize afterwards. I think England is simply saying, hey, France is a threat, let me work with Germany against the person that's a threat against me, and I'll just be nice and straightforward. And, like, maybe put North Sea into English Channel. Maybe that's how England's going to get out. And, like, that'll work too. That gets hostile units out of North Sea, so.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that outside that move to Sweden, which I guess is... no, this is probably... I was going to say that France outright stabbed their ally in Germany, right? Whereas Germany hasn't really stabbed, but that's not true at all, because Germany attacked England in the first place. Germany went into Sweden. I was going to say that maybe England is choosing the, ally that they view as more reliable, but I don't think they'd view Germany as more reliable here. I feel like they'd view them both as kind of evil.
Yeah, I think they just feel that France, as, like, with the units in Irish Sea and English Channel, is a bigger threat than Germany is. Therefore, it makes sense to defend against the bigger threat. Like, I can get behind that.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how well they manage it, especially if Austria does go for the stab here. There's never going to be any support coming in from the south on this, on the attack on France. So I don't know if it's actually going to get too far. Although the fact that France only has the 2 fleets is a point in England's favor here.
Yep, definitely. I'm just, dude, I know we shouldn't do power rankings, and I know that it feels crazy to drop Austria so much after, like, this turn was kind of everything that Austria was expecting. I just want to put Austria so far down.
Because you think they're gonna get ganked by everyone?
I think that Russia is like Russia bouncing in Galicia like this is really bad for Austria, right? Austria wanted Russia to go to Prussia and Warsaw, right?
Yes, Russia is refusing to alienate anyone, which means they have the opportunity to make the jump on whoever they want to, and it does look like they're keeping units more in position to go for Austria once they're done with Turkey.
Yeah, more than that. They had the ability to jump on Germany here, and they chose not to, right?
Yes.
They had a chance.
And this is after Germany took Sweden. Right? I am starting to lean more towards the Germany took Sweden by agreement theory.
By agreement or whatever, but, like, the fundamental thing is that I think that Russia is going to attack Austria. I think that we then bring them down. I think we're going to bring Russia up, and I think we're going to bring Italy up. And then I think Turkey's going to go to the bottom. And then I think that I'm going to put... I think it's going to be really ugly. It's going to be something like... Oh, God. No, I want to move this. There we go.
You can lock the background, remember?
Yeah,
although I imagine you'd stop doing that because
then I need to go back to the Ezio bot games and bring those up on the calendar. Yeah. Okay, great. Power rankings done. Back to bot game.
Well,
5
I
minutes.
think we got to. Is there more we can talk about this? Not really, right? We've kind of covered everything.
Like, okay, who's going to get Constantinople? Russia, Austria.
Yeah.
All right, while you think about that, I'm going to go take the bot game out.
Okay, so Austria shouldn't let Russia get Constantinople, right? It just feels too bad.
You think Austria can stop it?
Well, they could throw a support hold. That guaranteed stops it, right?
Yeah, but doesn't that like it doesn't? Then Russia has the
Yeah, then Russia has the casus belli or whatever to
Yeah.
to go in on you. Yeah, I think you go ahead and ask Russia for the support into Constantinople
but
for the
then
moment.
if
but
I'm Russia, I say yes, just
getting
don't give
Meme-
it, right? And then I take
Yeah.
Constantinople myself, walk into Romania and and Galicia, and I'm just ready.
Yeah, well, with all that in mind, do you think Austria will not stab Italy? Because, like, if they keep Italy on side here and Italy doesn't go for the wintergreen, then Austria have a pretty solid line against Russia.
Oh, but
right?
I think that Italy has to go for the wintergreen here, right? Look, if when Italy takes Smyrna from Eastern Med, and like they have their army back, like surely Italy's just going to attack Austria. I think the wintergreen
Yeah.
is best for both Italy and Russia here.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I'm mostly thinking if Italy is maybe more loyal of a player than you're giving them credit for, right? Given that they've been willing to go this long without gaining supply centers.
I was told that the Italian player made it through the semis, stabbing everyone all the time.
Okay, yeah, that was what we heard from the other people in the game. So it is very possible.
All right, great. So I think Austria's cooked, and it doesn't matter who gets Constantinople. I expect it to be Russia, but if it's Austria, wouldn't that be great for them? And I think their position still collapses despite being up on 1,000,000 dots. Great.
Yeah.
Sorry,
interesting idea from ArtJack59 in the chat here, which is that Austria could ask Russia for Romania in return for letting them get Constantinople. Now, the downside to that is Russia can just block it with Ukraine, but it does stop Russia advancing if they're just going to jump everything in, right? Which is, it's very possible that they would do otherwise. I see we're back to the web dip game in the background, but I'm sure we'll get a view on the
Yeah, I mean,
the
everyone can
actual
remember the
game
map,
at some
right?
point.
It's not that hard.
But yeah, but it does. I think it's a very good thing for Austria to propose because it does stop the Russian being able to make the most effective attack on Austria on that turn, which in turn might disincentivize Russia from even trying to make that attack in the first place. Yeah, I'm just looking back in the chat a little bit here.
People have
had
things.
amazing matches playing PBM. Yeah, play by mail would be really cool. That's something I really want to make a video on, actually, is just get 7 people together and play by mail for a year. The problem is it requires like a year.
Yeah, it requires absolutely
it's
ages.
a long-term video.
Tactics here, meme. Question. So, Smyrna's tapping Constantinople every time, right?
Yes.
Because like I was debating going to Aegean to try to do this shuffle, but I think
no, I think Black Sea is a good guess. It's probably Black Sea is almost certainly going back to Ankara because that's how the bots work.
right,
I think
this and there, and then we tap, and then we get into Black Sea, and then we can support into Con and make things happen. Is there a world where I need to do anything to like get into Serbia or like try to get to Bulgaria to backfill? I don't think so. Because again, I'm so confident it's gonna get tapped, and I like this. Yeah, okay, great.
Yeah. I am going to update viewers who have just joined because I'm sure there are more have joined since on what is going on here. Ezio is playing a bot game in the background while we wait for some of the orders to come through, which should be relatively soon on the actual finals game. But Ezio can play his orders quite fast, as you can see there. Oh my god. Okay, well, you get the retreat into Ankara, that's fine, right?
Yeah, I get the retreat into Ankara, and I get Warsaw, so it's game over.
Yeah. This is how you win. This is something you can take away over the course of this game. How to win a game as the bots against the bots as Austria you get very lucky with Italy being a friendly bot who opens friendly, and then they continue going in other directions, which is what bots do. They tend to commit hard and stay committed. And then you just roll.
Yeah, just have good tactics.
Yeah. Play by
We
mail
also got
opens up
friendly
entirely
lucky in that
new.
the Turkey bot and the Russian bot started fighting from the get-go.
Yeah.
Should I go
That
for
is
Sevastopol?
also
I think I should go for
correct.
Sevastopol instead of tapping.
Yeah, you can hit Warsaw with 2 and Sevastopol with 2. They can only cover one of those. That seems like a good idea. There is a chance that you get both, although it's a very
It's
small
very low,
chance,
but I think I'd just
right?
rather get into Sevastopol so I can get into Armenia is the point.
Yes,
So I think this is
I
better.
agree.
And if by some miracle, then what does Budapest do? I don't need to send it to Armenia anymore. I think just Vienna.
It's a
I
good
think I'm just
question.
sending it.
Yeah,
But I can build.
Vienna seems fine.
And then I build another army Trieste, and I can actually hit
Well,
Germany pretty early.
you go Galicia to Warsaw instead of Cilicia in? Like, how often does Germany tap you there?
Silesia. Ooh, good point. That's actually a lot better.
Yeah.
If I get
If
tapped,
there are
it's
people
really
interested, if there are people interested in the play-by-mail idea, say so in the Discord. Like, I would be happy to arrange something. Although I realize I kind of have to dox myself to 6 people in order to make that happen. But hey, people in the back in the play-by-mail days were willing to do that. If you look at the old play-by-mail zines, there's a list of everyone subscribed to the zine and their addresses in the back of the magazine, which is like, okay, well, I do not think that would happen these days. But hey. Play-by-mail opens up entirely new tactics such as felony mail tampering, says Willow. I feel like that was said as a joke, but it's actually, like,
Don't
not
ask how
far
far
off
people
what
went
used
back
to
in the day,
happen.
man. People went
Yeah.
crazy.
There were definitely stories about, in particular, Eddie Basson intercepting people's mail, and then, like, I don't know. Actually, I think the stories with him weren't him intercepting mail. It was him taking mail that they'd sent to him and, like, cutting it up and rearranging it and then putting it back together. I don't know how he would make that convincing, but I feel like that's the story I heard, that he sent, like, forged messages to other people that way that actually had the person's handwriting in.
Yeah.
Maybe cutting out a little bit of the message that was incriminating or something like that. Right. There was some really cool things that happened back then. Yeah. Will you also start a zine? Could be an interesting idea. There's a lot of good zines still out there. Like, people don't realize it as much now because we're all online, right? But there are still real zines that run. And by real, there are also online zines, of course, and they're not real. But there are actual printed magazines that still happen now. God Save the Zine has a good list of all the ones in the UK. I don't know. I don't know where you would find the US ones, though, unfortunately.
This is one of those situations where I'm going for very aggressive tactics. This is insane. I mean, tell me I'm insane.
I think against the bot you can get away with insane. Like, I think that's don't do that in a real game, but it's totally fine here. You just need Italy to stay on your side, and this Italy boss is staying on your side.
What's Italy gonna do? Even if you have like a stabby Italian player, what are they gonna do? No, it's just like, aren't these tactics just bad? I don't care.
I mean, you're never getting Moscow because Livonia is gonna support hold it every time. But, like, there's no harm in trying. You're getting Sevastopol anyway, so
yeah, the way that worked out, and Berlin and Munich. Yeah.
Yep. That's how you win bot games. Don't do this at home, folks. This doesn't work against real people.
Yeah, it does. It really does, honest to God.
All right. Have we got the next moves in yet?
Oh,
let me just refresh and see. Through to spring 05. Where were we when we left off? Okay, we were, yeah, so we've got the fall 04 moves to look at.
Oh my God.
When you can bring them up.
Okay, yeah, but I gained like 6 thoughts that phase.
Okay, no. Look, we've got an actual tournament game to look at.
Yeah.
Stop gaining dots and start looking at other people gaining
But
dots.
thoughts. Anyways, we're back. Okay, here is this.
Okay, I'm still seeing you doing your web dip stuff.
Yeah, but it's coming
Okay,
back. It's coming back, see? All right.
There we go. We need to look at the fall moves.
Yeah, I'm in the fall 04. And Austria stabbed Italy, but didn't go for Ionian? Oh, no.
Wait, Austria stabs Italy and offers the support hold to Gian? What?
Yeah.
Um,
I think this was a last-minute change thing, and they didn't get around to changing everything.
Yes, I would not be surprised. Because, like, Ionian feels like a no-brainer there if you're stabbing Italy. It's the one time where you can get in completely unopposed, right?
And then
Once
you're
you've shown your hand,
Tunis,
they're going to cover.
Right? If they force, and they have to force it again, it's really bad. As is, you're never getting into Ionian anymore. Wow. Well,
Yeah.
this looks amazing. And then Russia tapped Silesia, which I'm sure was intentional to mess up Austrian's position, right? And now Austria gained 2 dots still, right? Which is important, and getting 2 builds, and then it's gonna build Vienna, Budapest, but they didn't walk into Galicia because they cared more about denying Munich. And then, as we expected, England has put Germany into the English Channel. Oh, this is going to be exciting, and I stand by my my pitch that Russia's at the top.
I would not argue with that right now. I think Russia is positioned incredibly on the diplomatic side of things, and everyone's looking at other people as the biggest threats, right? Like everyone's ganging up on France as this. Well, they are France, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean,
but also in the
mostly
south,
just
I think everyone's going to be looking at Austria, right?
Yeah, just in the west, everyone's looking at France, and that's all you need, right? England and Germany together can keep France locked down, and then as Russia, you can leave them to it. I'm not sure if Russia expected to get Sweden here. This bounce might have been arranged, might not be. Either way, it's going to be fine because Sweden will be Russian as soon as Russia wants it. This army in St. Petersburg just walks over to Finland. And then, yikes. Yeah, so we say goodbye to Negative Letter as Turkey. Thanks for your time. We appreciate you.
It's just that Turkey curse, right? And I loved the attempted convoy swap so much earlier. It's unfortunate that you have to go out at this point. But yeah, Turkey, if you get ganged up on by your neighbors, you're not gonna by all your neighbors, you're not gonna survive. And it happens so often on tournament boards that people just go, "We need to kill that Turkey."
I'm so surprised
Which party?
That Russia put Austria into Constantinople.
I mean, I feel like Russia is gonna try and Care Bear it up with the Austrian for a bit because Austria looks like a bigger threat, right?
I mean, Austria's going to be on 8 dots and Russia's only going to be on 7.
Yeah, but like Russia has a hard alliance with Germany, they have a hard alliance with Austria. If they get both of those players to move the other way, they can just take their pick of where to go, right?
I guess.
We'll see whether that was the right move. I do think there was definitely a lot of merit in Russia just jumping on Austria here.
Then working with Italy.
Aiding,
right?
Yeah, aiding Italy. But I can kind of see what they're going for here as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's scary. Like, Austria, they at least they didn't give Austria 3 builds, right? By tapping Silesia, Austria only gets 2. But my assumption is that Austria is already going to be pissed about this and is going to slap some armies down. They've lost Munich. So they've got no reason to go and fight for the West. Like, I don't know. I guess it's not that hard for them to beat Turkey, for them to beat Italy. I expect that they antagonized Austria, but didn't completely weaken Austria, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the Russian maybe could have. Do you think the Russian knew that the Austrian was stabbing Italy on this turn?
Yeah.
What makes you think they knew?
Because I think that everyone knew. I
Well,
mean,
okay, no, I mean, knew like actually got told by Austria, not knew like it looks like they're going to.
yeah.
Hmm.
It's weird that he would both antagonize Austria by tapping Silesia and thereby ensuring that Russia loses Munich, whilst also not committing to actually messing with Austria. Right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to like think of a reason in my head why Austria wouldn't mind the tap on Cilicia. Maybe like Austria even asked for it if they thought that Cilicia was going to do something against them, but I don't think that's the case. Like looking at it, it just doesn't make sense. So you have to be correct. I don't know.
Yeah. Let me see. Army, fleet,
Uh,
army.
Yeah,
RIP
but
Turkey.
Claire in the chat is sort of summing up my thoughts pretty no, well, saying my thoughts better than I was. Jason hasn't got a reason to just go in and stab Austria at the moment. He gets to be the smaller target while having the best actual position and the most potential, which is exactly why you've put him on the top of the power rankings, right?
Yep. And also have Italy as second on the power rankings.
Hang on, why is Italy second on the well? Because you thought Russia was going to work with them. That's true.
I assumed that Italy was going to do things differently, like taking from
Shall
Eastern
we
Med
fix
is
those
the
power
start.
rankings? Yeah,
I did this.
you've got.
I don't know.
Mm.
Maybe this.
Do you still have Austria that low? Sorry, I'm seeing things on a delay, so you might be changing this as I'm talking. But do you still have Austria as low as you used to after they got 3 builds?
I think. Well, they only got two. They netted two because Munich was pops, right?
Okay, yes, fair.
I think that this Austrian position sucks. I think that England has a better chance to win than Austria, actually.
Really? I
My board looks maybe something like this.
I I don't know. I like the Austrian position. I think having a lot of units gives you the options to get in there if something does change positionally, right? I do understand what you're saying about the dynamic being against Austria here. It's hard to find a way that Austria expands, but things can change, and having a lot of units lets you take advantage of things changing.
I
I
think
think
that
it's insane to have
Austria is
Austria this
going.
low.
I think that this Austria needs to find a way to stab Russia before Russia can do anything, and I don't think Austria has that opportunity. Right? Austria has ceded Constantinople, right? Bulgaria is going to be weak. Italy is going to work with Russia. If Russia wants, Russia is going to take on Bull and Budapest, right? Not Budapest
Yeah.
this year, but pretty soon. Like, I think this army in Silesia, I just this Austrian position collapses so quickly, and Austria's alienated Italy. But like, I think that the French army in Piedmont is probably gonna go to Tyrolia, probably to fight Germany, but it's not gonna be useful. Like, I hate these Austrian positions. Um, I don't know.
Okay.
I would feel so
I
much
mean,
better if Austria was in Ionian Sea.
yes. Yeah, completely agree with that. Like,
I
if
think
they
that
had gone for Ionian here, that would
because
have
then they
been
can actually
incredible.
eliminate Italy quickly. They can win the race, right? But
Yeah.
I hate this Austrian position. Maybe I'll put it above England, I guess.
Just someone else says, doesn't France work with Austria though? Yeah, they probably do. I think the main problem with that is just the number of places where they can work together is pretty limited.
Yeah.
Right? They've got Munich together if they want to go for it, but that stretches Austria a bit thinner. And if I I think there's some chance that France goes down to Tuscany and helps Austria with Italy, but I think they would do it if they were getting Rome, not if Austria is
Yeah.
getting Rome.
Okay,
right?
so
It's a hard
if
sell
as Austria,
otherwise.
if you can convince France to send Mid-Atlantic Ocean to Western Med, say you're going to Ionian Sea because you're going to bounce Italy out, so France can get Tunis, and you'll put France in Rome. Right? If I think as France, I would agree to that. And then expect to get
I would
two
agree
builds,
to that as well.
right?
And I think that's a good line for Austria because you want Italy gone as quickly as possible.
Exactly.
Here, right?
That's the fundamental problem with the Austrian position is that Italy is going to be a problem and Russia is going to be a problem, and you can't solve both of them. And Italy takes so long to die, assuming Italy makes anything defensive at all from here, and I think Italy kind of has to. And then
Yes.
yeah, I don't know. But if they make that pitch, if Austria makes that pitch to France, then Italy goes away quite quickly.
Ezio
Right.
doesn't approve of taking dots, while Meme thinks that having the unit power is more useful than not upsetting people.
It's not quite like that. The problem is that Russia's position was too stable and too solid, and I think it is. And Russia's was far too patient. Like once Austria committed to the line like this, right after Germany stabbed Russia in this fall of 03, and then in spring of 04, when Russia still just sat in Warsaw and Ukraine, that's when my feeling as Austria completely flipped. Part of it, actually, let me explain. My feeling as Austria is that Austria shouldn't attack Germany like this. I think that when Austria attacks Germany like this, it's really bad for Austria kind of every time. I think that, like, I think I am countercultural here on this one, but I think that I've had this argument with a lot of people. I think that Austria and Germany should kill Russia most of the time together. I think that is really good for the two of them. And when Germany attacked Russia by stabbing for Sweden, which I think was a stab, maybe it wasn't, either way, then Austria moved against Germany like this, and Russia sat around to keep his units in defensive position rather than moving against Germany. Where are these armies going to go? Fundamentally, these Russian armies, I feel, are going to attack Austria, and that's really bad news for Austria. And so, like, if this phase they'd known what was going on, and if this phase they'd known to get the jump on Romania and support themselves into Galicia type stuff, that's like the line to get themselves out of it, but that's such a hard line because you need Turkey to die. Or, as Austria, you need to, like, keep Turkey alive and then go after Russia yourself, but that's... Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of what you needed to do. But I think that as Austria, if you just do the classic AIR to kill Turkey first, then you lose. Austria was instead going for the Italian stab, right? Austria went after Italy here, and I just think that this was really close to being quite good, but because they held with Greece like this, they're not actually eliminating Italy that quickly at all. And it's going to take too long is my concern. I don't like necessarily have issue with the Italian stab. I think it needed to be executed a little better. And again, Russia then like messing with Silesia like this, I don't know. I think it's tough.
Yeah. I don't disagree with any of that. I think that's a very fair assessment.
And then like you're obligated to build this fleet Trieste because you're getting 2 builds at least, so your core is solid. And like from here as Austria, if you can piece out with Germany, which I think you have to, then maybe you can do stuff. But I just think you're losing Constantinople and Bulgaria. And then what? But yeah, I think this is an EG, Claire. I think it was a late forming EG.
Yeah. So that if anyone missed the early game of this game, it was very much a France-Germany-Russia alliance against England. And then France stabbed Germany at the same time as Germany clearly predicted said stab. And so England has been able to hang on. And like with that in mind now, knowing that that was going to happen, the fact that England guessed right on those 2 convoys into the UK is so critical for the way this game has gone, right? Because if those 2 convoys had made it to the UK, even if one of those convoys had made it to the UK, I don't think the stab on Germany happens. Like, I think it's just too beneficial for these players to keep on going and grabbing those dots.
Yeah.
So it was an amazing turn for England.
Yeah, that guess is crazy. That's why people are saying that it's right. The way to defend, to break up alliances, is to just stall them out and wait for them to switch, right?
Yes. And then we had this interesting discussion on this, like, once this stab had happened, of whether England should side with France or not. And Ezio's opinion was that France should push through into North Sea. Like, England should push France through into North Sea, which I think would have been solid. But I think England just doesn't trust France enough to try working with them. At
Yeah,
this
and
point.
also
Or
Russia
they're
was
very-
expecting that, and then Russia was support holding North Sea, so it would have needed both units to support the attack in. So it wouldn't have
Yeah.
even worked.
So England is sort of thrown in with Germany, and that's what's going on at this point. I think just diplomacy-wise, they've decided that Germany is the ally that they want. And so they're moving in France's direction.
And here's the spring.
Yeah.
This is nice.
Okay, we've got those spring moves in now. Which bit are
Yeah.
you saying is nice? Sorry, I've got a bit of a delay on where your cursor is.
So in the south, Russia put Austria into Smyrna while taking Constantinople
Ooh.
behind. And then saying, "Oh yeah, this is great." Also pulling Moscow to Ukraine. This looks all agreed. Keeping Russia focused west. Did Silesia support Bohemia to Munich? And then Greece
Looks
didn't tap
like it
Ionia.
did.
Oh.
There's a missing. Oh, wait, Germany tried to support Italy down into Bohemia as well,
Yeah.
which would have worked, but Italy chooses not to do it. I wonder if Italy has just made an agreement with Austria on the basis that Russia is probably going to attack Austria and
Yeah.
tried to piece them out. But yeah, Austria clearly wants no part in it. They're just like, I would prefer to take Smyrna. Thank you very much.
They took Smyrna, but they also went for Munich. I suspect this was like, we'll see if this unit disbands or retreats. Dude, if this unit retreats to the Aegean Sea, man, then Greece is lost. Then Russia presumably takes Smyrna, and then I bet also walks into Serbia and Romania and Galicia.
Yeah, it's so open. It's painful for Austria here. I'm starting to like think more along your lines of Austria maybe wasn't supposed to be as high up on the leaderboard as I thought they were. But like, what could Austria? Yeah, Austria, in order to counter this, really need to pull back from Munich. I think.
Yeah, I think don't go
right?
for Munich. There's no reason to go for Munich, right? It's just like I mean, I was talking about all of these. Like, I was talking about this pitch to France, where you get France to help you eliminate Italy, and then taking Smyrna with Russian is fine here. Like, Russia gets everything, but it's better than Russia just fighting you. But I don't know. Like I said, I was trying to fight Russia last phase as well because I think that this position is cooked. Anyways, this Austrian position's dead. But the West is super crazy, right? Because France put England into the English Channel, and then England moved to North Sea. So I think they're going to try to pitch Germany to disband this fleet in the English Channel, and I think they're going to make the latest Western Triple. Right?
It would be a really interesting play, I've got to say. And like, the usual big problem with the Western Triple is that France tends to be much stronger than Germany in it. In this kind of position, because England is just that far behind, it might work okay. I don't know. It's certainly an interesting idea. And I mean, it definitely does counter the fact that Russia is ahead. Have you muted yourself again?
No,
or
I'm still here.
Have I lost?
No,
Okay,
I'm
good.
just thinking.
I'm just making sure because I'm still on that mobile hotspot, right? It goes out from time to time.
Yeah, so we're waiting. I need to see the retreats.
Yeah.
I really need, like, if Smyrna goes to Aegean as I expect, and if English Channel goes off the board as I expect, and this game is going to be really interesting.
We have retreats through. So you can take a look.
They're through. So no, so English Channel retreated to London. Not. I mean, I suppose that can still be because then London can get forced and get taken off the board.
Yeah.
And yeah, as Russia, you're stabbing Austria 100%. The question is how you do it, right?
Yes.
And Italy's taking
Agreed.
Greece, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, absolutely. I wonder if Austria. No, Austria doesn't take the fleet off, right? I was trying to see if they could come to some kind of agreement where they work with Italy properly. But if they were gonna do that, they don't do this amount of thing. So, and like that fleet is too valuable.
Dude, this
It's
fleet in
the
Holland
only
is...
unit they've got controlling the Balkans.
This fleet in Holland is so sad. Right, you'd much rather this fleet have been in Kiel at some point.
To be able to rotate back, I could see
Yeah.
it. I mean, the German clearly thinks they have Russia properly on side, and I mean, Russia isn't going for them, right? So
Yeah,
seems to
but
be
I also
working
don't
out
think
okay.
that matters. Like, Russia's gonna grow too much. Right? This is a, like, stop the
Yeah.
leader type thing. And it's one of these things where even if Russia doesn't, like, rush to get to first place right now by virtue of, like... If Russia could grab, like, 2 dots in the south this phase, and then probably a third, and be on 10 centers with a great position, right? And if Russia chooses not to do that, Russia's position gets even better. They're not doing it because they're taking a slow path to get to a slightly better position, right? Like you need to attack them. The rest of the board needs to start doing something.
Yeah.
And I think that Germany's needed for that. I don't know, man. I just...
Yes.
Game's hard.
Yeah. I was gonna say we hadn't answered the chat question, but it looks like the chat question got resolved themselves. Why is tree support holding Ven? It was the possibility of France and Italy going in on Venice together. Although
That's
I
what
don't
I
know
think
that
it
you
was a
actually
mistake.
needed.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, you didn't really need to, because if you get dislodged from there, then you retreat into Rome, which is
Much better.
I say arguably better. I don't think it's even arguable. I think it is
much
just
better,
better.
yeah. But that said,
Yeah.
that's why they did it, guaranteed. I think that Austria has made a lot of good strategic decisions and has made a couple of small tactical mistakes which have ruined his position as a result. Like, if he had managed to get a better position on the stab against Italy, like if he was in Ionian, then I think this is just a completely different game. And then if Austria had managed to pitch to France, this turn onto Italy instead of not, by arguing, you're going to need me to fight Russia because Russia's going to be the threat. I need Italy taken off the board so that we each get a couple of builds. You get most of them. Remember, the pitch was that France would get both Rome and Tunis. Then I think you could have this Austria-France alliance that can actually fight Russia here. But also that was assuming that Austria would go to peace with Germany. I think this strategic turn was a mistake from Austria. And then the slight tactical mistake last turn is problematic. Tough.
Oh. Maybe it took into account Greece not bouncing Ionian, so if Trieste to Adriatic, then you do actually lose Venice. I'm not.
Yeah, but you lose Venice, but then you have a unit that's in Rome. And especially if
Yeah,
you're
Rome
backing
is
off
just better in that case.
yeah, you don't want to retreat into Rome. Anyways,
The
we
main
got
thing
10
is
minutes.
like Italy.
Yeah.
Italy is weak, right, compared to Austria. Their advantage over Austria right now is that they're better defensively because Austria doesn't have the right unit types or the free units to push on what is effectively a choke point in the Italian mainland. And that's often the case with Austrian attacks in Italy. It's why most Austrian attacks that are successful into Italy happen when there are no units in Italy. It's at that moment where Italy has gone full Lepanto, they convoy over to Syria, they've moved their army up to Tyrolia or something like that, or they've built more fleets, they've been stuck on 4 centers, they're about to get their 5th. Austria walks in and nicks Venice off them when they have nothing back there, and then has the option to walk straight into Rome. Now, if Italy has a unit that has managed to get back into their homeland, it's so much harder to crack them completely because you need to get, you need to force through this point that you really need fleets in order to force through. And that's why Ezio is making such a point of, if Austria had managed to get that fleet into Ionian earlier, this would be such a different position. They could just go through and grab Tunis, right? Italy can't defend this position anymore. They can't survive anymore, right? But
There's a huge difference between being down to 2 dots versus being down to 3. And like being able to secure one of Tunis or Naples and therefore bringing Italy down to that last extra unit is such a significant change. It's just, I really can't overstate it. Which is why, again, as Austria, I would be willing to give France everything, right? Hey, just help me get Italy off the board. Italy will be down to 1 dot, and then from there we can clean them up. But basically, yeah. As Austria, I can actually fight Russia. That didn't happen. Austria's gonna get cleaned up by Russia, right? Like, it's just a matter of when. Like, okay, there's a world where Russia postpones the stab too long, right? Like, we've all seen that happen, where Russia's feeling themselves, and then they think that they're never going to be in any danger. And then the West unifies, they start pressuring Russia in the north, and then Russia, like, pulls an army or two out of the way, and then Austria comes back in and crushes. I think that's Austria's line, but it requires the West to do something like a Western Triple and start hitting Russia. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Yes, I'd agree with that. I do want to push back a little bit on your thing that, I mean, it is absolutely true that 2 units is much, much worse than 3 units here, right? But it's not necessarily even the fact that you've taken Italy down to 2 units as Austria, if you've gone into Ionian and gone to Tunis. It's also just that you have a fleet behind their lines instead of on the current side of it, pinned behind that Ionian fleet.
Yeah, because you can get to Tyrrhenian Sea. Yeah, absolutely.
Goes to Tyrrhenian Sea, you crack Italy every single time.
Yep.
The main problem with Austria
both.
trying to put fleets on Italy is that they can't target the supply centers very effectively, right? You have to take Ionian Sea first. Even if you go into Adriatic is great, right? You can convoy a unit over to Apulia, you can support yourself down to Apulia, whatever. You can't target the SCs from there. So you still have to push through into Ionian Sea in order to actually get anything. That's like, Ionian would have been so magnificent.
Yep. Last phase. Or last year, whatever, but
yeah.
And then you don't want to let Italy get into Ionian. You surely want to bounce, right? This looks to me like Austria was trying to play the middle and like trying to get Italy back on side, right? I just am shocked that somehow also has Austria taking Smyrna, right?
Yeah, I didn't understand that part of it either. I wonder if Austria... Well, I was going to say, I wonder if Austria thought they could get Italy to agree to take that unit off or something, but I don't think that even advantages Austria, right? That just builds it back at home where it's more of a threat to Austria.
Well, no, there wouldn't be people building back at home because they lose the center, right?
But, oh, yeah, okay, they have that unit in Cilicia. I completely forgot that existed.
Yeah, right, because it's been so useless for Italy.
It's like counting 3.
Right? But no, so...
Yeah.
But I think this retreat is just really good for Italy now. I expect Italy to take Greece because Austria's taken Venice from you. They can't defend it. It's a guaranteed capture. Unless Russia decides to use Constantinople to support Greece to Aegean, which would be brutal. You know, actually, yes. I think you... God, I hate taking from Ionian, but I think you do.
I think you take from Ionian too. Yeah, I think that's
Aegean,
just...
like, Constantinople is not going to tap Aegean. If it's going to stop it, it's going to support Greece out. That's funny.
Exactly.
And then actually, if you're still in Aegean, you can, like, pitch to Austria later, if Russia stabs especially, hey, my fleet in Aegean can help. I know I took Greece from you, but just pull it, let's be friends. No negotiation during retreats. Sad.
Yes. I should also point out, so as per the overall rules of the tournament, the way that this has worked is it's been 15 minutes per phase up until 1905, like up until the end of 1905. Then the players get a 15-minute break, and then it's 10 minutes per phase beyond that. So I did ask whether they wanted to skip that break for this game. They said they would really like the break in this game because it's even more intense than the previous ones. So we are going to give them that 15-minute break, which will come after these fall moves. Well, after their winter orders are locked in. And then after that point, the game is going to speed up a little bit. So it will be 10 minutes per phase beyond that. But that does mean there is going to be a bit of time in the middle here where we are going to have to fill space. So,
Oh no, how can we waste time?
I don't think your game versus AI is going to last long enough for us to fill space.
Yeah, then I'll just play more.
This is Ezio's Austria game versus the WebDip AIs, which has been our default distraction for the times where we haven't got anything to talk about. But it's going too well. It's going to end too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but soloing from here is going to be tough.
You're against the AIs. Like the Italy AI is not going to do anything to you. It's too firmly allied. This is something interesting about the web diplomacy bots, right? They take one of two like attitudes. The very first release of the web dip bots, they were way too friendly. They would just always align 100% with someone and stick with them through the entire game. And if that's the player wins easily. And if that's not the player, then the player loses, right? So they changed it a bit to make a certain type of bot that was a lot more stabby, and they put 3 of the stabby bots and 3 of the friendly bots in each game, and a lot of your performance is going to depend on whether the friendly bot is next to you and whether that friendly bot decides that it wants to be friendly to you specifically. And in this case, Ezio's got a friendly Italy bot, which is just... it's absurdly strong as Austria.
Also, their tactics are just not very, very good. So
yes, it's worth noting WebDip has 2 different types of bots, right? They have the Cicero games, which are quite slow against press AI, and that AI is actually really good, but you have to wait for a year in order to get into a game in the first place. And then they have this bot, which is called DipNet, and is one of the first like actual machine learning bots, the like diplomacy bots that came onto the scene in general. But unfortunately, it's not quite as strong as the others. It's good at coordinating with humans. It's quite good at predicting what humans will do, but it tends to actually just work with the humans more than using that prediction to counter them. It should be noted, like, it's very, very easy to make a diplomacy bot that will dominate against humans. You just make all the bots work together, right?
Yeah.
You make them not understand human language, and I say human language, I mean like human moves and supports and stuff like that, because these are gunboat games. And if they don't understand the human moves, but they do understand the other bot moves, they'll always align with the bots, and then they always kill the humans. But that doesn't make it a fun game, so they had to go the other direction and go, how do we get these bots to actually work with people? Yeah. Anyway, this is... Ezio is currently showing a masterclass on how to win as Austria.
Yeah. Let's stick to that title. Not the rest of the bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I looked back at the game itself and forgot I have the like GM powers, so I'm now seeing what is happening in Fall 1905. So now I can't talk about that game anymore because like
we don't want to reveal anything.
the game that we're supposed to be talking about.
I don't know. You think I can like? I'll just toss this thing as support hold, and I'll toss this guy as support hold, and I'll toss 2 support holds on Germany. Maybe that'll make him like me.
But yeah, for what it's worth, it's only a minute left until adjudication in the actual game, so we should be back to that relatively soon. What Ezio is doing here versus the bots as well, throwing support holds, always a good idea. If you don't have a thing you can do against the bots, support hold them. It can make
England
them very friendly.
Take St. Petersburg?
Okay, let's just play on the bot for...
Hey, Italy defended. Look at that. They backed off of Piedmont.
Yeah.
I didn't know they could do
that.
Did
they defend with Western Med?
What? No, but they bounced Tyrrhenian Sea. I mean, come on. You got to give them credit for trying.
they're doing their best while also being friendly towards you. They didn't bother going to Venice. Amazing.
Well, I didn't go for
Alright,
Venice. They guessed it right. They knew what I was about.
yeah.
Actually,
Okay, we are waiting for adjudication, which is Backstabber's way of, like, you have to wait a little bit from when the deadline comes to when it actually adjudicates. Hopefully that will go through soon. We can switch back to the tournament game.
Oh, dude, I screwed up.
How did you screw up?
I was so confident I wasn't going to take St. Petersburg. I didn't devote any resources to planning on holding it if I actually got there.
Is there anything in Barents?
No.
So you're guaranteed to hold it for this turn, at least?
Yeah, but not the year, right? Norway to Barents, Finland supports Sweden to Norway.
Yeah, you'll have to see how... yeah, England is definitely going to prioritize getting that back, so that's unfortunate.
Right, so... It was a mistake. I should have... I mean, I didn't think there was any reason for me to ever have St. Petersburg, so I'm going to lose it again, and that's fine.
Yes.
Do I build a fleet Trieste?
Okay.
Yeah,
we do have the moves when you've decided whether or not to build Fleet Trieste, or if you want to leave the decision on whether to build Fleet Trieste until we've commentated
the actual game.
The moves for this turn. Yeah.
Okay.
Fleet Trieste it is. All right. I think that's probably a good call.
Okay.
All right, we are back to the Gauntlet tournament final.
Okay.
And here are the moves. This is pre-retreats, by the way. The moves have only just gone through. Interesting that Austria tried to support Russia out to Aegean. Russia didn't take the support.
Yeah. Oh, it was such a misorder. How unlucky.
But they did order Ankara to Constantinople, so they were clearly trying to take it regardless.
Yeah, they were there, but I think that they don't want to be out of Constantinople, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's good for them to remain in there. I was wondering if maybe the Austrian had arranged to like bounce in Constantinople or something like that, but then they didn't move Smyrna either, so it doesn't really make
and then there's this Serbia chain bounce, which makes me suspicious because Russia also self-bounced in Galicia, so I think this was agreed, but I don't know. I mean, this is just...
Okay. There is one particular move that my eye is drawn to here, and that is Cilicia support Berlin to Prussia.
Yeah.
Italy going, I'm going to help you guys against Russia, I guess. Right? And this is after Italy has had that rogue unit hammering at Germany's door for like the last 4 years, last 3 years maybe. They've managed to get on the same page and actually go against Russia. It's not the Western triple that you were wanting, I think, but it's something, right?
Yeah, again, it's this fleet in Holland that's just causing such a choke point. And then the German is going to disband their fleet in London, presumably, and then they're going to get a rebuild, which I would expect to be something in Berlin, if that's the only open spot. And then what? Kiel support held Munich? Yeah, I think this is definitely a start. This is really good for France, right? Because France is the one who's likely to get Tunis and is likely going to get one of Rome or Naples out of the deal.
Yeah.
And then Austria is going to see Italy mostly crushed quite soon, right? Italy's going to be down to like just Greece. Yeah, I think that Russia made a huge mistake by not going and committing harder against Austria here. Like, I think that if Russia just should have gotten more dots, right? Should have taken Smyrna, should have kept Khan, and shouldn't, like, I don't know about if Serbia was agreed or not. I assume it was agreed, but I think they also should have, like, gone into Galicia and shit. I don't know, like.
Now, I'm asking this as the devil's advocate because I'm not sure I really believe it myself, but do you think there's some merit to Russia having Austria as an ally rather than Austria's dots right now, now that they are coming under pressure from this Western, I say Western triple, like England is moving out of North Sea, so not really Western triple, but
No,
like now that Russia is coming under pressure, they do have the ally at least, right?
I think that Austria's units in the west are going to be committed to fighting Italy no matter what. And if I take like Smyrna and Bulgaria, and so Austria has to disband what, 3 units? Maybe only 2. Like, no, they'll be down 3 dots this year. I expect them to disband a lot in the east, and if they don't disband stuff in the east, then I think that Italy is going to hit them in the west. And then I get 3 builds, and I'm able to build in Warsaw, Moscow, St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
Like, let them. I think that by giving time for this to happen, it means that now Austria has a reasonable pitch to make to Germany to say, hey, Germany, I will help you against Russia if you and England hit France. And if that happens, then Austria can make a move against Russia and things can potentially get awkward. The position for
Yeah.
Russia is still good enough. I think it's still fine. But I don't know. We've seen it so many times where when you have great stab opportunities, they don't always improve if you let time pass. And I think that this is one where I think Russia waited too long, and I don't think they have a good stab still. But yeah, now they're under pressure in Warsaw. Right? Germany's going to be an enemy. There's going to be issues in Sweden. Like, yikes.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Norway scored against England.
Oh no. I'm not paying attention to that. I've not got to look at that. But that I was like when I saw the is England beating Norway yet?
No, but then
I
England
assumed
tied
that
it
was
back
to
up.
do with the I was assuming that was to do with the game that we were looking at. Has England managed to get into Norway yet? The answer is no.
Oh.
It's funny how it works in 2 directions.
I see as England beating Norway yet.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was meant to be that.
But it's a tie. They're currently tied going into half. Exciting.
Okay.
Okay. But yeah, the West. I'm surprised England took from North Sea, but if you're trying to be friendly with Russia, I guess it makes sense. I wouldn't want to be friendly to Russia here. I would want to take from English Channel and then have the potential to get Norway as your next thought, right?
Sorry, I had to pause the game momentarily.
Yeah,
so
for them to get
was
their,
not listening to what you said.
Yeah, I was saying that I was surprised that England took London from the North Sea. I would much rather have taken from English Channel to then mean I have a good chance to take Norway. But yeah, here's where we got the 15-minute break, right?
Yes, it is. So we've got some time to. Well, we can definitely talk over power rankings here, right?
Yeah, we can do that to kill time. Definitely. Yep.
I also want to say Douglas Hudson said I've played 100 games as each power against the WebDip gunboat bots with no cancelling out when I don't like 1901. I will say that no cancelling out is wild. I think everyone who plays against the bot tends to cancel out when something goes horribly wrong early on. But
oh yeah, I cancel
nice
out in
on
games
that.
if I get sick of it.
My solo rate is about 40%, from 20% as Austria to 66% as Turkey. I will say the Austria experience definitely lines up with what I'm aware of for the WebDip bots. Like, it is very much a question of whether you get a friendly Italy or not. Quite often,
and
if the
it's
bots
worse than
just
that.
decide to gank you,
Not only do you need a friendly Italy, you need a friendly Italy who chooses to be friendly to you, not friendly towards France. Because the
Yes.
Italian bots go Tyrolia, Venice so often, it's brutal.
Yeah. And 66% as Turkey sounds about right as well. Turkey is one of the ones that you can get away with having violent bots on your border race.
Yep.
The only thing you're looking to avoid is an Italy who's friendly with Austria, amusingly. And even there, it's only if the Italy is like Lepantoing. If they go off France's way, you can still get away with it very easily. I think I've actually seen, I don't know if it was you, Douglas, but I've definitely seen WebDip posts from someone who was keeping like countable the WebDip Gumbo bot games. I assume that was your post. Thank you for keeping a record on that. It was actually a really interesting read. Yeah, damn, even diplomacy has a halftime. At least we're not taking hydration breaks.
No, we're taking WebDip breaks.
We are taking WebDip breaks. Does that count as a hydration break?
I mean, okay, also our game lasts, like, we're gonna be here for another 3 hours, right?
Yeah.
So,
But
like...
those, like...
Oh,
those
God.
wimps only playing 90 minutes.
Yeah, I can sit on my butt for 90 minutes. They're out there sprinting, or for excuse me, much longer. Anyways, power rankings. Russia's still in first, but Russia's no longer nearly as first as I was hoping they would be. Remember, we said that I was rooting for Russia ever since they went for the convoy swap. But yeah, so I'm going to bring them down a bit.
You definitely chose the right one, because I said I was rooting for Turkey.
Well, you got to choose. I was just taking the other one. And then I think this goes up, this goes down, and then Italy goes way down. Like, Italy is... Like, they're at 4 centers still, but they're like the weakest 4 center. It'll be something like this. And then England will be down here, because we're getting to 06, right? And you just can't win the game if you're still on 3 centers. It starts to get really tough now.
You win the game from a 3 center 06 as Turkey in like that.
No.
That Olympus game.
Let's see. I was at 3 centers at like 04, I think, in my Turkey game.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I went down to 2, right, in 03, I think, but then I didn't die, and then I came back. Ezio is so mean. Claire, like, what do you want? Like, do you think this Italian position is survivable? No way. And then England's going to have a tough time to win the game, and so their power rankings are lower. And then the others are all in contention. They can all fight. I think that Russia has the best chance to win, because it looks like they have England still on side, and if England doesn't attack Russia, Russia's got a phenomenal chance. And then France is going to get a lot of stuff from Italy. Like, France is going to be in good shape. And then Austria's a struggle. I don't know. Maybe I should put Germany above Austria. I think so. Do you think it's so, Meme?
I think with Germany having gotten Italy on side here, I could see it, especially knowing that there's an Italian unit, not an Italian unit, a German unit coming down in Berlin. An Italian unit in Berlin would not be a good thing, but another German unit coming down. Yeah, I could see them making a push for it, especially considering like the biggest threat in this game is the Russian. So if someone else wins, it's probably because someone's dealt with the Russian, right? Although that logic doesn't work so well, because France is going to benefit a lot if people go all in on,
France
Russia.
can just
France
race.
is also a significant threat. Yeah.
And Austria is going to want French help to deal with Italy. And so I think that the tactics we're going to see in the spring are going to look something like tap on Tunis, tap on Naples, Austria supports France into Rome. And then that's lights out.
Yeah.
And then France takes Venice. Haha.
I don't...
Okay.
Yeah,
great. Power rankings done.
I'd have trouble arguing with these power rankings. I think they're solid. I know Ezio comes across as quite mean when he does the power rankings, which is why we usually have me on the power rankings. I think, well, no. Ezio always does the power rankings. It's just me who usually puts the things in place. So you always have to make the hard decisions.
Yeah, and people call me mean for doing it.
And I get to go, that's a bit mean, isn't it, Ezio? And everyone thinks I'm the hero.
Yeah, whilst he puts them exactly where I say, because I'm mean, but I'm not wrong. That's my memoir.
That is true. Oh, God.
How am I supposed to clean up Turkey?
That's a great... Well, Budapest, surely. Just send it down to Romania and then corral them.
But, like, how? Like,
Send it to
Ankara
Romania.
and
And
Smyrna?
Bulgaria.
Dude, something like this? Yeah, this
Just,
can work.
yeah, send that to Romania, send Smyrna up to Constantinople, and then see what happens.
Send Smyrna to Khan? I have it going to Ankh.
Oh, I was assuming you wanted to use the fleet elsewhere. Otherwise, this is just easy. Why are you even asking me?
Oh, I can just do this. No, I can't. I do this, he retreats to Greece.
Well, how does he retreat to Greece?
Because he's going to take
He's in
retreat to Bulgaria,
Constantinople.
South Coast. Right?
Okay, I was assuming he was going to Black Sea. You should dislodge him from Constantinople in the fall phase, right?
Okay, but let's say he does go to Black Sea. Then how do I... It's still not a guarantee, right?
I mean, just send Aegean into Constantinople, Smyrna into Ankara, and then...
Still not a guarantee.
Yeah, they could potentially retreat to Greece, but you've got the units on... You've got the fleets on the other side. You could just take a second from your killing Italy and deal with the Turkish unit.
I think I can, right? I think I'm in a... Like, I don't think I hold Germany, right? And, like, I'm certainly not holding St. Petersburg, right? It's like, if I want to get...
I think you hold Germany. How do you not hold Germany?
They, like go to Baltic
the
Sea.
Germans and the French aren't working together.
I mean, they will. I don't know. I don't think I can, like, pretend that they're... I don't know. Maybe. Do you think I just get it to Ruhr? I think I just get to Ruhr. That'll do it.
Okay, for viewers who are tuning in, we are currently essentially on break in the actual game, so we are looking at Ezio playing a bot game. This is,
I don't really
I feel like I need to
viewers.
repeat that because it's a live stream, so people are tuning in randomly throughout the stream. They will not have the context for this.
Oh, definitely. Right? But also, like,
why are you...
What?
You're self-bouncing yourself in Munich?
I don't think so.
Why are you doing that? You've got Cilicia moving to Munich. You've got Bohemia moving to Munich.
Yeah, it should be this.
And so one support on each. Why are you self-bouncing it? Okay, there. Yeah. Okay, I'm a few seconds behind watching the stream.
Yeah, this looks better.
The chat, the lesson I've gotten from watching DiploStrats is definitely that Meme is the hero for sure. I'm very glad he came away with that.
With the
I'm sure that has no sarcasm.
The for sure makes me think that you know what you're talking about, and I agree with that. All right, this looks good.
I genuinely think I'm a good guy in the diplomacy games. I do stab people just as much as Ezio does, but I at least feel bad about it. And feeling bad about it is what makes you the hero of the situation.
I'm a joke.
Did you not? Where did the Turkish unit go?
It didn't.
It's behind the power rankings.
What? Okay. The Turkish unit is just still in Khan. It tried to go to Ankara. I'm so fucking bad, dude. Why did Smyrna go to Ankara?
Careful with the language. We'll get demonetized on the video we don't monetize.
Why did I? If I didn't go to Ankara, right? It's trivial, right? I just win.
Yeah, I shouldn't have told you to do that. Sorry. That's
Why did? Yeah, I did it because you. Anyways, that's right. I was just holding with Smyrna. I was doing the tap. I had it. God. Anyways, look, I probably get Venice, right?
It's fine. You can corral it with the 2 units, right? You just go to Constantinople with support now, and if it retreats into Ankara, it's like...
But I want to take it this phase, right? I want to try to win the game here.
You can't win the game here, right?
1, 2, 3,
you lose
4.
St. Petersburg.
Yeah, but if I gained 1, 2, 3, 4 centers, I'd be go to 19 minus St. Pete, go to 18, win. Right? If I was taking Ankara...
you've got 2 across the line in Berlin, Munich. Okay. And you're missing Rome.
Yeah.
and you're missing Ankara. That's 17.
But I would have
no?
taken Ankara. Aegean would have
Oh.
tapped Constantinople. He would have been an
Oh,
Ankara, and then
okay,
I take
yeah, fair.
Ankara.
Gotcha. What I learned from watching Days Without Strife is that meme always lies. I say.
Yeah, that's
how
a good
rude.
moral.
It is probably true. Days Without Strife is a game where you have to lie a lot. Is that? I don't think I lied that much. I can't.
Whoever
I can't
says St.
think
Petersburg isn't
why.
Austria get Kiel, you're not looking at it right. Baltic Sea taps Slavonia, and then Norway supports Finland to St. Petersburg, and I lose St. Petersburg guaranteed. Kiel's got like a million units around it. Like, they can defend Kiel so many different ways. Like, the simplest is just Helgoland and Denmark supports Kiel to hold. But, like, alternatively, they can, like, tap Ruhr, tap Munich, and then put one support on it. Nah, like, that is incorrect. The Tsar. But I'm hoping the bots suck, and I'm hoping they let me take Kiel anyways. So that's the current way.
Yeah. When it says St. Petersburg isn't lost, is there a unit imbalance here? I can't really see it.
Finland and Norway took in Baltic Sea tap Slavonia.
Yeah, that does work, but I don't know whether England actually prioritizes taking it with Baltic, because tapping Livonia feels like a less bot-like move here.
I don't know.
I
Look,
think
if
you
the bots
could
don't do it, the
potentially
bots
keep
don't
it.
do it. But the bot moved to Baltic Sea for a reason, and that's presumably to mess with me and help them take St. Petersburg. Anyways, I'm angry now.
If Meme was a good guy, he'd commentate 5D Imperial. I would commentate 5D Imperial. There's a certain other person who's on the stream right now who doesn't like commentating 5D diplomacy games because they're too complicated and take too long.
Look at that. The bots didn't take St. Petersburg from me. All right, easy.
Well done. Now what are we going to do for the rest? Actually, the break is over in 1 minute.
Well,
so,
good news.
But that is the start of the next phase, so there will be a 10 minutes after that. Right?
Games, start an AI bot game. Let's see, bots.
We can't keep doing bot games. People are going to get bored.
19. Oh, it's a turkey? Oh, this one's great. Let's see. What should I do as turkey? Should I go to... Oh, I should do the... They like the new map. They like the new map. That's fine. So look, I'll go to Black Sea, and then I'll go to Bulgaria. Should I go to Armenia? I'll go to Armenia, why not? I feel like an Armenia opening.
How long was the 5D Imperial game? Actually, surprisingly short. I think, well, should I give spoilers on who won it? I don't think we're ever going to commentate it, but I did say that we would if... I think it was Pierce, right, who I challenged to comment on every video for a year. I don't think that's going to actually happen. But hey, it wasn't particularly long. It's just vast to commentate because it splits into so many places, right? And one Imperial diplomacy board is hard enough to commentate, let alone multiple. Especially when you can't really see where any of the units are going. It's difficult.
So Austria doubled in one, and then he tripled?
Yeah.
He put
game started again.
Yeah, but it's the game started again. We got 10 minutes before they make moves, right?
Yes. Do you want to keep the stream solo for a moment? I need to jump into the game table.
Yeah, that's fine. Taking too long is the point. Look, guys, does Veilfisk even have 24 friends? Oh, you're thinking if Veilfisk did the 5D imp tip? Oh god, I don't think his viewers would want that. Like, our viewers don't even want that. This one's looking rough, guys. do a video where Meme talks about the 5D imp dip games while Ezio plays a bot game. Yeah, that's interesting. Not the idea. Sorry, the idea is kind of ass, but the position's kind of interesting. Because these are the types of Care Bears that will often crush me as Turkey. Largely probably because I went for such an anti-Russian opening. Ezio bot game is the new Subway Surfers. Yeah, but I don't know. There's not enough action on the screen, unfortunately. I don't know. I think I'm in bad shape, team.
Hello.
This is
Oh
not.
my god! What? I leave for like a minute and you lose as Turkey somehow.
I mean, it's not that hard. It's just like I made anti-Russian moves. Russia is exploding, but not exploding that hard. And then Austria and Italy are Lepantoing, and then Italy is probably gonna stay on me for a minute. So
I can't believe that you got in the 80% of Austria bot games and now you're going to get in the 33% of Turkey bot games.
I don't win that much as Turkey against bots.
Surprising. Okay, yeah, we've got about 10 minutes until the next adjudication, so we are going to continue doing this. If anyone wants to ask any questions in chat, either about the gauntlet itself or about anything, you're welcome to. Like, this feels like a good AMA point if we're trying to kill time, right? Will DiploStrats commentate Veilfisk's CNA game?
Yes. Yes, we will. Yep.
You what?
Yeah, we will. We'll commentate Veilfisk's CNA game. Week away.
I'm fairly sure I've said no in the past, but also like Veilfisk's CNA game will never come out.
That's why Meme. We need to say yes so we can apply pressure to Veilfisk. The more pressure he feels, and I'm sure he feels a great amount of pressure from us, because our wins are so important.
I don't think he needs any more pressure on the CNA game, given that like he has 100,000 people telling him when's the CNA video every time he releases a video.
Yeah, well,
it seems. Yeah. But no, it will come out. It's just a week away. But also, I don't know whether to continue talking about this as a joke, because obviously the comment is a joke, or make a serious point here. I feel like it might be uncomfortable for Veilfisk if we start commentating random things on his channel that aren't diplomacy. And like also uncomfortable for us, because as cool as it is to get all the Veilfisk viewers and whatnot, and everything that we make about Veilfisk obviously goes much more, like gets a lot more views than anything else, I don't really want our channel to be a parasite, right? And just be like, okay, fine, we're gonna grab any views that we can off of him. So yeah, I will stick to commentating his diplomacy games. This is why we haven't done a Crazy Frog commentary. Sorry, Crazy Frog races. But yeah, DiploStrats should dedicate half the screen to Subway Surfers. We should also change it to be vertical video, right? That's what all the cool kids are doing these days. They need to make a diplomacy map that's vertical. In fact, I think some people did that in the last DiploStrats variant contest, which is still going on, by the way. People can join the DiploStrats variant contest in our Discord, which I believe there's a link to in the description below. It's also the place where this Gauntlet tournament is being held. You can go and listen in live to the negotiations if you join that Discord server. Just make sure that you mute yourself and put spectator in your name. And those negotiations are live at the moment. We are off break. We're just waiting for the next result to go through.
I was not expecting Italy to stay as committed to this as they've been.
That's the downside. Like I mentioned, the thing that you really want to avoid as Turkey in these AI bot games is to in these web dip bot games is to make sure that Italy doesn't ally with Austria and go for the Lepanto. And you appear to have got the bot that does exactly that, and they will never stop because that is what this kind of bot does.
Yeah.
I've just conducted an interview with Harambe, Italy, and he has some fun plans and is also very angry at Austria and Russia. I can imagine that he's very angry at Austria. I'm not sure where the anger at Russia comes from. Did Russia do much to him? I guess
Yeah,
supported
Russia
Austria
didn't hit-
into some manner, right?
Yeah, and then didn't hit Austria the way that I'm sure he was expecting.
Yeah. That's fair. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing those plans play out. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So in the meantime, we will witness Ezio's. I was about to say slow death, but I feel like it will be rather quick here.
Yeah, I didn't go for
Right.
anything. Like I went for tactics that were super aggressive and like against these bots, right? If they're not going to switch at this point, they're never going to switch. And so I was hoping they just did something dumb tactically, but they didn't, and so we're dead.
You should go for freedom. Go for Ionian Sea.
No. I mean,
Try and
Italy's
grab
building is
Naples.
covering, right? So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't realize they had a build. That makes sense.
Yeah, the one that they took from me off Smyrna.
Okay, so with regard to the game that we're actually supposed to be commentating, if I know Jason from Claire, he's just as responsible for the attack on Italy as Austria, possibly more so. I'm a proud Italy supporter. I believe they can pull this back. I think it's a little late to pull it back for this Italy. It's a really bad spot now. But hey, maybe. And also, like, it's fun to watch scrappy underdogs play for position even when they can't get the first place, right? That's one of the very cool things about top boards. Technically, people who aren't in contention for the win shouldn't really care at all. Because it's only the first place that matters, right? But people fight for other places anyway. They go all out for this kind of stuff, and it's really cool to watch. I'm seeing a massive drop off on our viewers during the break there. That was. People don't like your Turkey gameplay. You lost Ezio, and we lost all the viewers as a result.
Yeah, exactly. I shouldn't lose. All right.
All right, let's get back to the actual. Oh my god, no! You can't spoil the Wordle for people.
Watch me.
Not. Now we're gonna lose viewers who want to do the Wordle because they're gonna, yeah, not want to see what the Wordle is. You should go jazzy. I think that's the best Wordle word for this situation.
I don't think so.
Don't you think it's the kind of word that they put in this?
No.
They tend to go for nasty ones, right?
I don't think so.
Come on, do jazzy. It'll work. I believe.
I'm so bad at Wordle that I really can't like express just how terrible I am at this game.
You should do jazzy. That's my word on the subject. It'll tell you where the A is, maybe. And if the word is jazzy, then it's an incredible guess.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
You just need to believe. Like our chat is saying, like Claire has said. Belief is the first step.
Oh, God. Man,
I can't believe you're taking this much time thinking of your second guess.
Yeah, I'm really bad at the game. I also haven't opened World in forever. I just remember opening it because you told me I couldn't make it happen.
I just joined Why Are We Playing Wordle? See, that's the downside with doing this on a live stream. So
We're playing
the
Wordle
game
because
that
we're
we're
waiting
commentating
for...
had a break in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so this is our vamping, okay?
So we were watching Ezio get demolished by bots on Web Diplomacy game. Well, to be fair, he demolished the bots first, but then they demolished him. So now we're over on Wordle, and Ezio seems to be stun locked somehow. I say he should go jazzy. It is the best Wordle word.
Interesting.
Okay, hell, we've nearly got adjudication, so
Yeah, nearly got adjudication.
lands. Okay, well, it's not jazzy. That's unfortunate. It's waiting for adjudication. So if you want to get your Wordle done, you should probably do it quite quickly now. Although I guess we can come back to it. Leave the viewers in suspense.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a tough one.
I'm a little bit behind where you're at. Wait, have you put this third word in yet, or not?
No, of course not. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I don't want to criticize, but you are very slow at picking words on this.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very slow.
Hmm. All right. Ooh, I like that guess. Yeah, that's a cool one. Chat. Did we get adjudication? Yes, we got adjudication. Oh, that's an interesting word. But yeah, you can leave it on a cliffhanger there. We're going back to the game.
Yeah. Yep, definitely. Yep.
Ezio.
What? Come on. It's there. You can't give me that much lip. It's coming. Okay. Ooh, so France is not just crushing Italy, presumably because Italy's offered to let him take Tunis whenever. And
Have
Russia...
you moved the thing back into this where it needs to be on OBS?
Oh, yeah, probably should do
doesn't
that.
look like you have on my end.
Yep, that one. Yeah, that's my bad, I got distracted. Dude, this is what I'm saying. Russia just missed his chance to stab Austria, and now he's defending against the North and is gonna have a problem.
I mean, he does take Sweden, right? He's getting a build. And Russia just declines to go to Bulgaria with the Italian. He's just letting the Italian die here. Yeah, I guess France is pushing into Venice, so it's not, the Italian is not dying. They're getting propped up.
Yeah, I do expect Italy to lose a dot this phase, right?
I wonder if Russia's angle here is going to be the I did the most for you at the end of the game. I never stabbed you, Austria. Then please give me the centers I need to beat France. But it's a bit early to be thinking about that, I guess.
And Germany went to Ruhr.
Yeah, I mean, I think Germany is on the ball when it comes to who the threats are in this game. They're trying to go in directions that counter both France and Russia. So unfortunately, like neither are particularly successful. But like, I think it's a good idea to go to Belgium here. Like, try and get England on side. Just try and grab a build out of France so that you can use it against Russia. I think that's a good thing. Yeah, I don't know what the optimal play as Germany is here, but like, I like the fact that they went into Ruhr. I would have preferred them to also go into Burgundy, obviously, especially given that Marseille is completely open. But hey.
Yeah, the walk into Burgundy to coincide with the walk into Ruhr would be great. But this support move into Ruhr has me confused.
Yeah, it's like, why does it need the support? Because I mean, what does that achieve? Just in general.
Yeah, Claire, I am with you. If I am France here, I'm absolutely just crushing Italy, getting them off the board nice and smooth, and then leaving Austria to go fight Russia, and then telling Austria, hey, Russia's clearly like your biggest rival here. You need to take some of these dots. I'm going to help you eliminate Italy in the way that Russia didn't. So you should work with me here, not Russia. I think that attacking Austria here is France. I agree. I think that's a big mistake. Especially going for
I
Venice first, like no.
Yeah, I suspect that the plan for the French is to like have control of the entire Italian area by the end of the game and just win off the back of that. The question is that enough to win when Russia is not harassed by Austria at all, when Austria is facing this much pressure? I think the answer is probably no. Um,
Especially because like if Russia wants, Russia's gonna get Smyrna, Bulgaria, Budapest, right? Maybe not Budapest, but certainly Smyrna and Bulgaria, and then likely Greece and crap. Like I just think that Russia doesn't need that many units in the south to take things.
hmm. Yes. I mean, also, especially if Austria is just being pressured for the entire game, then I think what I mentioned earlier about Russia's line just being, "Hey, Austria, can I have a couple dots? Because like you're not in contention anymore, and I am, and I've been your friend for the entire game, and the people on the other side of you have not been your friend for the entire game." That logic sort of works, and it doesn't require many units at all from Russia either. Like it requires even fewer units then, right?
But yeah, Michael, I agree that the Austria-Italy relationship is too screwed. But even still, as France, don't you want Italy to be removed, and don't you want to get a bunch of dots from the deal? By slowing down Austria, you slow down the way that Italy dies, right? You make it so much slower.
Cop says, "Well, I get back in Turkey is dead, and I am sad." Yeah, it's. I am also sad because I was officially rooting for Turkey, but they just got Turkeyed. Unfortunately, that is a pretty. That does just happen.
Do you think England?
Negative letter.
Do you think
It's sad
England
to have seen
convoys
it go.
against France here? Like, I
Ooh,
think
it's
is
an
it a convoy to Belgium, a convoy to Brest?
It's a possibility. Do you reckon they get German support into Belgium if they do it that way? Probably not, right? Germany wants that dot themselves. Um, but if you make that conditional on you, Germany needs England on side against France. So if England says my condition for doing that is that I get convoyed into Belgium this turn, then Germany probably goes for it. I like the attempted convoy a lot, though. Yeah, you can. I also kind of like English Channel YOLO into Mid Atlantic Ocean. um, because Mid Atlantic Ocean is probably moving away, right?
Or it's self bouncing in Brest with Picardy.
Yeah. If it self bounces, then you don't really get anything else of that. But um, what about if you ask Germany to support you into Belgium, you convoy via north, and you YOLO into Mid Atlantic Ocean? Then if you if that all works out, you're gold.
Yeah, that's solid.
Hmm. It's unclear that all of that will work out. I think that there is still a big question mark over whether Germany will actually want to power England up rather than just taking it out themselves, especially on a turn where they're losing Sweden. That's kind of painful for them. Okay. Yeah. Did you have anything more to say about the situation?
No,
Is this an EG attack on Belgium? Yeah, we're hoping so.
we think so.
I also, like England has been very. They went hard against France, right, for quite a while when it wasn't necessarily in their best interest to do so. They might well go back to that. Oh my god. What is your plan beyond ANI?
I don't know.
This
I was
is
trying to
what
think
I'm
of
asking
something.
you. Okay. Let's see. We're back to Wordle while we wait. It's not going to be very long wait because the phases are now only 10 minutes long. So adjudication is in just over a minute.
I don't know if I
yes,
can think of any words.
They are indeed playing the game live right now to Ruasonid. They are doing that in our Discord. You can actually go and listen into the communications live if you really want to. They are allowing spectators. So as long as you're muted and have the word spec in your name, you can listen into the negotiations in this game. But yeah, it's cool to commentate something live. It also means that we have to fill a bit of downtime, right? But this event has been awesome to run and to watch. It's been so cool to see so many people playing voice games today as well. The DiploStrats server, people do run voice games reasonably often on it, but I feel like it's died down a little bit more recently, so it's great to see people like back into it.
That's a word.
But yes, the
Oh wait, but aging was impossible. Dang it.
Wait, did you put aging in? I
tried
see.
aging, yeah.
Okay, I'm late on this. Yeah, that's maybe not the best word you've ever done. I am starting to see why you think that why you think that you're not maybe the best at Wordle.
Oh yeah. Basically every word game is impossible for me. Dude, I don't know of any words that fit.
How about we leave people on a cliffhanger and go back to the game then?
Yeah.
Wait, it's waiting on adjudication. Oh, it's going into Grace. No.
Go sort it out, meme.
Okay.
All right. Okay, everybody. We're gonna wait for meme to leave the call, and then we're gonna talk smack about him behind his back. So,
I'm not leaving the call.
no, we got. We're gonna wait for meme to leave the call, and then we're gonna.
I'm just asking them. Oh, it's gone through. Okay, it didn't even need me to ask anyone. It's fine. Can you refresh the page and recenter your thing on the
so have
on
refreshed
the
the
OBS?
page. Now recentering. So we have orders.
You wouldn't need to do this constant recentering if you'd taken my advice and created additional scenes in OBS for this.
But when I started creating a scene, it was all darkness, and Twitch chat was sad, and they seemed scared and alone. And I didn't want to put them through that.
Fair enough. Okay. Right. There was the self-bounce in Brest, as you predicted, and the attack on Belgium and the convoy into Belgium. Germany giving that support. Interesting.
Yeah.
And England taking its support into Denmark at the same time.
England's
okay,
+2.
England's going hard to try and win this game. Yeah.
And then France. So France loses Belgium, but gets Venice and Naples. That's good. But then Italy loses Naples, but gets Munich. So Germany lost 3 dots this turn.
Oh. Ouch. Okay, that is a really painful turn for Germany. Suddenly I'm saying, maybe I'm of the same opinion of you that I didn't like what Germany was doing. Can I retroactively change my opinion? Nope. I think if Italy had stuck with them, there was, like... The problem here is that all the people they tried to work with stabbed them, right? They got attacked by England, they got attacked by Italy. That's pain. Jason doesn't walk into North Sea unless England is throwing right. I don't think that's true. I think this is also partially knowing the player for England, because Evolution has a YouTube channel. Worth noting as well, I believe Evolution is recording their gameplay here and all the negotiations, so that might go up on their YouTube channel at some point. The other players do know this. So keep an eye out for that. I'll post it in the DiploStrats server if and when it happens. But like, I know a bit about how Evolution plays, and my opinion would be that he is just going all out for the win. Like, he's going all out for every dot that he can get, because he knows we're getting towards the end of the game now. He needs to have a decent portion of units into that end game, or he's not going to win. Right? So,
but it totally works.
I would not be surprised to see him push
Getting up to
North Sea back out.
Right now is absolutely massive. It's not a clean 5 by any stretch, Denmark and Belgium being as isolated as they are, but it is still 5, and it means England is gonna get to build fleets at Fleet London. And this is massive.
Yes, yeah, completely agree. It's they've got a chance. It's not like a better chance than the leaders by any means, but it gets them back into the game. I do think that Russia probably didn't tell England that they intended to go to North Sea. I think England asked them for the support into Denmark, and they were like, "Oh, okay, I guess I'll take North Sea then," right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like 95% sure England is not throwing to Russia here.
And then, even if they said they were, then they can put down Fleet London and still have a fighting chance.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, they're going to push Russia back out of North Sea. Russia only has the one northern fleet, right? So it's not that much of a threat. If you look at the number of northern fleets that are actively in play in the north, England is doing their job really bloody well, right? There's only 3 enemy fleets, and they're all from they're all from different powers, and they're all completely separated, and one of them is barricaded inland by the other fleet. It's I would not be surprised if a fleet North Coast comes in now, which would make me a little bit sad.
Or Fleet Brest.
Given that what I've said, or a Fleet Brest. Yeah. Wait, how many builds did France get?
France gets 1, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's Fleet Brest.
Yeah, I think Fleet Brest would probably be correct there. So maybe England isn't doing quite as well as this. But if we stay on this screen, it looks really good.
Well, it was.
I should say I also.
But it was Army St. Petersburg, not a Fleet North Coast.
Okay. I will say I missed a comment in the chat. This is the most interesting Italian position where they just stay on 4 forever. And I love that comment. This is true, right? Like, Italy's big problem is staying on 4 forever. Here, they've managed to do it in an incredibly creative way.
Yeah. But this is, I don't know. France had it and France squandered it.
Taking Venice. I mean, they got the builds.
Yeah, but why? They could have just killed Italy.
Could
have kept Austria outside, but instead, they're stuck like this.
Let's say the Naples take was agreed here, and Italy is just going to work for France. Do you think that France that makes it worthwhile?
No. You should just say, okay, fine, I'll take Tunis this year, and then get Italy to not defend against it. No, I don't think it changes anything.
Okay, well, we'll see. I think that France is still in a pretty damn good position, right?
I think that Russia's position is too strong at this point.
There's still a fair few years left in the game, so we will see.
Power rankings, right? I've done some updating.
Yes. I mean, I think that's pretty good. You think that Austria has a better shot than England? I
could see them being flipped. I just think that, yes, Austria's got an extra dot right now, and Denmark is not particularly strong for England either. Belgium is not particularly strong for England. And this Fleet Brest is ugly.
Yeah.
Like Austria's position
I
is not great. I think that neither like you see this massive gap that I have, right?
yes.
Like
Um, I mean, yeah, I think I agree. I would probably put France a little higher relative to the others here.
yeah, I moved them.
But
I moved
that's
a little
like
bit of a
based
gap.
on the based on the assumption. Oh, okay, I hadn't seen that yet, but yes, that's based on the assumption that Italy is going to work with France, which might not be the case, especially if that Naples move wasn't agreed. I hope it was agreed, but it's possible it wasn't.
If it wasn't agreed, then the capture of Venice was terrible, right? Surely there was an
Yes.
agreement between the two of them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It like Venice obviously had an agreement there, but like Naples, France might just have been opportunistic and said, "I need the build." To be fair, they kind of did need the build. The fleet breast changes a lot in the north,
Yep.
especially with England getting so many fleets on the board. Um, but yeah, they would have got enough builds if they just worked with Austria. Is the problem?
Yeah, they would have gotten two. Like I assume they would have worked out so that France gets Tunis and Rome, or Naples. Like yeah, I don't know. I think that and then Austria is gonna have an ally in France. France is vice versa, and then Austria will be free to go and actually contest Russia, which is what you need as France. Like, but and you don't have this unit that retreated to Piedmont, which I assume is going to be a hostile unit now, and like there's potential reason for Italy and Austria to work together, but ugh, 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 ugh.
Yeah, it's a bit painful. I do think that Russia is so obviously winning that maybe there's a chance of balance power play going in to save the day for the other players, right?
But like, who's going to
But
balance
then
Russia?
it's really just got to be England, right? And that fleet breast does not help make that happen. Although maybe it does help
But
make that
like,
happen a
England
little
alone
bit
isn't
because it
enough,
makes going
right?
for France less appealing.
If we're talking about balance of
Mm,
power, right? Like, there needs to be some group of people that will work together against Russia, and so just England's not enough. So England and whom?
I mean, France
Austria?
staying off England's back is going to make England powerful enough to push into Scandinavia, right? If they really wanted to. Although the fleet Holland from Germany is going to be a bit annoying because, like, that fleet, I feel like by stabbing for Denmark, Belgium, you've guaranteed that Germany is going to stick with Russia for the rest of the game
Right?
now,
I've been arguing that
right?
this fleet in Holland has been terrible for anti-Russia measures forever, right? For so long now, since I think '01.
Mm. Mm.
Isn't that the fleet that moved
Yeah.
there in the first year, and then it moved out to Helgoland and then moved
Uh,
back, right? Hasn't that been the life cycle of that
I'm
fleet?
not sure it's the same fleet. There was the other fleet, right, as well. They've been pretty closely coordinated, to be fair, because the other one came out of Kiel,
Okay, you're right.
and
That's
then
the
into
second one. It went
Heligoland.
to the west and then it moved
Yeah.
into Holland because they took North Sea from the other way. They could have flipped it, but
Mhm. Yes. Okay, so there's a couple interesting comments in the chat. So King of Prussia, Russia is balancing the power in their favor right now. I mean, they have been all game. It's been working really, really well for them. Just generally not getting on anyone's bad side, I think, as well. Like Russia has stayed aligned with the people who can attack them for most of the game, except when they could actively take them out, such as with Turkey, right? And they took them out so fast, and it's just worked incredibly well. Michael says it's not balance of power; it's a race. It's an interesting comment. I mean, in top boards, it quite often does come down to a race, and I definitely have the fault of focusing too much on balance of power. Right.
yeah, but
Problem
like
is
it's
if
a race
everyone.
where you can put a spoke in the wheels of the person at the other end of the board. That spoke could be, in this case, if you're France, Austria, right? You take a bunch of stuff from Italy, you get Austria to go slow down Russia, and then you stab Austria in the back later. Like a minor stab, you don't go too crazy, but like you need to do something like that because right now Russia is 2 centers ahead of France and has multiple builds in the pocket. Like,
Yeah. It's yeah, the problem is just that if people do focus on it as a race right now, there has to be some degree of collaboration in order to stop Russia winning the game, right? And if people focus on it as exclusively a race, they are not going to collaborate. They are gonna stab the people who need to keep who need to keep Russia down. So racing, it's definitely a race to some extent. Like towards the end, it's going to be a race, but I feel like right now they probably shouldn't be focusing on that part. Yes.
I think it would be foolish to not attempt to grow and to not attempt to make gains yourself, but you also could have grown whilst not pissing off the third place party.
Yeah. It really does come back to that Austria thing.
Yeah, it just comes back to
I'm
Venice.
realizing one of the Forgotten Realms diplomacy games is due to adjudicate during this, so I'm gonna have to ping people real quick.
That's fine.
Give some insightful commentary, Ezio, while I do this.
Insightful commentary?
Yes.
I think that the Russian player could have locked up this game if they'd stabbed Austria over the past, 2 years. The rest of the map has played in such a fashion that it hasn't cost them well enough because France royally screwed up. I think that France had an opportunity to help Austria eliminate Italy, which would have then put France as Austria's bigger ally instead of Russia, combined with Russia's strong position on the board, and then Austria would have had to turn around. France didn't do that, and so now Russia is going to be okay. I think it's unlikely that the West can get their shit together and actually stop them.
Well, we will see on this turn, I guess. It is currently waiting for adjudication. How likely it is that people actually work together. Let's hopefully Backstabber goes through relatively soon.
Claire, I think that Russia could have stabbed Austria over the past 2.5 years. And then Austria would have been dead before there was any issues about throwing to France. And then talking about Austria not doing a foolish stab, how does Austria win the game if Austria doesn't stab Russia? I think it's not a good stab, but it's a necessary stab. I think that I don't know.
All right, we've got the turn through. You can have a look at the next turn.
Okay, so England backed out of English Channel, giving space to France. France didn't hard push into English Channel behind. So there's some level of negotiation and demilitarization happening. And then France is keeping Italy on side, clearly doing what Italy wants, not playing for Tunis, not playing for Rome.
Yeah, the German orders are interesting as well. Like support holds and a tap on North. I don't know if that tap on North is supposed to be backfilling North as North goes into Norwegian, or whether it was actually just tapping North Sea. It's certainly not the kind of pro-Russian moves that we were expecting, right? They could have pulled Sweden down into Denmark. They clearly don't trust that unit in Cilicia if they're support holding themselves. So yeah, maybe Germany could be gotten on side against Russia here. After all, I mean, Russia did stab Germany as well. We kind of glossed over that because England stabbed Germany for 2, and Russia only stabbed them for 1. But Russia did stab as well. And then France and Italy. Okay, Ezio, I'm gonna need you to commentate for a few. I'll be I'll be muted for a moment.
Sounds good. So, Russia moved into Bohemia and Galicia, and the supported move into Galicia has me raising my eyebrows. Like, I get the sense that this is going to be pretty strong for Russia. Like, timing on it feels weird to me. And then St. Petersburg to Finland, Russia's just holding down the north. I guess if you expect England to go against you, which is correct, then you're going to want to hold down the north. Yeah, and then you can take Smyrna in the fall. But there's this retreat into Tyrolia, which means you don't actually have nearly as busted an attack as you would like to have. Tough, tough, tough.
Hello, I'm back.
Whoa, you are
Did
much
you
louder.
give insightful? Oh, sorry. What?
Yeah, I don't know. You just became much louder to me there.
Oh, that's not good. Okay, did you find some insightful commentaries to give over the time I was away?
Yeah, but I'm mostly just confused about the timing of these Russian moves. What I was looking at was the Russian move into Bohemia and Galicia, right? And it's just like, yeah, let's time this right when Austria and France are able to demilitarize and get the Austrian to retreat into Tyrolia. Like,
Right. Yeah, I hadn't looked at the Russian attack on Austria. I was too busy looking at the north.
Yeah, but it
which
feels
is
like it feels like Russia missed the window, right?
yeah, it's an odd time. I wonder if Russia maybe just realized that Austria wasn't going to throw to them in the way they were trying to get them to. Yeah, but it feels too early in the game to be thinking of that, right? I think they just maybe thought, oh, I've got Germany on side. Italy's got no reason to come after me from Munich, so there's not really that much I can do apart from jump on the Austrian dots.
I guess.
uh,
Russia's quite happy that England took from Edinburgh, right, instead of from London. So, or English Channel,
yes.
right? So that's still good news for Russia. But it's not great news, right? Backing out of English Channel like this is bad news for Russia.
Yeah. Austria supported Italy, so Venice didn't take it themselves. That's
and Italy didn't.
Sorry, no, Italy didn't take the support. That's very telling as to where Italy's allegiances lie at this point. This is definitely the kind of position where you're like, okay, that player is probably just going to play for that other player to win, and it's completely reasonable given everything that's happened in this game so far.
Sorry,
it's a bit of a diplomatic. So Italy is very possibly just going to not attack France from this point forward, right? I think that's kind of fair. Maybe I'm mistaken on that, but that's kind of fair given the amount that Italy has been beaten up. It's a bit of a success for Italy, the fact that they're not dead and that France sided with them here, because they would have died otherwise.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, as soon as France sent a unit down to Western Meta, I assumed that Italy was going to get cooked, right? That's why I moved Italy all the way down to where I did in the power rankings, because it looked to me like France just... I thought that if France attacked Italy there, France was going to have a joy walk into the win, right? France was going to eliminate Italy, yes. Austria was going to be on side, then France was going to just... Yeah, I thought it was basically over from there. But instead, France went and messed with Austria, which prevented Austria from doing anything against Russia. And I surely Italy has promised to give France the win, which is why France didn't eliminate Italy. And then, given that Italy has nothing to play for, because Italy's not winning, surely not. And so in that case, then presumably Italy's going to stick to the deal. But like, if Russia gets three Austrian dots, then it doesn't matter what France does.
That's true, and I'd assume that's the calculus with Russia going in on the Austrian dots right now. Yeah, we'll see how that works out for them. This is a point where I really don't want to go to the Wordle or whatever else you've got up right now, because this is really interesting to look at, right?
Well, I
I
can't
just
think of
want
any
to
other
be
Wordle
able to go
words.
to the next turn. Oh god.
Yeah, but again, there's
Alright.
3 minutes before we can go to the next turn, so.
I could go get my husband to think of a Wordle word if he wants.
Yeah, I mean, oh, I closed the Wordle tab.
He's much better at it than me.
Yeah, I'll send a screenshot. See if you can give me a good hint.
Alright. Oh, there's the Wordle back.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, hold the force on the commentary for the moment. I will disappear for a sec.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's easy to look back on things with hindsight and say things that you should have done differently. But it's tough, man. Can we power rank the Wordle? Dude, I don't know. Yeah, like if France were bigger, then France would have much less to be concerned about with regards to Russia being so big. The problem is that France isn't that big yet, and France getting Austria out of Tyrolia and out of the Italian homeland altogether is a really big deal for France because fundamentally France needs Austria to defend and fight against Russia. Like that is if France if Austria doesn't do that, France can't win because Russia will win. Especially given how little I really don't think there's that much potential for Russia to lose Scandinavia. Like, especially not if Russia gets any builds from anywhere else, right? If Russia just like pushes hard against Austria or pushed hard against Austria earlier and then used builds in the north, but even if Russia just like takes Smyrna this phase and then puts another unit down in St. Petersburg, like England is not playing this tactically aggressively enough to position to capture St. Petersburg. Like, that's just not a line that's going to happen. And so, yeah, maybe Russia loses Norway at some point, but Germany's fleet is still in Holland. Like, yeah, again, if you put me in control of all of the units in the West, Germany, England, and France, then yeah, France, like the West can take Norway and Sweden by the end of the game, probably even St. Petersburg. We got like 3 years to make it happen, but that's clearly not happening. So,
Hello.
hi.
Has there been more insightful commentary?
Oh, just bemoaning the moves that people have made in the past and how like Russia's play gave France a chance to do something and then France didn't take it, and so we're back. But
Okay, well, if you want to take a break from that, I think Cody got the world. So
okay, what's the Wordle?
Okay, well, my hint to you is bird-like.
Bird-like.
Yes. I hope it is actually correct.
Okay, that's so useful. Bird-like. What are things?
You need to move it onto the screen if you want people to be able to see it, because the power rankings are currently blocking it.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't gonna move it that much. I'm thinking about this myself.
Okay, fair. Yeah, if this, I mean, this could be wrong, but I don't think there's anything else it could be. And like, I would never have gotten this in a million years. So.
Yeah, bird-like is the hint.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, someone in chat has it. So if you want to avoid spoilers, then
Don't look at chat.
avoid chat.
Starts with an A. There's an N in there.
For reference for people just joining, we are on the Wordle while we wait for the adjudication to go through. Though I think it might have actually gone through right now. Like,
yeah. Okay. Bird-like. Yeah. Okay. There was a literal definition of the word. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, you got it. Good for you, Michael, getting it
Nice.
faster than me. My brain is slow and
Thank
I
you,
don't do
Cody.
the thinky think.
All right. So we now have the Wordle. We can go back to the actual commentary.
Who cares?
You will need to move that back onto the screen because
Yeah, it's
the Wordle has moved
done.
everything
Yep.
up to the side.
Wow. Dude, I think Russia's playing this the only way to lose.
What do you mean that hint was actively malicious? That
What?
hint was the literal definition of the word. Okay, anyway, sorry. So, in terms of what Russia is doing, what are you picking up as the wrong thing that Russia is doing? Because it looks like they are taking a lot of dots, and Italy
I think
is
they're
supporting them.
Yeah, but I think they are pissing off Austria at the time when Austria now has no chance to win, and Russia's the last one who screwed them. And Austria is going to be in position to, France is going to be in position to take advantage of this. And France is getting into the med, right?
Yeah, is France going to be enough in position to take advantage?
I think so.
I mean, they can get Trieste, right?
I think that they can put
I don't think
Austria
they get
back into Trieste. I think they're going to get Trieste and Munich. Ooh, Russia got Germany on side. I missed that. Yeah.
That
Germany
is
on
pretty
side makes it
huge.
much harder.
I think this was a good change of tack from Russia, from the hood in the north.
Yeah.
Specifically, last turn they went for Denmark and tried to convince Germany to give it to them, right? And Germany was not having that because Russia stabbed them for a dot the previous year. So now Russia goes, well, how about you take Denmark? And Germany is much more up for that, especially because England took that dot off them previously, right?
Yes. So now Germany
It's
gets
like-
this build, and there's certainly no way that England and Germany are going to be able to coordinate for Scandinavia. But
Yes.
Russia is clearly the only threat to win. France is clearly the only other, the only potential alternative. And Austria is going to be pissed right now. I expect to see the fleets get taken off the board. And then it is going to come down to if Italy wants to help France beat Russia. And because if Italy and Austria both say, actually, we want France to win this game, Russia, then I think that is problematic for Russia.
Mhm.
I think the timing of this just came so late. It might still work, but man, let's see. Russia's gonna get Bulgaria.
I think it's also worth noting the Italian move on Greece last turn, like supporting Russia into Bulgaria. That's not the action of someone who just wants France to win, right? That's the action of someone who's going, Austria ended my game. I'm going to retaliate in whatever means is necessary.
Yeah, that's fair.
And yeah, that's if France has to rely on Italy giving them stuff to win the game and deciding to make them win over Russia, I'm not sure they're going to manage that. But France has a good chance of getting Austria on side at least, and maybe they can just go around and wipe Italy out. But in that case, you would have probably wanted to wipe Italy out earlier. When you have the chance to.
France still I maintain what I said earlier, that France should absolutely have simply eliminated Italy with Austria and then gotten Austria to turn around with the builds that Austria was Austria's going to get a build or two. I think that would have been a much better line. But I think that France has done exactly what Italy has wanted this whole time, and Italy clearly has no chance to win, and Russia was involved with fucking over Italy earlier in the game. And so I think that Italy has huge reason to kingmake for anyone else, right? And France can still win. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I feel like this is gonna be a really interesting end game. It's just gonna take a while to get to the point that we wanted to get to right now, right?
Yes.
Oh, hang on. My phone is telling me I need to adjudicate the Forgotten Realms game. Thankfully, thanks to the two AA Houghton in particular, that I can do that with a simple command. So I will quickly do that now. Okay. All right, so that is happening in the backdrop while we are doing this.
Yeah, the Austrian disband of Bohemia, I don't like. I think they should have removed Bulgaria and kept Bohemia instead. Put Bohemia into Vienna while Venice takes Trieste. Something like that.
Yeah. Because they're, like, clearly they're one thing that they want to do now is stop Russia from winning, right? Or do at least anything that they can do against
do
Russia.
some damage.
By the way, are rankings still the same? Interesting question. I mean, Russia is definitely still at the top.
Yeah, we can move
France
them
is
down.
definitely still second.
Right,
But I
and
think
then like
everyone else moves down.
Yeah, of the people at the bottom, like they're not gonna win anyways. So then it's like a survival thing. And so yeah, I think England is more likely to survive than Austria, I guess, and I think Germany's more likely to survive than Italy, I guess. I don't know. I don't like the people at the bottom. I don't care that much about. This game has become a two-horse race, right? And it's Russia is out in front by a lot, and it would take everyone else basically working together against Russia to stop it. Game ends at the end of 1910, so there's 3 more years.
Yes. Note that they can call an early end if they want to, but it is if by drawing. But a draw is effectively conceding to whoever is at the top of the scoreboard at that point. In the case of a tie, we use count back, so whoever had the most centers out of the tied players on the previous year, and just keep going back like that if it continues being tied. Usually if one player is like well ahead of the others, then people might be considering a draw, but I feel like this one is going to go the distance because you won't know whether France can make it there or not until the very last year of the game. It's just that kind of game because it all relies on what these smaller players decide to do, right? And whether they choose to actively hurt Russia or whether they just choose to try and end the game alive.
Yes,
Right?
yeah. If like Italy and Austria play for survival instead of playing for France's victory, then Russia is going to win this game for sure. If Germany, England play for survival, I don't think they matter that much anymore. With Russia putting down the extra units, I think it's unlikely that even if England and Germany coordinate, that they take, maybe they get Norway or Sweden or something. But I think it's unlikely that even that happens. Yeah, it take a hell of a coordination for it to work. So with that, then it's all going to be in the south, and yeah, like what's going to happen to Munich? I expect France. Yeah, what's going to happen to Munich? What's going to happen to Belgium? Right? I expect France to get like Belgium. No, Belgium is awkward. I don't know. I expect France to get Belgium and Munich, Rome, Tunis, Trieste, and then maybe Vienna by the end. I think those are all likely French. And I expect Russia to get Budapest, Bulgaria, which puts Russia on 13 and France on 12. So that's like my prediction for the end state.
I could definitely see that happening. I do think the one possible thing that really shakes up this game is if Germany now goes to England and goes, "Hey, let's kill Russia together," right?
Yeah, that would.
Like,
I mean, it changes it a bit, but not even that much. Like, Russia's got so many units up in the north. Even if they start coordinating, it takes so long to break it.
it would have been a different story if Germany, because Germany did get a build just then, right?
Yeah, if Germany put a fleet in
if
Kiel,
I-
it's a whole other story. A completely other story. Because Fleet
Yes.
Kiel gets the Baltic, pressure on Sweden, it's so different tactically. But with all of these armies, right? Army in Denmark and Kiel, like they can't do anything really. And yeah, if Germany works with like Italy and stuff, and like they put Italy in Silesia and then go into Prussia and armies start marching east, yeah, then that changes things too. But Russia just gave Germany Denmark. I think that I would be surprised if Germany tries to eliminate Russia or give France the win at the end like that. I wouldn't expect it.
Mhm. Well, will be interesting to see because I mean, note that Germany's play since being completely decimated by absolutely everyone has been solely for center gain. right? They haven't been. It's very easy to jump on the assumption that they've been screwed over, so they're going to try and play the screw people over game. But the only action that they've taken to actively screw someone over has been going into Denmark, which gained them a dot, which I don't think necessarily means they are trying to screw that person over. That just means they're trying to get back into the game again.
Yeah, I mean, it did happen to be taking a dot from England when England presumably stabbed them for that same center a year ago. So
Yeah, but notably, they refused to put Russia into Denmark from Sweden on the previous turn. So it's not just England must go down dots; it is Germany must go plus, right?
yeah,
We'll see whether that is the case. I do think if they had put down Fleet Keel, it would be more like a lot more effective if they worked with England. So the fact that they didn't put down Kiel makes me think that they probably aren't going to try and hit Russia hard. But you never know. You never know.
If they were trying to get like Sweden as a gain, as a dot to gain, which they definitely could, then like Kiel to Baltic, then they can put 2 on Sweden, and a fleet can get into the North Sea and tap Norway, and suddenly, yeah, like they would be a favorite to take Sweden this year, I think, if they wanted to. Or like get Kiel to Baltic, Holland back to Kiel, and then they can go to like Bothnia and Baltic, and then take Sweden and like St. Petersburg and stuff. But again, Germany didn't do that. So from this position, like again, if Germany doesn't attack Russia in the north, Russia's not going to lose Scandinavia. And then even if they do flip from this position, it's tough. So the only question then is how much can France get elsewhere? I think it's very plausible that France gets Belgium, given that England can't support it right now. And then France probably goes to English Channel as well to just keep it on lockdown. And then, hey, if England wants to throw, England can throw. That's fine. And then you need to build from the south, probably Tunis here with this fleet. Yeah, again, like Russia's position is clearly the best, but there's definitely a world where he pisses off Austria and Italy enough that they actually work together to like hard throw to France. And I think if he'd done it earlier, that potential would not have been there. And also, obviously, if France had eliminated Italy off the board a minute back, then this wouldn't have happened either, because Austria wouldn't have been in a position to get stabbed by Russia so hard.
Hey. Sorry, I'm getting messaged by so many people right now. I need to put my phone down. All right. Did we get an adjudication? Yes, we did. Perfect.
Yeah. So Italy is very clearly throwing to France, and Austria is very clearly throwing to France.
That's interesting because they are like Italy did support Russia into Bulgaria at the same time, right?
Yeah, but this move to Apulia, Italy's getting convoyed over to Albania. Right? Italy wants Austria dead, and Italy wants France to be in fantastic position. Italy has a retreat now to Silesia, which I'm sure they're going to take. And then France is going to get Munich. England is on side. France went up to North Atlantic Ocean to help. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's super interesting.
I think that Russia just waited too long.
It is also, I mean, it is also looking like they've managed to get everyone on side against Russia. Every single person on the board, which is maybe except Germany. But Germany is still tapping Sweden as well.
Germany gave Sweden left that yep.
Is a pretty magnificent accomplishment, right? From the other players actually managing to get on the same page over this. Especially for France, who is the main beneficiary of this, right? But also the other players who don't stand a chance of winning unless Russia gets kicked down either. Oh man! So is France taking Liverpool? I hope not. I mean, they absolutely could. It's free for them here. But I think they don't want England to be in the mindset of screw France, because England can actually just like convoy Russian units into their homeland and go, okay, fine, Russia gets all these dots. Now what do you do? And like usually you'd think, oh, that's a bit bad sportsmanlike, right? I took a dot and you threw everything against me. But in this position, France screwing England over it would justify that. In my opinion, at least. Because as England, you're going, okay, France, I'm working for you towards the win at this point. Like, we have to hit Russia. If you take advantage of me to dot me right now, that's just not on.
Yeah, I think
Um,
that I don't think that they should take Liverpool unless it's agreed as well. I think that's yeah. But it might be agreed. England might be happy to let France win. I don't think so. I think England would like to keep their dots, but I wouldn't be surprised for France to take Liverpool and for England to continue throwing for against Russia after Russia put Germany and Denmark. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Especially given the way that the rest of this board looks like. Yeesh. What tactics are they going to go for around the Baltic? Not the Baltics, around the Balkans? Because the Romania, Budapest, Vienna, Trieste, Serbia thing is a whole lot. Like, one thing that I'm very confident about is that Apulia is getting convoyed.
It definitely, like, that move doesn't happen otherwise,
Yeah,
right?
it's
The
getting
one into
convoyed,
Apulia.
and then my instinct would be to be a convoy to Albania, but I could see a convoy to Trieste, and then France tries to take Vienna from Trieste, and then Romania taps Galicia, Serbia taps Budapest. That's a reasonable line. Where's this retreat? Silesia? Oh! Ooh, the Italian retreat went off the board. Okay. That changes things dramatically.
Is that why?
Could have gone to Silesia.
Yeah, because if the Italian retreat goes to Cilicia, then it puts so much more pressure on the Russian as well, right?
And the German. Right? The Silesia retreat was a big, like, that was very significant. Okay, and yeah, so then it makes that these Italian supports of Russia into Bulgaria look quite different. Like, those are perhaps more meaningful than I thought. Yeah, because if Italy's not fully on side throwing to France, then Italy might take Naples. Right? Italy might take Naples, cover Tunis, and then it's completely over. That lady's saying as we go next.
To put my phone down. It's coming up to a genius deadline is the problem right now, so I'm getting a million messages on that front. I should not be paying any attention to them because I've got
Nah, you
this
should
to
pay attention.
doing.
It's fine. And yeah, the nice tactical call out, Archak. These moves were just bad, right? Norway should have gone to Finland, and then St. Petersburg should have gone to Norway, right? That was just much better than this, assuming they actually wanted that position, and I think it's very likely they do in fact want their fleet from St. Petersburg out into Norway. Yeah, King of Prussia, but like Silesia also got them Munich, and then they could have been back out in Silesia and had pressure on Berlin and Warsaw and potentially gained a dot there. But this band makes me think that Italy has not given up to France, which is weird.
I mean, France is definitely just gonna take their center, right? Like, you can't let Italy build here.
Well, but Italy goes to Naples. Like, Italy sends Apulia to Naples and Ionian to Tunis.
Yeah, and then you don't get anything. I thought, yeah, you do have to let them build. That's painful, though. You want them out of there, especially if they're not actively helping you beat Russia. Like,
exactly.
That's
right. It's just this is just even more concretely pointing out how bad it was that France did not eliminate Italy all those phases ago. Right? If when France was in like Western Med and Tuscany and Piedmont, if they had just taken Rome and gone for Tunis, then Italy's off the board, and Austria is able to defend against Russia when this happens. Instead, Austria is significantly weaker, and Italy is sabotaging Austria and is now potentially sabotaging you. So yeah, no, I think at this point, like with this, there's if Italy is not throwing to France, which I don't think is happening. I think Italy is not doing that at all. I think France has no chance. I don't know about no chance, but it's really tough. Like France does still get Munich, right? So France gets Munich, Trieste. France. I mean, if France is +3 this year, that's pretty big. But Russia is +2. Sevastopol gets covered. No, the tactics are messier than I thought. Austria can be annoying. But no, Italy is... If Italy especially is interested in focusing on killing Austria first, primarily, then it's much less messy. Because everything just gets tapped.
This map is a mess.
Yeah, and I
That's
really
comment
don't
on
understand
this.
why they removed Silesia, why they pulled it.
Maybe, well, no, there's a grace period, so it was definitely deliberate. Maybe they just wanted to build at home?
But I don't think France wants you ever building in Rome, right? Surely.
France definitely doesn't want it, right? But like maybe Italy figured they can get away with it because they have that pressure of Apulia and Ionian.
I think if you're trying to build, you have a much better chance of it by keeping Silesia on board, right? And then going for Berlin or something, and also stabbing for Naples and trying to hold Tunis.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think as France, I think you actually have to tap Rome here with Tyrrhenian Sea. I don't think. You go for Tunis. And yeah, I mean, France, let's look at Munich. So France is probably gaining 2 this year. And then is potentially +3, depending on how things go with Italy. Sorry, guys, we've hit our wall. Most of our diplomacy recordings are less than 4.5 hours long. So, here we are.
This is true. It's
this is why
this is the slight issue with doing a diplomacy live stream, right? It goes there's a bit more downtime than you would expect.
It's just a whole lot of downtime. It's a very long game. That said, I have just the thing. More diplomacy.
Okay, if anyone wants to ask any questions in the chat in the meantime, either about the game or about the channel or anything like that, feel free to do so. That would probably help us fill some content here. It's nice to see DiploStrats experiment with long-form content. It is true. Oh, man. One of the best toppings for burgers, I always get mine all the way. So does that count, or do I have to pick specifics?
What the hell does all the way mean?
Oh, see, that's the thing. I've learned it in Texas. I thought it was a US thing. Is it just a southern thing? You have to say all the way to get everything on it. I really hope that I've said that correctly. Maybe it was because the first time I heard it, and then I went to copy it the next time that I said it, and I accidentally almost said the survivor thing, right, with all the fixins, which I think is not like would have got me some strange looks.
Isn't that a thing that you can say? All the fixins?
Wait, is that a real one?
Yeah.
I thought that was just the survivor guy. Okay. Right, fair. What the hell does all the way mean? Are there any like Texans in chat? Can you verify that I'm not alone on that one?
Oh, I should update the stream. Sorry, I did not send her this. My bad. Sorry, team. I got Russia. I had a great opening. I went +3 in 01 by sniping Budapest. We let Turkey in the Black Sea because we took Romania, and I think we're just gonna have a good time. Like, I don't know. I'm not thinking too hard. I'm tired. Okay, and then I'm a bit scared, and that England builds.
Sorry, I'm just. This whole topping chat has got some interesting. That can't be a normal thing. It's too stereotypically American. I thought that was like the whole cowboy thing. That it can't be real.
All the fixins is that everyone. I know what all the fixins means.
Okay. Well, today I learned that is not just a Jeff Probst thing. Have you had clam chowder? I think I've had it once when I was in Oregon.
Can I not support illegal? Oh, that's right. This is WebDip, and you can't support illegal moves. God, I miss WebDip.
You're happy about that?
Yes, I love that.
Oh, well.
Because no ugly supports, just like making the map look all ugly.
That is true. It is definitely a pro for commentators that is the case. All right, this game is waiting for adjudication now. We've got on the actual one, so hopefully we'll have another phase to commentate very soon. Yep, okay, adjudication is through. You will need to recenter your screen in order to see it, though.
Oh, yeah, I also gotta go back to the game. All right. Fall of 08. Let's take a look, shall we?
Okay,
so England and Germany seem to be going pretty hard anti-Russia. I gotta say, this is very hard anti-Russia coordination stuff, but England is still sniping a dot off Germany, denying them a build, that's fine. And then, Italy happened to misorder on the convoy. How inconvenient, how unlucky. Definitely not intentional. But didn't snipe
at the same
Naples.
time, France dots them, right? So
surely that was agreed
a bit
upon.
happy,
right?
Do you think so?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, maybe. I feel like it. Yeah, okay. It has to be, right?
And then Austria went for Greece instead of Bulgaria because that's how pissed they are? My God.
Okay, they just want Italy to die?
Yeah, they both Italy and Austria's priorities are killing the other, which is funny. But incidentally, if Austria had gone for Bulgaria, then Austria's position would be so much better. Late years better.
Yeah, so how many dots do they both end this turn with? Austria's on 2 in Serbia and Romania, and Italy's on 2 in Greece and Tunis. All right. It's just the mini powers fight.
Yeah, I mean, and meanwhile, France gained Trieste and Rome. Russia gained Budapest and Bulgaria, but lost Romania, so only went +1. And due to the chaos in the north, I need to look at this more closely because I was not at all expecting them to start coordinating like this. There is a chance that that Russia ends up losing Norway and Sweden here. I think that's a little bit undermined by the fact that England took Holland here, and France tapped both of these two, which is suspicious to me.
Yeah. And Germany is in the North Sea, so they have a lot of potential to damage this France-England alliance, right?
Yeah.
It is just one unit at the end of the day, but, well, I say it's just one unit. They could convoy Denmark over, but I think England is going to knock them out of the North Sea, so they will have to retreat somewhere, right?
And Norwegian retreats to Clyde and can take Liverpool.
Yeah. This is
but England builds.
This is a full phase, though, right?
Yeah, and that's why England getting a dot is so relevant, because England can build something in Liverpool and then not lose it. Okay.
This game is gonna be really down to the wire. It's so
Yeah,
like interesting. Which of these two major forces is actually gonna take it?
absolutely. This is all exciting. And then we'll see the
Mhm.
retreats, make sure that I haven't missed anything crazy. Yeah, France builds 2, Russia builds 1. Austria had the unit pop. Austria has a tough disband to make. You got the 2 armies, which are adjacent and pretty useful, but this fleet in Aegean is fantastic, as always. But probably you gotta pull the fleet, right? And now Russia's position starts looking so much better.
Yeah, you can't pull the army. I wouldn't be immensely surprised if Austria pulls Romania just because they want to kill Italy, but realistically, they should keep both the armies on.
Yeah.
um, I'm also quite interested to see what Italy does end up disbanding here. Like, I think you're almost certainly correct. Like, certainly correct that that take on Rome was agreed. But if it wasn't, it'll be interesting to see what reaction it causes, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
England needs to score against Norway for the win. I see England as being up 2-1 against Norway. So
I assume this is a reference to the game. It's like the
Yeah.
game that we're looking at, as opposed to the.
Oh, I assume it's talking about the World Cup.
I think England need to take Norway to win. Is what
Yeah,
this
but it says England needs to score against Norway.
yeah. We can. It seems deliberately put that way. England being up
And
against
it went
Norway is
and
interesting.
Norwegian went back to Barents rather than going to Clyde. Okay, sure. No
Yeah.
defensive, no
Oh,
aggressive retreats. No letting them build super
that's
defensively. So then what?
interesting. So Russia thinks they can win with what they have if they just
Well, plus
go
Romania,
hyper defense.
probably plus Serbia, right?
Yeah, but probably minus Vienna at the same time, right? No.
Vienna's less. I don't. Right, Russia has a
Yeah.
build, right? And Russia's got units coming back.
Mhm. Yeah, and Austria is probably not fighting Russia.
Yeah. So again, France is down 3, but France is gonna get Munich before the end of the game,
Hmm.
and then yeah, we'll see if France can get Belgium too. Because if France gets Tunis, Munich, Belgium, that ties. I expect Russia's going to win any rollback ties that happen. And so then France needs to get something else, like Vienna. Or Russia needs to lose something like Norway or Sweden. I feel confident that England taking Holland from Germany has undercut the anti-Russian efforts. I think they got close, but I don't think this part was agreed, and I think that we're going to see England take Kiel and France take Munich. But maybe that's enough, because maybe that'll then give France the opportunity to go take Belgium or something, right? Because France is going to build something like Fleet Brest, Army Paris, probably, because no other units really get to DOS that fast. Maybe armies, maybe Army Marseille, Army Paris. Because Army Marseille gets to Piedmont and Venice, where it starts to be a relevant player, right? Or to Tyrolia. Yeah, 2 army builds for France. They just go straight east.
I think that makes sense. It does also rely on England not stabbing them, and I feel like, from what I know of this England player, they are going to try and grab the win themselves, even if they can't. Right?
Which you mean they're going to try to end on the highest stock count possible?
Yes, yeah, exactly. Which
means England is going to try to kill Germany, definitely. And that means I like this Fleet Brest build to go to the channel to just guarantee that England can't do anything bad. It's probably going to get Belgium, but there's still Marseille to head to Piedmont. I would have liked something in Paris to go to Burgundy, but this is fine. And this protected you against the Fleet London build. Yeah, okay.
I see the Italian Apulia came off, so I'm definitely sure that Rome was agreed then. And Aegean on the Austrian front.
Mhm.
So
But yeah,
yeah.
I expect that Italy is just gonna like screw Austria. I don't like if Italy like puts themselves into Aegean, right? They support themselves into Aegean, and then they start messing with Russia in the south. Like, yeah, it's I don't know. It's closer. It's closer than I feel like it should have been, given how strong both Russia and France's position have been throughout this game. I think that Russia could have slammed the door on the rest of the map, and then I think that France could have slammed the door on Russia. But due to the way they've played it, we're gonna have an exciting endgame. All right, great. Back to bot game.
Okay. Yeah, we do need to kill some time still. Because okay, no, that's a lot of time to kill though. We've got 7 minutes until the next
We've
adjudication.
got a lot of time to kill.
You're not going to play the bot game for 7 minutes, are you? That seems like we'd lose all the viewers.
I think everyone left is asleep.
That's not true. There's people in the chat. Hey, Curious Lamp, you're welcome. Yes, this game is actively being played at this moment. That is why we've got downtime in between the moves some of the time. It is part of the DiploStrats Gauntlet, which had its qualifiers earlier today. We had 6 games, and the top performers from those games went through to the finals here. Now we've been having the finals. So these people have been playing like 11 hours of continuous diplomacy. So yeah, if anyone is interesting, sorry, if anyone is interested, I'm sure you're all very interested. If anyone is interested, you can listen in on the negotiations if you go to our Discord server and make sure to mute yourself and put spec in your name.
Based on the
right, sorry,
contents
go
of
on,
chat,
Ezio.
I'm convinced everyone's asleep. Look at all the people sleeping. The snoring.
Incredible. All right. Well, I'm roasting alive, actively avoiding watching the soccer. Interesting. Okay. I had heard that the UK is undergoing a bit of a heat wave right now, so feel sorry for you all. I mean, it might not be the UK, it might be one of the adjacent countries, but hey. There are a lot of sleeping people in the chat. Clearly they're not being woken up by your bot game.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a good one to put them to sleep. I don't think this one's going to go too well for me.
I mean, you've managed to get into Budapest and Romania so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 0-2, but I think that this is not going to go great. Like, I'm going to, like, Norway, there's a bunch of English stuff, and then the French built the fleet Marseille, sent it down to Gulf of Leon, and they didn't send Portugal up, right? No, they bounced the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, but Germany then built only armies, and Germany's not helping against England. So basically, everything's a yikes, is what I'm trying to say.
You should order Norway support Denmark out to.
Yes, definitely.
Denmark out to North Sea, but
yeah, definitely to put that in.
Yeah. Thank you, Soccers for Chumps. This is where the real action is. That is absolutely true. Someone go and tell Benji that. God, that came first in the in one of the games in the qualifiers, and then declined his invitation because he wanted to watch the football. Honestly, ridiculous. But yeah, no, we thankfully got Yosh in this game as a result of that, and Yosh has been doing really well. So yeah, that's cool.
Okay, well, Austria was eliminated by O2. Rough.
Ouch.
Okay, so I gotta build this position. I assume Turkey's gonna put a fleet down in Smyrna because we've been friends. I kind of want something in Warsaw to head down to Galicia, and I have Moscow to cover St. Petersburg. Yeah, this seems right. And then I can work with Turkey against Italy. God, it's been a minute since I've juggernauted. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And then what? Warsaw to Silesia, looking for Bohemia, I think. And then I'm gonna actually no, I'm gonna just go here, and then I'm gonna support. Should I tap Norway? I think I should tap Norway. Just double tap it like this. Yeah, this
Probably
seems pretty
correct.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, this looks fine to me. Oh, jeez. Well, Germany moved to Silesia and Prussia, so we don't like that very much. And then Germany tapped Sweden again. Well, at least I moved back up, but yikes, man. I thought I was gonna have more pressure on places. And then is Turkey gonna go for Serbia? Man, I hope not. Oh, jeez. This is
Curious lamp. That that is the one thing I really dislike about Backstabber, that you can't paint the map. Like WebDip is definitely superior on that front. I assume Ezio, you're of the same opinion.
I don't care.
You don't care what? I thought you
I'm
were
not a map
evangelizing
painter.
WebDip. This is map painting is like the main good thing about WebDip.
No.
Okay, there's a few others, but like
The main
it's
good
the
thing about
most
WebDip
important.
is the fact that I can see everything that I want to see at the same time. So England lost Liverpool, which is good news for me. And the German position is annoying, but it's not the end of the world. I think I'll get Vienna here. I don't know. We'll see if I get lucky. And then I will go to Romania with my fleets because that seems good. Ha. Oh, unlucky. Super unlucky. My god. Brutal phase.
I'm still waiting for the live stream to show what you're talking about. Oh, there we go. Okay. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, yeah, that's not that's not good.
I mean, I got the Romania cover correct, and I got Vienna, which is good. But unfortunately, Germany's anti-me. They cut Sweden, so I couldn't actually get anything. And then England took St. Petersburg from Norway, and because the tap on Sweden, I didn't hold. So England... Oh, and then Germany... Wait, Germany stopped for Belgium, though. We got play. There's hope. And it's just a fleet in St. Petersburg, so yeah, we'll see. Maybe I... do I go to Albania?
I personally am against map painting. What? that wasn't the opinion I was trying to echo. Sorry, your opinion is invalid. It disagrees with mine. It is fair that it makes the center count harder to see. But it's just so much nicer being able to paint the whole area. We are about to get adjudication, I believe. So you may want to get the board recentered on the screen.
We could do something like that. But look, time goes by, and it's better to have something on screen than the exact same static map and have nothing to say. Really, we just need to find more things to say about this like endgame that we've been planning for ages.
Well, there's certainly one very interesting move I want to talk about on this board. I imagine you'll see it too.
Yeah, I mean the convoy to Yorkshire, right?
Yeah.
Because it looks like it was supposed to be convoying London to Norway.
Yes. Germany goes, I'm not giving you guys centers. Like, I am just playing this game to get centers. You took Holland off me. Witness me. Into Yorkshire I go.
Yeah, but these tactics look really good for France. They popped Budapest, right? France and Austria successfully popped Budapest, and then Greece is in Aegean. So this
Wait,
is
so
massive.
France actually got Austria and Italy to stop fighting one another?
Well, Italy only has fleets, and Austria's lands are inland, so there's nothing to be done. And then, but yeah, so now France almost certainly just gets Vienna. And did France support Kiel to Holland? Army Ruhr supports Kiel to
It
Holland.
looks like
Yeah,
it.
but then Kiel went to Denmark.
Yeah.
I think this was France's way of trying to get Germany to stay on side, to say, look, I'll put France, England stabbed you for Holland, Germany. This is what England did. I'll give him back, and you don't want any more of this. And then England expected something. Notably, the convoy wouldn't have worked, I don't think, because Barents and St. Petersburg both supported Sweden up.
Yeah, it would have bounced. It looks like England was trading Holland for Norway then, yeah.
Or Denmark.
Germany either didn't trust it. Oh.
Right, because there's this bounce,
yeah.
right?
But, do you think Denmark... Yeah, so Denmark was supposed to tap Sweden then, right? Which also still wouldn't have helped because
Sweden was the one that was moving, right? But I think that's what was supposed to happen. But instead, I think that the tactics around Budapest might have saved France, right?
Yeah, that blow up is huge on Budapest. That's enormous. So yeah, it certainly secures Vienna. Rest of the Balkans are still a little bit dicey. Like, of course, the Austrian unit is retreating into Serbia.
Yeah, it makes Serbia much harder to take as well. Obviously, it would be much smoother and cleaner if there was like an Italian unit in Albania that was supporting Serbia to keep it locked down for forever. But yikes. And then I think France might be able to get away with actually hard stabbing England here. Right? Or Germany. I think France can kind of go either way on it and take them and be like, look, guys, I need you to get your shit together. And if you guys are going to fight each other like this, I'm just going to take what I can, and you guys need to be okay with that. And Russia doesn't have any armies around Germany, right? So, like, if France takes Munich, maybe they could even pitch this to England to say, hey, I'm helping you out by getting rid of Germany. Like, let's go. A tough pitch after trying to support Kiel into Holland, but I think that's... Yeah, tough line.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's also always really dangerous to do something like that in the second to last year of the game. You're like, well, these players can still like convoy Russia to somewhere or do something like that, right? So, well,
England can't because England doesn't have anything useful. England's got a unit in Skagerrak, which is the most useful thing they got, and
that's true.
Like, and I think the argument that France can make is actually a good one, which is to say, I need you guys to work together, and you guys can't get your shit together. I need thoughts, so I was trying to work with you and have been trying to work with you for a couple years. You guys have been unable to do that, so I need to play to actually win the game. Sorry. Not sorry.
Map is being weird. Yeah, Ezio, the map is not the correct size on the screen. I don't know. Did you move it to another monitor?
No. Huh?
Is it not showing us? Okay. So I can give you like, yeah, that's probably big enough. It's not quite where it needs to be, but it's. I realize I'm also a bit behind. Okay. It looks like you've got it again. Sorry, yes, this is the stream of technical issues. We got most of them out of the way at the start. We're just hanging on to a few. Still left here.
Here we go.
Clyde Fleet is really nice to defend against the German army. That is true. I think the Clyde Fleet was moving there to defend against potentially France going for Liverpool rather than Germany, but it's still good that it's there. Otherwise, it would have been a walk-in. Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting. Okay.
Aye, aye. England should have no protests to an EF here.
Well,
I mean,
the EF would be something along the lines of France taking everything from England, which England might protest.
I don't think England is the kind of player who would let that happen. But that is just based on prior experience. Because I have played with England. They're a very prolific imperial diplomacy player. As mentioned earlier in the thing, they also make videos on YouTube. So if you're interested, I think it's Evolution Diplomacy, something like that. It might just be Evolution, but if you look up Evolution Imperial Diplomacy, you'll certainly find their videos.
Okay, tactical shot. What do you do with your unit in Trieste as France?
What, are you rattling a mug on top of your microphone?
Oh, it's close to the mic though. I'm fiddling. Sorry, I got what you want from me, man. We got 3 minutes left, and I'm fidgeting.
That's fine. Sorry, what was the question? Right. I'm assuming that Austria and Italy are 100% on side because they have been thus far. Do I just support myself into Vienna to deny Russia the build? I feel like that might be correct, but you don't want Serbia or Budapest to fall, so it's 50-50 between them. You gotta support one of Serbia or Budapest. I assume the question is, which one do I think is going to be attacked?
Well, I was first going to see if you actually realized that you had to do that. I thought you were going to say, oh, well, Vienna's guaranteed. And you needed to make sure that wasn't...
Vienna is also guaranteed next year, so it's not, like, immediately necessary.
If you lose Budapest, is it guaranteed next year?
Yes, because if you lose Budapest, Austria is retreating into it. Right? In fact, it's guaranteed right now if you lose Budapest, because you always walk into Vienna, right? With Tyrolia. Unless you're doing something on Munich.
What if you, like, support Serbia and then send Tyrolia to Bohemia and Piedmont to Tyrolia? What if that's your line?
That's a fun one. I think that's a good
Budapest,
one.
It retreats to Vienna. Serbia is not going to get lost because the risk is you lose Serbia, and that's your edge against Budapest. And by getting up into Bohemia, then, like, I think that Germany is going to support hold Munich this phase. I think that I need to take Belgium here. I think I need to take Belgium and Tunis, right?
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah. So whoever is watching the live stream and messaging me in the spectator chat of Genius, please stop. Yes, I know I'm talking in both. I shouldn't be doing that. Anyway, so yes, I think that is the better line. Like, that follows the general logic of the Bohemian Crusher in Italian openings as well. The idea of going Tyrolia and then up to Bohemia on the next turn with a follow-up into Tyrolia, just so that you don't get blocked by anything. Because no one ever blocks Bohemia, right? They go block the dots because people want the dots. So, but this is definitely a situation where position is better than the immediate dot, and the fact that, like, Ezio's eye there for the actual tactical line is fantastic. You support hold Serbia, you let the Austrian retreat into Vienna if you lose Budapest. And then it's effectively not a 50-50 at all. That ends up being perfect, I think.
Whenever people see 50-50s, they're never 50-50s. They're never 50-50s.
Yes.
They always think they are, and they're always full of it. Anyways.
Oh god, now I've got more people talking in the Genius Spectator chat.
Okay, but now you... I think you take Belgium and go to English Channel as France in addition to that. And then take Tunis.
Yeah.
I just think that's like this. It's your time, and then take it from Burgundy or something, and then tell England, look, I will cut Munich. I will help you take Kiel, and then you'll help me take Munich in the fall. Deal, right?
I think it's fair. It's just a question of how badly they react. Maybe you're right that they can't really do enough for that to be worth
They
considering.
can, like, they
but I
can
know
put Russia and Denmark and stuff, but like, if your argument is that England is always going to play to end the game on the most odds possible, then take it from them and offer to help them take extra. Like, yeah, you screwed with them, but so is Russia, right? It's not like anyone has actually not screwed England this game. And like, Belgium is the dot that you can take with Ruhr and Burgundy, and we're running out of time. Russia's gonna be on 13 at the end of this phase, at the end of this year, right? And we need, if we go through my line of the East, we're only getting Tunis, putting us at 10, meaning we need to net 3 dots on Russia next year. That's not going to happen. We need to at least get 1 more this year so that way we have a chance. It needs to happen.
Okay, well, talking of that, adjudication is through, so we can go through to the next phase to see, well, to the moves to see what ended up happening.
Okay, he got Germany to not defend Munich, which is just as good.
Yes. I mean, Germany had to defend one of the two, right? Germany had to choose whether to keep Denmark or Munich here.
Yeah, and you know, he chose that. Choosing to keep Denmark is great. And England and Russia were unable to agree on who should get Denmark, which is great news for France. France gets in the North Sea, and then France took Munich, and France guessed right in the East, and support held Budapest and kept it alive. And Italy is okay with France being the one in Greece? No, Italy's in Greece. That's fine, because France is going to get Tunis next year. Oh, dude, I think France is going to win. I think France pulled it out.
What's the SC count now?
France it's going to be 11-13, right? 11-11? Hold on.
Oh, it's actually 11-11. Whoa.
No. I missed something. Oh, because Russia didn't get anything. Russia gained Romania but lost Budapest and didn't get Serbia. So Russia gained nothing in the East and then lost something? Vienna. Dude, France won. Oh my god. Because next year,
France could have taken your line, right, and had the Austrian retreat into Vienna, but this ends up working out. They just went for the risky play of guessing that Russia would go for Budapest, and it works out so well for them. They guessed correctly and managed to play off of that. It's fantastic.
And then France builds Fleet Brest to stay safe and is going to get Belgium, probably, and Tunis. Like, Tunis is guaranteed with Ionian. They can use Mid-Atlantic Ocean for stuff. So France is going to get, like, 2 dots in the West and isn't going to lose Munich. England disbanded Skagerrak, which is interesting, but I don't think it really matters to France. Like, France is in North Sea. I mean, shit. All right. France is France. Wow. Our power rankings are wrong the whole time. France is still France. How do we forget that France was France, CaptainMeme? When did we forget that?
I mean, it's the rule of DiploStrats. We failed to remember it. This is
consistently.
Yeah, you are rejigging the power rankings there. That is correct.
I just think it's this, right? It's over. Like, I don't, even if people want to stop France from winning at this point, Austria could, right, if Austria wanted to. But I don't think Austria wants to. I think Vienna supports Budapest, Trieste supports Serbia, Tyrolia goes to Bohemia, so there's nothing over there, right? No losses. These are all fleets. And then Ionian supports Aegean, right? Like, not even necessary. I mean,
yeah. Honestly, has been an absolutely incredible game to get to this point, right? And very well played by France at the end of the game to get enough people coalitioning Russia. And it's not like it's been a walk in the park even with enough people coalitioning Russia. You can see that Germany turned on them, right?
Well, yeah, because the coalition was like the worst coalition, right? It was constantly with like with Italy and Austria fighting to kill each other the entire game until Austria was at the place where until Austria couldn't be attacked by Italy anymore, because Austria's only inland, and so even if Italy hates Austria, they can't kill each other. And then England and Germany couldn't get on the same page, right? Germany convoyed themselves over to Yorkshire to undercut the attack on Russia, and yet it still didn't matter. Through just like a fantastic like last phase, I think my line would have worked still, but this line was so much more potent against what Russia did. Ka-chunk.
Yeah.
I just want to say,
It's like that.
if Russia had taken Serbia, there would have been a whole lot of
That would have been a
yikes.
bit more painful. Yes. But sometimes you go all in on the guess and you guess correctly.
Yeah,
Like,
sometimes you
it's-
just get them.
Yeah, sometimes hedging just isn't the right play. If you're winning the guess, you don't need to hedge, right?
Yeah, but the move to Bohemia wasn't a hedge. It's just not a guess anymore. You just win the game and you're taking Budapest again. Like, that all collapses. But there's just no need to give him any time. You're just there a lot faster. Russia doesn't build. Yeah, it's so over.
Yeah.
And then, do they concede? Do you think they can't concede? All right, we got 5 minutes to burn. Bot game.
Okay. It is worth noting here that if Russia and France do end up tying by whatever miracle, if Russia
Yeah.
manages to turn
If
this around,
Russia has the
Russia will
tiebreak.
win on countback.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. 'Cause it's
2
not gonna
years
be a
back.
tie.
Yeah. Well, you never know. we were saying a few years ago that Russia had this in the bag, and suddenly it's not looking that way anymore.
I was never
right?
saying that. I said that Russia needed to stab Austria earlier, and then Russia waited too long, and then I seem to recall that Russia played the game, and I said Russia played the game in the only way that gave them the potential to lose. After having a truly crushing position, they waited a little bit too long.
Mhm.
It was brutal.
Yeah. Okay, you have been hammering that point. That is true. I don't know that it would have been as straightforward as like an auto win if they had gone in on Austria at the time that you said, but it depends a lot on the board's reaction, right?
Yeah, but like if
And
they had
if they
just
all unite.
the turn after Austria stabbed Italy, right? Let's go find the phase that I was complaining about the most, right?
You may have to reposition the board again.
I think it was like here. Yeah, so this is if this spring, right, or this fall, if when they do this, right, they put Austria into Smyrna, right, and then Italy is back in Rome and Italy's in here, and if this phase, if they just slam into Bulgaria, take Smyrna, the game, right, if this phase, they just win, right? Italy's still in the game. Italy is able to fight back. Like, Silesia is going to be on side, right? Walk into Galicia, walk into Bulgaria, walk into Romania. Austria is disbanding. Like, you're building 1, 2, 3. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, I can't disagree, but I also think there is some potential that the board would unite against them in that situation.
Maybe, but they wouldn't
of course,
have
the board
pissed off Italy.
uniting does less, right?
Right? Here
Yeah,
they
that's
get to ride in as Italy's savior. To say, yes, Italy, Austria stabbed you, and I'm going to crush him as a result because he's completely overextended. And I'm going to save you by crushing your enemy, and I'm going to take so much. And then, like, I think the rest is history. I think then, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think, and then if we go forward a phase, right, it becomes harder because Italy's put Germany into Prussia, right? Now there's annoyance, so Russia felt obligated to build in the north, and then Russia didn't want to go take Smyrna because there's all this noise going on, and they're scared of things. They did a great job getting Germany to not commit fully to the east, right? This is really nice diplomacy, and then a good job keeping Austria from coming back. So like this, they still played very well. They were very, very close to winning. I think they could have, yeah. Or even if then they'd gone to like what 07 when they actually stabbed Austria, right? If they like don't stab Austria, I think they also win. If they just leave France and Italy to go mess with Austria whilst they go and like push on Germany, if they try to get into Bohemia, Silesia, Prussia, and they say, we're going to take Munich, we're going to take Berlin, we're going to maybe instead of building this army, maybe they build a fleet in St. Petersburg South Coast and send it into Bohemia, Baltic, right? Or Gulf of Bothnia, excuse me. I think these lines, then they leave Austria actually as the vassal that they've never stabbed in the entire game. And then Austria needs to turn at some point. Maybe they never get to it.
Mm-hmm.
But they found a way. They played in the only way to possibly unify Austria and Italy. All right. But yeah, spring 1910.
Yeah, France took solid advantage of that. Adjudication is in 1 minute 30 seconds, according to Backstabber. We'll see whether it actually is or not. But yeah, I think the fact that Russia still has the tiebreak does mean the result is still somewhat up in the air. We gotta see. But yes, I would certainly favor France to win at this stage. Okay, so Ezio in the meantime is going to continue his Russia bot game. For anyone tuning in, this is how we're killing the time while we're waiting for adjudication, just because these players are playing live. As you might notice from the length of the stream, this is a bit of a longer DiploStrats video, which is not something I usually say. Like, every DiploStrats video is somewhat long, but this is longer. And again, respect to these players who have been playing diplomacy all day. They began at what? It was 6 a.m. my time, and it is currently 7 p.m. my time. So they've been playing for 13 hours now. 2 separate games, and they did get a 1 hour break in between. But it is pretty damn impressive that they're doing this, especially Germany on this board, who jumped in as a last-minute replacement without having signed up for the tournament, and then won their first board, and now in the process of fighting on the second board, right, and have survived all the way through. Also, I know we have a couple of Australians on this board as well who are playing at like 5 a.m. their time. Playing the finals at 5 a.m. So they played through the night as well. I know Russia is certainly one of those. So massive respect there. Turn went through. Ezio, we can go back to the game. Right.
Okay, yeah, so France went for Greece and successfully took Greece. Tried to take Budapest, but didn't. Got into Holland, but lost Munich. Is going to get Belgium for sure. And then maybe we'll get a recapture on Munich, would be my expectation. Maybe Denmark was agreed. Maybe Germany will help France take Liverpool or something. This is interesting. I think France still has it locked, but I don't like going for Denmark, right? Denmark is a scary one that you probably can't hold. So France gets...
Yeah.
Wait a second. If
the problem
Russia...
here is that France is attacking everyone, right? Which means that they're losing their goodwill on the final turn. Everyone might help Russia to try and overtake France.
I don't think
Austria... they actually manage that.
I don't think Austria will do that for sure.
You don't think so? Because it looks like Austria got Russian support here, right? So
yeah, but I don't think Austria is gonna like put Russia into Vienna. I don't think they're that short. Like their memories are longer than that.
Yeah, this is probably true, but Austria might try and go for Trieste.
Yeah, but the pitch is saying, look, I am trying to win the game, and I need to take every thought that I can, and I played it in the way that there was no way Russia could take it. So like, yes, I am trying to win, and that means taking your dots at the end of the game. Like whatever.
Yes. I think that's fair. I also think France definitely has this at this stage. I'm just looking for what possibilities there are.
Germany puts Russia into Edinburgh and Denmark. Oh, Germany can't put him in Denmark. England can put him in Denmark.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's gonna be a huge diplomatic feat for Russia to come back from this.
So
How
if Italy
many?
puts Russia into Greece,
Because Russia needs to go plus the same amount as France this turn in order to
yes.
win, right?
So France is getting Tunis, right? France is guaranteed +1. France lost Munich though, so that's only neutral. Then if England recaptures Holland, France doesn't get Holland. France does get Belgium. France is guaranteed Belgium with just 1 unit every time. So like France is guaranteed +1, but then Denmark is not a guarantee. But if as long as France holds Denmark, the only way for England for Russia to take Denmark would be for England to give France Holland, right? So France is
Yes.
getting Holland and Belgium. It's getting Belgium and either Holland or Denmark. Denmark going to Russia would be worse than Holland going to England, right? So Belgium and Holland means that Russia has the edge, and then if Russia gets Greece, and then France only gets Tunis, then Russia wins. And if Russia gets Edinburgh, then that's lights out. So if Italy puts Russia and Greece, if England puts Russia and Denmark, and if Germany puts Russia and Edinburgh, then France loses.
Yes.
What if England takes Holland but doesn't put Russia and Denmark? Then France gains Belgium, Tunis, Denmark. But Russia gains only Edinburgh and Greece, and that's not enough.
Yeah, so it is all dependent on whether they can convince the English to support them.
And and the Italian.
I mean, and everyone else.
And the German, yeah.
So they genuinely need every single person on this board except maybe Austria.
Yes.
Do they need Austria? They don't need. They don't
but
need
Austria with
okay.
Serbia can support hold Greece.
Yes. Austria could also like tap Romania with 2, which I think is a potential issue. If they're moving Bulgaria down, there's nothing that can support Austria into Bulgaria, so they don't need to come.
You know, I don't think I was tracking that right because France lost Munich this turn, right? So if France gets Belgium, Tunis, right, and then one of Denmark or Holland, France is only netting 2, which means that Russia only needs 2 of the 3 things that we described of Denmark, Edinburgh, and Greece. And I think it's reasonably likely that Germany goes for Liverpool instead of covering Edinburgh. So it's reasonably likely that Russia just gets Eddie, and then if France supports hold Greece instead of going for Tunis, then Russia doesn't get Greece. And then Russia just gets Eddie. And then France gets Greece, Belgium, and then one of Holland or Denmark. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see that in 4 minutes 30 seconds. These players are negotiating. In fact, they're actually looking at the game table. They're not negotiating. They're all in the main room. So maybe they finished their discussions.
Yeah,
it's possible. I shouldn't reveal whether they are ready or not. That's insider information. But in the meantime, Ezio can go back to his Russia bot game.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Game. It is such an incredible end game, this, and such an incredibly close one. I mean, it almost certainly is France, but the fact that we can't say for sure is pretty, pretty damn impressive. So, I'm getting the behind the scenes here because I can see the moves that people have entered.
Yeah, don't spoil.
I'm not going to spoil anything.
By the way, important. Ezio, is the Z a C? It's pronounced Ezio.
I mean, it's mostly pronounced Ezio because I had just played Assassin's Creed when we started this series, right? So I was like pronouncing you like the
Yeah, that's who I was.
the
That's who I named
characters.
it after, of course.
Yeah. But I think I was the only person who referred to you like that for a while. Like people would use Ezio, like just the soft Z, I
Yes,
guess.
people said with the soft Z all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time.
Yeah. But the nice thing about becoming influencers or the what micro influencers, whatever we are, is that I can get people to say Ezio the same way I do.
And the same way I do.
By just
So
repeating it for 10 years. Well, not 10 years, 8 years, right?
it's, it's been a long time.
It has.
Been a long time coming, and the tables turned around. Dude, I'm so frustrated that
All right, we're
Germany
getting
just like
DMCA.
what?
Sorry, carry
I'm
on.
so frustrated that Germany's just like sitting here with these two armies. Like, because part of what's annoying about the bots is they like don't back off from positions like this.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they will just stay there and pin you in forever, which is really painful. All right, we've got 1 minute 40 seconds left till adjudication, and the players are negotiating again. I see Russia and Austria in a chat room. So interesting things are happening here. We will be able to share that with you in 1 minute's time. And in the meantime, you can continue watching Ezio get pinned in by bots. Thank you to people who've been watching the stream, especially for the whole duration. It has been a long one, and especially long for the players who are playing in the games. But yeah, it has been a really fun one to commentate, and I hope you've enjoyed watching it as well. I don't usually do this, but I feel like for a live stream, I probably need to. I'm gonna do the YouTuber thing and say, feel free to drop the video a like if you have enjoyed, and if you're still awake to do so. This is. All right. Are we getting back towards the? Do you want to go and switch to the other view and make sure everything's centered so we can get as it comes in?
Let's call it. It's been 5.5 hours.
It is waiting for adjudication. We are now just waiting for Backstabber's permission to see the final results here. I do want to say as well, huge shout out to the Backstabber team for having a site that we can play this on. I talk a lot about it not being fast, but it is fantastic for this. All right, there's the final moves.
So, Italy
okay,
did not give Russia Greece, but Austria did take Trieste, but Russia didn't capitalize on that. But Germany didn't keep Munich, and Russia took
England took support into Denmark.
Yeah, but
which lines up with what I expected them to do.
Yeah, but France still got Holland, Belgium, Greece, and Tunis, right? So France went +4, and France only lost Trieste, so France went +3, and Germany and Russia went +1.
Yes,
so that's it.
That will be GG to France. We have France on 14, Russia on 12, Germany on 2, and England and Austria on 3 apiece. And then Turkey eliminated earlier in the game. I realize I forgot to set this game so that it ends at the end of 1910. So I will go ahead and end the game there. But yeah, that was an absolutely fantastic game to see. Do we? I will ask the players permission to do this, and we will be relatively quick with it because I'm sure we've got other things to be getting on with.
Sorry, we're gonna
But,
interview them.
Would you be down to hop in to talk to them for a bit?
Oh God, yeah, we should interview them. That seems appropriate. Are the people at me? No, someone probably added me. Video discussion.
Yeah, it was just to fix the. It was just to fix the position of the thing on the stream.
Oh, with the black bar at the bottom. I see. Yeah, whatever, man.
Yeah.
Look, if you want high quality, like technically correct streams with good technical prowess, you would watch other people. We all know that. That's not what you're here for. So let's go. Let's go.
All right, they've given permission. Let's jump into the game table. Yeah,
right, game table 1.
But it was great, honestly.
Meme, we found someone with a more fucked up diet than I have.
Hello.
All
right.
Okay, someone eating something other than coffee beans.
So first, most important question:
it was
who
coffee
here
beans.
wants to go to sleep?
Me,
I think
desperately.
Right.
Okay, we are going to be
20.
very, very quick here because we also kind of need to wrap this up very soon. But I wanted to say a massive congratulations to France for topping that board and for winning the Gauntlet 3. Yosh, you are our champion.
Finally win a game in this tournament. That's crazy.
And also, like, very well played to Russia for getting that close. That was such a close run thing, and for a lot of the game, you were our favorite to win that.
Yeah, I probably should have done some things different, but I felt like I had a good spot, but I didn't know how to do it.
Yeah.
I said it's
Remind me,
2020.
what time? Like, you're in Australia, right? So it's like...
It's 10 a.m. the next day.
Yeah, you haven't gone to sleep, right?
No.
So I think...
I'm a bit fried.
Yeah. That... I can't imagine playing diplomacy at that... Actually, I can. I've played diplomacy at 3 and in the morning, and I played terribly, and I assume it gets much harder the later you get. So, well done.
Yeah.
Congratulations. But unfortunate.
Yes. All right.
Yeah, it was a good game. It was a good game.
It was absolutely a fantastic game to witness all around. From the it's like the rogue Italian army going all the way up to Cilicia and then walking into Munich made me laugh a lot. The turn where England came back from like nothing to grab 2 extra dots and then get back into the game was pretty amazing. Just the tenacity of Germany as well, hanging on for all they were worth and getting back into the game like twice when we thought they were out of it towards the end. Maybe not like into competition for the win at that stage, but like fighting for as many dots as you possibly can at that point is pretty damn impressive. Right? And like also just Austria's in this tournament have generally not done very well. It was pretty impressive to see that Austria just get out to sort of the lead immediately off the bat. It was an incredibly well played game all around. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for making something that was an absolute spectacle to watch on DiploStrats and to commentate throughout.
Speaking of
very
Mac
nice
well
game.
amazing,
Yeah,
this
banger,
one goes
man.
out to you. I hope that England won.
I believe England did end up winning the the victory against Norway
It was
in
all
soccer,
worth
which
it
is
in
good
the
because
end.
England certainly did not win against Norway in this game. We noted that.
Norway has more successful convoys onto the British Isles than France has.
I'd just like
It's
to
true.
say one thing, which is that Germany stole my dream. We had agreed that if we could get Cilicia to Clyde, we would. They got Clyde and rubbed it all over my face.
I
don't
would have
respect
loved
any
to
of
see. I would have
Just
loved to
couldn't
see
happen.
Italian unit in Clyde, but it's unfortunately it wasn't to be in this.
Too ambitious. Too ambitious. I'll learn for next time.
But yeah, absolutely excellent game. And once again, final thing, congratulations to Yosh for pulling out the victory there. Do you have any
True.
like
No
Do you have
merit
any
of my
words
own.
you want to
I
victory
can't
words you want to say?
stress enough how little I deserve this win.
I think you deserved it. You played great.
That's the diplomacy
shout out
players.
to everyone
Yeah.
in the qualifier game, because the qualifier game genuinely went crazy. If you guys ever want a game to check out, go look up that game and know that after 1905, everyone knew that top 2 players are not going to be playing in the final, and the game is actually for top 3. That was the sweatiest 3rd place that I ever got in a diplomacy game ever. In the final, gosh, well, thanks to Benchy for letting me be here in the first place. The GOAT is the GOAT. And thanks to everyone around. Honestly, the vibes were great. I'm very sad that Turkey couldn't make it, but apparently sometimes he just dies Turkey. I would know.
What about me? What the fuck?
And yeah, it turns out that once you get more than 6 dots, you actually can win the game. This is crazy. I need to do that more often.
Aye. All right, well, thank you very much, and congratulations once again, Yosh, our Gauntlet 3 champion. With that, we're
well
going to
done.
wrap up the stream. So, very well played. And thank you to everyone for watching. We'll see you next time.